one of each Pokemon or a billion lions, it's like not close. It's not close at all. Like it's if you just think about it for more than 2 seconds, it's like obvious.
What do you think, Wick? What was your answer?
I don't have an answer. I have no idea. It would depend. I think that if you just take 100 randos, right? I think the gorilla's gonna get it. But if
Are
you
we
got
talking
100
like
men train for a year for it, I think the 100 men got it.
interesting? I just feel like we might it might be like a Pyrrhic victory, but I feel like it has to be a victory.
Yeah, I also, if you put 100 men and you just like straight drop all 100 men directly on top of them, like let's just say the gorilla's waiting here, and I just drop all 100 men, the gorilla's gonna die due to the temperature being too hot. They'll like just like die from that, and then they'll die, and they'll literally cook, and then they'll die from the weight of all of them. But
okay, send me the share stream link. Gibbs, and
yes.
then we'll get started.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
You guys know the drill. You've all been on my show before. I'll introduce the topic. I'll say hi to my audience, and then I'll give you each and I stress this, brief introduction where you give people your opening thoughts and opening statements. Let me accept. Make sure everything's good.
Tyler, are you live too?
What's up?
Are you live as well? Who else?
Yeah, I just jumped on.
Okay, give him a link too. Okay, and with that, it's 6 o'clock. We're starting this shit, so here we go. Okay. We're live, gang. One and all, welcome to yet another episode of Wick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues, both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. We got a show for you, dang. Okay, so we were talking about, well, no, I'll get to that after. First, the first 100 days of Trump presidency has been marked with scandal and pushback by a ton of different sources. But one of the things that Trump has stuck his flag on, right, hung his hat on, is his deportations. Today, he put out a row of mugshots of the people, the violent criminals that he claims to have deported. This is his signature, at least so far, policy, and it's what he's running on: immigration and deportations. But the question comes, is he doing these things correctly? Is he doing it right? Should we be doing this at all? We're going to talk about it today. We've got a lovely group to talk about, and we're going to get into it. But first, before we do, I'm going to give each of them an introduction, tell people who they are, what their initial thoughts are there. And we already talked about it backstage, but in chat, just something to be thinking of. 100 men versus a gorilla. Who wins? It's a good question. They all have the same answer. I'm curious if you do, chat. 100 humans, no tools, no weapons, versus one silverback gorilla. Okay, we're going to give it first to Jonah, who's going to start us off. Jonah, give us what you got.
Well, yeah, I'm Jonah, or Juna. I'm not a content creator. I just like to debate. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm always here. And yeah, I think I'm not one to jump to, quote unquote fascism very quick. I think it's courage when people overuse that word. What we're seeing recently is as close to fascism as you are going to get. It's unacceptable. The complete disregard for due process is pretty fascistic, and anyone defending it should be ashamed of themselves. And that's it.
Okay, well, thank you for being here, and I'm sure we will get at it and see if Gibbs and Tyler are ashamed of themselves. We'll find out. Gibbs, we're going to pass the mic to you. Are you ashamed of yourself?
Yeah, absolutely not. You know who should be ashamed of themselves? People like this individual over here that says something like that. I know we're going to talk about due process, but I interviewed one of my friends' families this week when I found out I was going to do this panel. And one of them, her name is Angel. This is a girl I've dated once or twice, and her sister was recently killed by an illegal alien, and she decided to share some details with me that weren't shared with the public when it was put out there. One of them being that her sister that was sleeping at home, and this individual broke into her house, proceeded to tie her down, sexually assault her, and then choked her out, dying. So the last thing she saw was a strange man who she didn't know, of the Zeta cartel, choking her down to death after brutally sexually assaulting her for several hours. And the question she wanted to ask this panel and me to ask through for her is, where was her sister's due process, and why was this 100% preventable crime allowed to occur whenever he'd been arrested previously and could have been deported by the Biden administration? These are things I'd like to hear from our other panelists today about why they hate American women and why they hate American lives here, and why they want these things to continue happening to Americans, because every time one of these things happen, it's a preventable tragedy.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. That's quite the story. We will get into it as we go. Shenandoah, what do you have for us? Any stories?
Yes. No, I got no good stories. I do not have a friend who was killed by illegal immigrants. So, sorry about that. I just gotta say, pretty simply, I think that the Constitution applies to non-citizen residents, and even if it didn't, it absolutely should, in order for us to be an even remotely civilized people. Due process is one of the major pillars of the American social contract, and any violation should be treated with extreme opposition, as Americans have done historically, and as is now being violated by these recent deportations. And I think sending people to foreign jurisdictions is just like a fucking icing on top of the cake. It just makes it extra bad. So, yeah, not a big fan of the deportations, basically.
Okay, well, we'll get into it as we go. And last, but certainly not least, Tyler, or average debate enjoyer, go ahead. What do you have for us?
Well, I am Tyler, average debate enjoyer, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. I am here to be the most intelligent and the most empathetic on the panel, as I always am. So if you want your correct answers, just mute everybody else and listen to me. Going into this, it shows me that the Democratic Party has not learned from their mistakes of listening to the public, appreciating law and order, and calling the opposition evil, fascist, bad guys over disagreements that are perfectly legal. I want to go through a lot of precedent I wrote down as to the legality of these things and the claims that due process were skipped. More a step is being disputed by two parties. We do not have the answer on that yet. Anyone telling you they have the answer on which of these two legal theories is correct is selling you a bag of lies. And if you believe it, I got a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn. Please come see me.
Okay, with that, let's open up the panel. So I guess the first thing I'll ask to everyone here is, in general, we have seen Clinton deport 13 million. Obama deported, I think, several million as well. Bush Jr. and Bush Sr. both deported people. Biden deported 4 million immigrants. So what makes Trump different? Why is this now an issue when it hasn't been before? And this is to Jonah first and Shenandoah as well. And then we'll go from there.
Is a blatant disregard for the law and the courts that no other president has ever had. And I think that's pretty obvious to anyone paying attention. Even the Supreme Court, who was stacked 6-3 in his favor, ruled 9-0 against him and said that he needs to follow due process, try Abrego Garcia under the actual law that he's supposed to be tried under, and correct the mistake that they made. Even if it's the case that he ends up getting deported either way at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because we have processes for a reason. We have due process for a reason. And so they need to make an effort to bring him back, to try him the correct way, and to actually follow the law. And the fact that this government is not willing to actually follow what a Supreme Court order told them to do, and to follow the law that every other president has followed to deport illegal immigrants, shows that they don't give a fuck about the law. They don't give a fuck about due process. And it could be you listener, it could be your demographic next that they don't give a fuck about when they start deporting you.
Same answer, Shenandoah?
Pretty much, yeah. I would just second that without fucking...
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Well, let's open up
hilarious.
to the show.
Yeah, it's hyperbole and stupid.
Yeah.
SCOTUS did not rule against Trump, and if anything, it was arguably
Yes, they
both
did.
sides got something. Hold on, I didn't interrupt you. Both sides got something out of it, if anything. 1, 2, they still haven't ruled on this specifically. They're still looking at this. What they ruled is the judge could not... She could ask for facilitation, and they upheld that facilitation request, but she could not ask for effectuation, and they slapped down the effectuation request. As for the legal theory being presented by the administration, what they're saying is that all it was some paperwork to remove this withholding order. So we have something in law that's called where is it? It's in my notes here. It is called the harmless error rule. Clause 2 of the harmless error rule is if the error in the law does not result in anything different, any outcome that's different, like this man being deported to El Salvador, then the error was minuscule and not worth administering. There is no world where this man doesn't get deported back to El Salvador, even if we bring him back and give him that one step in due process that you're arguing he missed. He still goes back to El Salvador.
A harmless error rule is after they've had a whole hearing, so it's irrelevant in this case because he did not have the whole hearing. No, he did not have the full hearings required, and that's why the Supreme Court disregarded this harmless error rule when they brought it up as an argument in front of the full court, is because you need a full hearing and full due process, and then they consider if there was a harmless error done and whether or not that same decision would have been reached. The fact that he didn't have the full process conducted means that this is not a real argument, and that's why they didn't see it. That
has yet to be ruled on yet.
No, it was ruled already. You are just lying. It was ruled already.
You're ahead of the Supreme Court and pretending like your opinion is fact.
No, I'm not.
Hold on. I find this line of argumentation just really, really rich. For years now, I think it's 2 years now, I have come on here and I've complained about the rule of law not being followed. I've complained about the border law not being enforced. I've complained about my ranch being damaged, my cattle being eaten, my friends fucking dying for years now. That's 2 years on Twitch. My whole life we've had to deal with this shit. And we've sat here and bitched about it. And then when I came on Twitch, my first interaction from people like Jonah here was, ho, ho, ha, ha, rich landowner, why do we give a shit about you? And now you expect me to give two flying fucks about someone who's clearly an MS-13 member, and then, they got deported and they skipped one set. Y'all didn't care about the law down here at all. Y'all cared about it none. And now something poo-poo bad happened. I am making an argument. You think you're going to interrupt me?
What's the argument?
The argument. I'll tell you the argument.
Stop fucking interrupting him.
Hold on. One time. Finish.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy that this line of argumentation is happening, that they're going to act like somehow the law is important to them. They haven't cared about the law at all. Good for Trump for enforcing the law. Good for Trump for getting out of here. And the reason why y'all care about what Trump's doing is because he's effective. We have had the lowest amount, according to Rutgers, of people come to the border since, guess what? The last time Trump was in office, because he's captured all the ones here, he's deporting all the ones, and they know there's no point in coming because, guess what? You're going to get shipped back to where you came from. And it's amazing how he solved this problem overnight. And the Democrats are sitting here being dishonest, going, hey, this is all terrible. And whenever 60% of Americans are excited about what's happening.
You know, Gibbs, I am actually genuinely sorry that that's happened to you and your friend and your property and all that stuff. That is actually pretty hard. And I just want to say that, I wish the state would have supported them more and would have protected your friend and your property and all that stuff against these people who, want to damage your life and safety and liberty. But I do want to say, I'm not sure if two wrongs necessarily make a right in this situation. I don't really see why the injustice which happened to you, which was the failure to enforce the law to protect these people, necessarily means that we should ignore due process when it comes to, say, somebody even unrelated to your specific situation, and then just just deport him to some foreign gulag. I sympathize with your situation, but I don't know. I don't want that to be a justification for treating people badly in the future as well. Shouldn't Trump have some dignity and some fucking honor and hold up the rule of law, even if Biden had in theory violated it?
I mean, that sounds well and good. And I see what you're trying to get at. It'd be great if this was a perfect society. However, the issue that's arising, it seems like repeatedly with the Trump administration versus the left, is the speed at which he's doing things. And whenever you do things quickly, sometimes there are some errors, right? And it looks to me like, hey, I wanted this problem stopped. All the people down here have wanted this problem stopped, and they wanted an immediate end. And we told people what that solution was. And it's amazing that Trump did this overnight. It seems like the border problem vanished, right? And I understand where you're coming from, these things are bad, right? But it's kind of back to what Tyler said. It's not really a fundamental problem when this guy's going to get back over here and get deported immediately.
Do you admit they made an error? Do you admit they made an error in the Garcia case?
Sure, I guess they made an error, but
nobody's saying otherwise.
Are they trying to fix that error right now?
Well, I'll say this. I don't know. I can't speak to that, but I can speak to the fact that he should have been deported under Biden whenever he got in trouble the first time and he was let free. So did they make an error then? Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's an error made now. Sure,
we know the answer to that question.
But
I was asking you the question because I know you know the answer to it. They're not trying to bring him back. They could use tons of different ways to bring him back. And what the court ordered actually is what the court ordered actually is to facilitate his return. Yes, they removed the other word and remanded that back to the lower court, but they upheld that they need to facilitate his return. What that means is like facilitating to communicate with the people they sent him to, El Salvador, to help bring him back. And there's a tons of ways they could do that. They could cancel the millions of dollars that they gave them to house them there. They could make any kind of public threat whatsoever to try to bring him back. They're doing none of that. They don't want to facilitate
That's
his return. They're going against
effectuating.
the court.
Yeah,
That's
No,
effectuating. Yes, that is ordering
What's
the
the
admin
difference
to
then?
take
Tell me.
actions on foreign policy is effectuating. They didn't slap that back to the lower court. They said that the judge didn't have authority to do it. This is the
does
second time you got the
facilitating mean?
ruling wrong.
What
You've
does
gotten the ruling
facilitating
wrong
mean?
twice.
Tell me what it means. Tell me
The
facilitating.
legal definition of facilitating, according to Pam Bondi, is if they release him, we'll send
According
him
to
plane.
Pam Bondi. That's
Yes.
awesome. Yes. So
Yeah, I don't operate under this silly auspices, and that's what I don't like as a lie.
Hold on,
This is not-
Jonah, finish. Jonah, go ahead.
This is not how definitions from courts work. Is the administration can decide what the words mean based on whatever they want it to mean, to favor them the most based on a court order. What the court decided is facilitating means they need to make a reasonable effort to bring the person back, and they're not doing that right now. They remember there was like a reporter asking a question. He was basically just like shrugged it off and said, "No, fuck you."
So
Essentially,
what do you want
publicly.
them to do? You said you want them to use an
tons of
order
things
from
they
El
could do.
Salvador?
I'll let you ask your question in a minute, Tyler. But
There's tons of things they can do. At the point where you guys are willing to admit that they're actually made a mistake in deporting this person to a foreign country without due process, which is required to give every single person, not citizen, person in this country, they could do a lot of things. They're paying them millions of dollars to house people in El Salvadorian prison right now. I don't know, maybe cancel that fucking money first. That's like a very obvious first step. Second, they could make public statements to say, hey, we want to bring this person back. And third, like if all else fails and they absolutely will bring them back, send a fucking SEAL Team 6 in there. I don't give a shit. We deported someone without due process and the court ordered that person to
So
return.
none of that is
I don't think that's like
You have
all
no
that
idea
stuff-
what the
all
legal
that-
definition of facilitated and
you got your legal definition from Pam Bondi, who already said that they have no intention of bringing them back.
You're saying that facilitate means send in SEAL Team 6 or cancel
Tell me.
unrelated contracts. You're
Go
fucking
ahead, Gibbs.
retarded. You don't know
tell
what
me
you're
this-
talking about.
Go ahead, Gibbs. Tell me what facilitate means.
Don't worry, I'll look it up for you. We'll find out. But keep going
All right.
while you're arguing.
Thanks, buddy.
The Supreme Court laid this out in their ruling. They greatly explained
No,
it for you.
you told
If
me
you
what Pam
actually
Bondi
read
said.
it, I did.
Yeah.
The Supreme
Tell me
Court
what
told
Pam
you
Bondi
this.
said.
I'm saying the Supreme Court told you this. If you actually spent
Really?
more than 30 seconds doing research and 5 pages wasn't too much for you to read, you'd know what the Supreme Court said. You've got the ruling wrong twice on details so far.
I did
You
actually
didn't bring up the
read your
third
5
thing.
pages, and it was mostly schizo ramblings that had no understanding
You
of what
didn't.
the
It was
actual
all
law was.
cited at the bottom.
Yeah.
It was all cited at the bottom. I had brought up all the legal citations at the bottom. So the fact that you just hand wave off anything you don't like tells me you're just a dishonest partisan that really isn't to be taken seriously. So Shenandoah, do you have anything to say? Because I know you have some class and a little bit of fucking honesty to you.
Y'all want the definition?
Oh,
I'll give
don't
the
flatter me.
definition.
Don't flatter me. Don't flatter me.
You're very charming. You're a very charming
I'll look it
individual.
up. I'll look up how the court defined it in that case.
Well, I got the definition if you
It was
want
in
it.
my
real quick.
citation document.
Oh, give the definition.
Yeah,
Sure.
so there's 3 definitions. Only one of them really applies because the one's criminal law. But I can go through to make the occurrence of easier, to render less difficult. Criminal law is to make the commission of a crime easier. Facilitate the commission of a certain offense that may therefore be forfeited. The final one is mediation, to use techniques designed to improve the flow of information between parties to a dispute. So I don't know if the other 2 really apply there, but now we know. There's your legal definition.
SEAL Team 6 apply. Or canceling an unrelated contract based on Venezuelan citizens going to an El Salvador prison. We can now cancel that unrelated contract because an El Salvadorian, we want him back from his home country? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I want
What you're saying
to.
is
I have a
punish
question.
them. That's effectuate.
What's going to happen when we bring this guy back, though? Right? Because I get.
It's going to go through due process,
Mhm.
and then he's probably going to be deported again, if we're all being honest. And so,
okay.
but do you understand why that matters? Do you actually get it?
Oh, I understand. I get it. But
Do you tell me why that matters?
Well,
Tell me why
because
that matters.
you're going to want the precedent set going forward that it's we follow everything to the T, dot our I's, whatever. That's what we should be doing.
Correct.
And I would agree with
Do you think that's important?
I would agree with you that that's important, except for the fact that, I think Shenandoah's maybe got a better argument than you do in this case, because he's arguing that 2 wrongs don't make a right. I'm at the point now where I'm like, you know what? I don't give a fuck because y'all have done nothing for so long that I just want fucking results. And that may sound scary. It is scary that I'm at this point that I'm saying it. But like, dear Lord, nothing's been done and Trump solved the problem overnight. And then y'all are going, well, this is just crazy that an accident happened and we should go back, get this guy with SEAL Team 6 and bring him back so we can deport him again. Come on, bro. Like, do you see how ridiculous that sounds?
I do see how ridiculous you sound when you say that.
Cool.
You care about the
I
process.
I just quoted you.
But then you care about the process, but you don't care about the process. I don't like if you care about the process, you would want him returned to do it correctly, and then probably, and this is why I say probably, because it's not certain, because this is why we have due process to figure out if it's the correct decision. Probably get redeported, because if we just say, oh, it's probably going to be this result anyway, so let's just throw it under any law that like loosely applies, and then throw them out of the country. That can be done to literally anyone for literally any law if we start breaking this precedent.
Yeah, I will say.
What is the answer to that? I guess I asked Jonah's side earlier about what makes Trump different. Let me ask your side, Gibbs. Are you worried at all that this will set a precedent going forward based on Trump's other comments, such as that he wants to pay not Bukaki, Bukele to build more prisons so that he can start sending citizen criminals to there, right? Do you worry at all that this kind of ignoring of precedent, ignoring of the Constitution, ignoring of due process will enable further wrongs down the line?
I mean, sure. I mean, I worry about all sorts of things, right? Like, I've brought Doge before. I'm not really a big government guy, and I'm concerned not with so much how Doge is being used now, but who's going to use it next, right? Like, so, yeah, I have concerns about all sorts of shit, right? However, when I sit here and these are the arguments being made, I mean, first I've heard for years how terrible corporate mega prisons are, right? You know, here in the United States. Next, you know, I'm hearing Trump say we might send people overseas and they're going to be tax-funded payers, prisons over there. Yeah, I mean, all of these sound fucking terrible. But, you know, here's the issue, though, is that this is about immigration that we're talking about. And, dear Lord, all these people came here illegally. It's hurting ag. It's hurting people on the day-to-day basis. All these crimes are preventable. And these people got to go, and we're sitting here arguing about this.
You've been fighting shadows this entire debate. Nobody. Number one, Abreu Garcia is not the one that killed your ex-girlfriend's sister or whatever. Cool. First of all, so that's number one. You're just blaming a random illegal immigrant on another random illegal immigrant. Okay. Good job dehumanizing literally all of them. Number two, you just placed arguments. Okay. You just missed. Yeah, you did. Number two, right, that's you just placed all of these arguments that the Biden administration did and said, you guys are defending this. You have no idea what I defended.
I don't have.
You're just assuming that because I'm
hold on. I gotta answer that.
All of you.
He's lying.
Oh my God.
Do I have to mute people
today? Do I have to mute people today? Are we going to be good? Are we going to go one at a time? Cool. Finish up, Jonah, and then I'll let Tyler respond. Go ahead.
And number three, you are saying that, all these illegal people are coming in, we just need to enforce the law, whatever. But then you agreed to the argument that there should be due process. Then you're just trying to weave around it by justifying, we need to do something about it. We need to do something quickly. When you yourself said that we should do something to rectify this current situation and have no justifications why they aren't trying to do that right now. If you think due process is important, they should bring him back. You agree that they have the power to bring him back. And so I have no idea what argument you're trying to make besides just scrolling out of a very obvious.
Well, I would like to respond to this. I'd like to respond to this.
Let me get because you got four fucking incorrect statements that I want to jump out. One, there was no Supreme Court hearing. It was an emergency meeting. Two, they never said return anywhere in the document. You just made that shit up. Three, you're mischaracterizing what they actually wrote in the document. They warned that it's effectuating that you're advocating for. All the suggestions you gave were effectuating, not facilitating. All those things were Article 2 overreach. So you're ignoring what they actually said in the ruling to make up your own ruling. You are getting this completely wrong, and it's resulting in you actually shadowboxing Ghost and telling Gibbs he's getting it wrong, who's actually giving you factual information as well as his anecdotal personal story.
You have no idea what facilitate means. You have no
I just gave it to you. It's in my fucking document.
Tell us what Pam Bondi said, retard. Hello.
It's in my document. I'm not playing your fucking quiz. Look, I let you fucking talk. Hold on, shut up. I let you talk and Gibbs request. Shut up.
Hold on, let Tyler. Hold on, let Tyler go. Tyler finish. And then
it's in my document that you didn't bother reading. You asked me for something as a pop quiz on the spot. That's a fucking stupid debate tactic. All you've done is
I can quote the Supreme Court statement to you.
Shut up. All you've done, would you just shut the fuck up for 5 seconds? All you've done is misquote the Supreme Court. I gave you all 4 statements on how you misquoted the Supreme Court. And all you say is you're retarded and switch the subject.
Let me read something from their statement.
No,
Let me
I am
read
not
word for word.
After he's done,
Shut
hold on,
the fuck up.
hold on, both of you. Tyler's gonna finish, and then after he's done, I'll let you read that quote if you
What a
like.
cunt, dude. So we
So
have
upset.
this disputed in
Relax,
the past.
buddy.
We have this disputed in the past. Quit gaslighting me, you fucking virgin. We have this disputed in the past. We can see that this easily falls under, and as you said, the Supreme Court did give a ruling on this, but it still, I think, falls under the harmless error rule, because at the end of the day, this person was going to end up in El Salvador. Whether Pam Bondi was right, we bring him, or we just do the paperwork, and now that he's in a terrorist organization, he's been adjudicated 2 times to be a member of MS-13, which is a terrorist organization. His withholding order was invalidated at that point as soon as they became a terrorist organization. Once that happened, all it took was paperwork, not a hearing, but that is what's suggested. I tend to lean more toward Andy McCarthy's side, that they should have taken a hearing, but at the end of the day, he's going to end up back in El Salvador anyways. There's no fucking endgame where he doesn't go back to El Salvador. He's a violent terrorist criminal, and standing up for him
We don't
not
care
only
if
makes
it's-
you look
we don't
stupid,
care.
it
We're
makes
not
you
standing
look
up
like
for
you're
him.
anti-America,
Hey,
and that's
hey,
why
buddy.
you can't win a fucking
Hey,
election.
buddy.
Just to be clear,
Buddy,
just to be
buddy.
clear, we're not standing up for him. We're standing up for the actual process that we want
Correct.
to see upheld, because we're obviously concerned. Yeah, I mean, like,
You screamed at me when I tried to say that. I think you're just like overly
You're a
emotional,
fuckface.
like
he
you
just
typically
he,
are.
he just likes me. He just doesn't
You're
like you.
respectful, and you
I
actually
think-
let
I
it
think-
engage in the
I
points,
think-
not just
I think
repeat
you
the
get
same
super-
thing
Hold
over
on,
and
get
over.
super mad, super quick, and you need to chill, so.
hold on. Everyone just, I like the energy, but take it down a notch, just a notch, okay? Let's I mean,
Effectually,
we're
what he's
all- we're
arguing
all
here is
friends here.
National
Why do we-
sovereignty doesn't matter. We should bully El
enough.
Salvador.
You've had your turn, Tyler. We're gonna give it to Shenandoah, and we're gonna give it to our friend Jonah here. Go ahead, and he can read his Supreme Court.
Well, actually,
quote.
Gibbs wanted to go. He
I
can
would
go.
like to get it in.
Yeah, because
Okay,
he did like
okay,
directly
Jonah,
address
you
it.
had a Supreme Court quote you wanted to read. I think.
Yeah,
now's the chance.
there is literally a direct quote from the okay. The district court properly requires the government to quote facilitate end quote Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador, and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. How could you possibly interpret that any differently?
Where does that
than
say
they
he
need
has to be
get him
returned?
back?
Hold on, let him finish. Go ahead, Jonah, please.
He was asking a question. It does not say he has to be
I'm
returned.
gonna read it again. I'm gonna read it again for you. If you don't interpret it as they are saying to get him the fuck back here, then I don't think you can read English. The
Okay, that's
district
not a counterargument.
the district court properly requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador, and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. There's no justification, or sorry, no world in which you don't interpret that as the Supreme Court is saying you need to bring him back here. That,
Oh, I
like,
just
that
did.
is insane, and you're just
I
like,
just did. I disagree with you, and your disagreement is you disagree with me, you're wrong, but you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You've misquoted the ruling 4 times now.
I just don't think you speak English. Like that's just
Yeah, I
so
just think
plain
you're a
text,
fucking
plain
idiot,
as day.
though.
Like,
I mean, let's
like,
just
how,
leave it
how
there.
could that? And
I think you're an uninformed, lazy idiot.
you're using the
Okay,
propagandist
okay.
mouthpiece Pam Bondi to like give whatever definition suits the
Okay, and you're just
administration.
reading
That's always what
headlines,
they're gonna
bro,
do.
because you don't know what the fuck you're
I
talking
just
about.
told you what the
4
direct
times
Supreme
now. I've
Court said
corrected
in the case.
4 times I've corrected you.
Oh my god, you're so dumb. It's unreal.
Okay, we're circling the drain on this. Let's give it to Gibbs and see what Gibbs has to say.
Yeah, so I was characterized as painting all illegal aliens the same, which is crazy because I've spoken many times on immigration, and I've always advocated for more immigration. In fact, with a secure border, right? Because I like immigrants, right? Immigrants are great. Some of my best friends growing up have been immigrants. One of them, for example, he came here illegally off the start, went back, got his proper pathway. He works 3 minimum wage jobs, has a Porsche, has a wife here now, is having kids. That's the fucking American dream, right? Like, okay, I'd rather we have 1 million of him than a trillion of these fucking lefty that never want to work. I'd rather have 1 million of them. So whenever he's going to sit here and say, I mischaracterize these illegal aliens, it's totally different. Sure, the guy that killed my friend, yeah, bad guy. Sure, this guy, Garcia, that beat his wife, bad guy, right? But I'm sorry, but if you all came here legally, you need to get deported. That's the rule. That's due process. That's the thing. What you're arguing about, yes. Oh, the
I didn't get
president.
due process.
Oh, cool. That's great. When you see an arguer say, hey, due process, what
That's not
Tyler's
what due process is.
Could you let me finish? Listen, I let you go. I'm going to go now. All right, and then you can go.
rambling.
What Tyler has been trying to say, well, it's not rambling. It's called
He just can't help
start
himself.
point
He's
A,
not
and we go to point B, then we go to C, and guess what? That equals D. Oh, amazing. Check it out. It's called line of thought. Now, so back to what Tyler's been saying. What he's saying is, hey, this guy, he committed the crime. He should have been deported under Biden after he beat his wife, right? But he didn't. Okay, so here, hey, we're going there. Due process wasn't followed in. Now we're here, and he's been shipped out to El Salvador. And you're going, yeah, the court said we need to bring him back. Cool, I'm not going to argue the technicalities of that, but let's just say hypothetically you're 100% correct, and he does need to be brought back. Well, you already admitted once he gets here, he's going to be pretty much deported right back. And your argument was A, send SEAL Team 6 in at risk of an international incident. Wow, that's real logical. Or B, hey, bring this guy, bring this guy back. Yeah. And we're going to have to spend more money on more court cases to get the exact same fucking result. Seems like some dumbassery to me, personally.
Declare war on El Salvador.
You realize, hey, Tyler and Admiral Gibbs, you realize that's not what would have to happen, right? They could pick up the phone and call tomorrow and he'd be sent back.
That's what you said, right?
Because you're a fucking idiot. Hey, Tyler, as an insane hyperbole, which I know you don't understand because you don't fucking read or speak English.
You're asking them to declare war on El Salvador and saying that's
not what I said.
You okay? Stop.
Hey, retard. Not what I said. I said they could pick up the phone tomorrow and get him back. But I'm saying in the immense version of hyperbole, if we accidentally deported someone and they refuse to bring that person back, then yeah, we should probably go try to get that person. But that's not obviously going to be necessary. You could pick up the phone literally right now, call him, and he'd be on a flight tonight.
We should still bring someone back to deport him again. That's what you're advocating.
Hold on. Let me ask.
Correct. Yes. Correct.
To Shenandoah and Jonah's side real quick, because I'm very curious.
Okay.
Because I want the audience to kind of understand what you mean when you say they're not getting due process. So how precisely is Donald Trump's administration violating, in your opinion, the due process of the people that they're deporting? Because I'm assuming you think it's more than just Garcia, correct? Or are you saying that it's just in this specific case? Or is your argument that it's a more broad violation of due process? I'm curious.
I could believe that there are other violations of due process, but I will be transparent and say that I don't know about those other cases as well right now, so I'm not gonna speak on those just at this time. But yeah, as I understand it, there was essentially an error with the Garcia case. They used the wrong law. They didn't properly resolve his withholding order, which said he can't be sent to El Salvador. He got sent anyways. The Supreme Court was like, hang on a minute. And then the Trump administration is not properly trying to facilitate the return. Even a little. We don't even have to bring the SEAL Team 6 stuff into it. I kind of doubt that there's even been a serious phone call, to be honest with you, to be congruent with this Supreme Court decision. And I also wanted to throw in something that due process is a burden on the government when the government wants to act and punish somebody either through say deportation or incarceration. Failing to enforce a law is not a failure to do due process per se. Due process really matters when the government is actually doing something, especially if it carries risk of punishment. And so I don't really think there's an equivalence between not enforcing the law, which is still a bad thing, and skipping important steps in a legal process. Does that make sense?
It does. Let me ask you this, right? One of the things that the Supreme Court has ruled on is that there has to be a chance for those who are being deported to have habeas corpus, or in other words, a chance to answer to the charges levied against them. The government's accusing them of a thing, and they have to be able to refute that. They have to be allowed time. In response to that, the government has said that they're going to give these deportees, deportationees? I don't know. Deportees, I think.
Yeah, deportees.
Yeah, they're going to give them 24 hours to respond. Is that, in your opinion, and I want to ask this to Tyler, actually, to Tyler and to Gibbs, is that enough, in your opinion? Is 24 hours, would you consider that enough due process?
No, I think that if the legal theory that they're talking about is correct, which I tend to lean toward personally, I think that he needs, a couple of weeks to appeal before he gets kicked. Yeah, I don't think he was afforded the same...
It's not just him. They're talking about deportees in general, right? Because that's why they've frozen deportations from anyone being deported under the Alien Enemies Act.
Yeah.
You understand that, right? The Supreme Court put out a hold on that.
Yeah.
They-
Did I
they
message you
no
that
longer
question?
allowed-
I think the AEA is unconstitutional, at least that part of it, based on advances in laws that we've had, especially specifically the 1994 Clinton torture policy.
To be clear, then, you are against the way that Trump is doing these deportations.
The AEA ones, I'm
That's
against
a
them. at
significant
face
portion
value,
of
yes.
them.
No, it's only like 100 or 200, isn't it? Garcia was deported under the IEA, or what is it? The 1952.
No.
Again, we're
No.
just talking about.
He was.
False. He was
was.
supposed to be. He was supposed to be.
He was.
But they did the wrong law, and that's part of why he doesn't have due process.
So
It's because they
the
cited
court-
under the AEA. Hey, Tyler, when someone's talking to you that actually knows what the fuck they're talking about, why don't you listen instead of talking?
When that person starts fucking talking, I will.
Hey, retard, shut up. When they tried to do it under the IND, or whatever the fuck it's called, and they misdid it under the AEA, and they made a mistake. They followed up and said, we made a mistake, we meant to do it under the other law. And that was part of the reason that the court is demanding them to come back.
So they made a mistake, and then what did they do? They switched the law and deported him exactly how I fucking said it, right?
No, they
Because that's
deported
how
him
he's
under
deported.
the wrong
I'm looking at
law.
the legal document right now.
They deported him under the wrong law, Tyler. That's why
He was
the court has
deported
decided
under the
that he needs to
INA.
come back and be tried under the correct fucking law.
Okay,
tried
while
him-
they're looking,
they tried him
I'll-
under the
you
wrong
want me
law.
to answer that?
I want to know Gibbs' answer to this question.
Yeah. So, okay.
If you remember the question I asked, I don't know if you do.
Yeah. So as far as wow. Okay. Yeah. So here's my thing. I get the process. I get the due process. I get it's scary, right? It's just it comes back to kind of what I've been saying all earlier. Like this has been a problem that's needed to be solved. And 60% of Americans think, according to a new poll, think that this is a problem that needs to be solved and they approve of it happening, right? And it comes down to how fast Trump has done it. Really. And yeah, sure, some things are gonna get fucked up. So yeah, I would say I approve of it because guess what? It's been goddamn my entire life that we have been bitching about this border down here being a problem. And guess what? No administration, Republican or Democrat, has done enough. Trump gets in there in over one fix. And it's like, hey, we're going to kick these people out. Mistakes might be made. But you know what? I think I am okay with it. It
Gibbs,
sucks.
why don't we just nuke Mexico then? That'd be really fast, right? It'd be really fast
Why
to
would
solve
we
the
do that?
problem.
Why would we do that?
Because
Why would we do that?
you are disregarding any consequences
Why do
to
you
going
hate this?
quickly. You yourself said that you care about due process, but they're going fast, so I guess it's okay. So you don't care about the consequences of going quickly.
Well, and like you
not
care
even
about
remediating
you don't care
and
about the
solving
consequences.
problems of
You
going
don't care about
quickly.
the consequences either because what
Yes,
you're
I do.
because
Yes, I do.
what you're enabling
You
right
have
now.
no idea what my political takes are. You have no idea.
I
You've
don't
never
care.
seen me before.
I'm just basing it based off this, and basically all what you've said so far is, let's then steal Team 6, and you know what you're also indirectly doing since you're talking about the consequences by the current policies that have been in place under Biden and previous presidents. We basically had wage slavery occurring, and I guess you like slavery because that's what these illegal aliens are being used for. They're used for slavery in ag industries by major corporations that pay them under the table. And this is what
You're
you're a
derailing
fan
to an
of.
irrelevant.
No, it's
you're
totally
derailing to an
relevant.
irrelevant
It's totally relevant.
conversation.
No, it's
not
absolutely relevant
The
because all these
conversation is
people are
whether the
victims.
deportations
Because all
are
these people are
justified.
awesome victims.
Are they
And guess what?
justified?
If they weren't being sitting here being under this illegal status, then they wouldn't have to be suffering under all these other problems.
Yes, we
And
should
that's
do
a
more about human
consequence
trafficking.
of that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good
I
job.
know. I guess
They
you're a
stop
fan of
breaking the law and leave.
Yeah, they need to stop
Why don't
breaking the
they
law,
just leave?
leave, and they come back to
Just
normal.
leave. Stop breaking the law. Just leave.
Yeah.
Turns
Well,
out,
the-
it
hold on.
turns
Okay,
out
yeah.
everybody gets due process. Everyone.
Oh.
Illegal immigrants,
Yeah,
legal
can I
immigrants,
ask?
every
Yeah,
person.
Yeah,
that
just
gets-
not
break
the
law,
Americans
they
that
go
get
to
killed
court.
by
Why
them,
don't they just
apparently.
stop breaking the law first? How about
Gibbs,
just leave?
I have a question for you. Okay, so because your argument here seems to be, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but your argument seems to be that illegal immigration was a huge problem.
It's been a
They had
problem.
far too many. No one was doing anything about it. It was causing too many problems. So you're okay with some violations of the law in order to get it done. Correct? Is that your argument?
I would, but you have to combine one other thing, which is the border security is wrapped up in the illegal immigration because
Gotcha.
they go hand in hand.
I understand. Would you agree that school shootings are out of hand? It's a problem, correct?
No,
School shootings are totally fine, just a natural.
Not enough
thing?
for him.
they're not out of hand. I mean, the ratios that are crazy. It's just a hot button talking point because anytime kids die, it's sad. But the ratio of your likelihood of getting shot in a school shooting is significantly lower than the risk of not having guns for a tyrannical government, in my opinion.
Under the
I am
FBI
curious. I didn't expect that answer. Right? That
Under
does
the
kind
FBI
of
study,
kill my argumentation, but let me go through
fucking
it.
good luck,
Let me go
Rick.
through it anyway, just in case you were a normal person, right? Who would agree, and I think most of us would agree that one school shooting is one too many. It's a serious problem. It's a
I agree,
serious
but that
issue.
doesn't mean it's out of hand. You asked a different question. You're shifting the goalpost.
Well, that's what he just said he was doing. But okay, go ahead.
So if there's an FBI study that was done over 20 years on this, and what it said was about 4 in 50 million kids under the age of 14. I think it's 4 out of 100,000 under the age of 14 die from a school shooting.
The reason I asked this question is to ask this one: would you be okay with the government, in order to stop school shootings, banning guns, violating the Second Amendment, to do that and to go quick?
Well, I mean, obviously with a come and take it flag, no, I wouldn't be okay with that. But here's the difference. Here's the difference, and this is a big one. And maybe it doesn't matter to you. I know it's going to matter to him quite a bit. But it's the citizens versus non-citizens, and versus people here that are here illegally.
So a citizen school shooting is significantly better than an immigrant.
Well, I would say that citizens should be getting more
I do
rights.
think a school shooter is a worse person than a legal immigrant.
Sure, I agree with that as well, probably. I agree with that statement as well. However, all of the illegal alien crimes, any issues, accidents, burden on our healthcare system, all these things are 100% preventable. As far as
so are gun crimes.
So gun crimes are not, because guns aren't. This is where false equivalency, right? Because the Bill of Rights guarantee. I'm going to tell you. The Bill of Rights guarantees the Second Amendment, right? It guarantees the right for guns for all citizens.
Also guarantees due process.
Yeah, well, cool. Here's the Bill of Rights, though. It's applicable specifically to citizens. If you're an illegal alien, you might not necessarily be able to own guns.
Shit.
Yeah, I don't care.
Illegal
Because
immigrants
guess
are
what?
covered under the Eighth Amendment and the Fifth
Citizens
Amendment.
get special. No, listen, I get it, Wick. Listen, citizens get special privileges. I don't care that the Eighth Amendment here, one of these illegal aliens might have gotten this guy got deported, and then comes back and he's going to get redeported. I don't care if it's substantively going to be the same result. I do care about, we're going to take our guns away, and then the next month we have some kind of color revolution here. I mean, that would be real bad. Or, oh no, next month the Nazis take over. Yeah, that'd be real bad. And I wish we had our guns, because guess what? As an American citizen and as a Texan, we've already fought 2 wars over this. So,
Gibbs, can you not foresee negative consequences of the government being able to violate due process in the long term for people if they wanted to be tyrannical, for example? Could you not see problems with that?
Is this applying to exact citizens only, though? Because if it's not applying to citizens, once again, don't care.
It applies to everyone in this country.
So
Gibbs,
this illegal alien was a citizen. Is that what you're saying?
Let's give
But
Shannon Joe a chance.
it doesn't matter if it's just citizens or not.
Hold on,
It doesn't matter. It's not violating the Constitution.
It's not a citizen, right?
Let's give Shannon Joe a chance. Shannon Joe.
I have an honest question, Gibbs, because we've talked about this a few times now, and this is like a very common argument that you make. What rights do non-citizens have in your book? Like, if they don't have to have habeas corpus, if they can be like deported, or imprisoned just on a suspicion, they don't have a right to the Second Amendment. All these things are things which, for a very long time, we believe that they have had. Like, where does it stop? Like, what? Like, can we just kill an illegal immigrant? I mean,
No.
No.
Okay,
I can
that's
tell
fine.
you this. I could give you the exact
good.
answer of where it stops, because this has been in the law
Because-
since 1952.
Due process.
Because
apparently,
my
is
understanding of the
outside.
law is that illegal immigrants do have the Constitution does apply to them to some limited extent. Like, obviously they don't have the right to vote or something, but they do have the right to habeas corpus and stuff.
Well,
like that.
some
things,
counties are in some lefty counties are over there giving illegal immigrants rights to vote on as
You
well.
answer the
So that's
question
a
and not
problem.
deflect,
At a
please.
local level,
It's not a
but
deflection.
that's also-
It is a problem. It's
Answer
a
the
problem.
question.
Hold on. It is a
You're having
problem.
a fucking one-on-one. Shut up.
Yeah, here's the thing. That is a problem, and it's not a deflection. It's just another example of giving rights away that should be only for citizens. So whenever you're asking what specifically, no, I don't think you should be. You should have some human decency. You should have most due process. But if we're gonna have the same result, I don't see an issue here, right? I don't think we should be sending them to. I don't know.
How do you determine if it's
torture.
going to be the same result, Gibbs? How do you determine that? How do you determine it?
I don't condone sending anybody to Torture Island, but I don't think an illegal alien has a right to a gun, right? I don't think that means they have a right to a gun.
Are we just praying to God and saying, give me the
I'm
results?
trying to answer Shannon Doe's question. I don't think an illegal alien has a right
Hey,
to a
I'll
gun.
let Shannon
I
Doe
don't-
ask the question.
if the
How do you
gov- if
determine
you-
the results?
if-
Go ahead,
if-
Shannon.
if you're a
Let me
person-
talk besides you, dude.
if you're a
I
person-
fucked up.
if you're a person who's like an immigrant, right, or say you're an alien, or say you have a visa and you're here on vacation, you're basically here at the whim and the goodwill of the country. If the country decides they don't want you here, they should have every ability within their right to say goodbye. America is for Americans, and we would love you to be here, but hey, sometimes people got to go. I don't understand why that's controversial when every other country in the world has the same opinion of that.
Can I ask you this, Gibbs? If the government decided, you know what? Because you agree it should be on the whim of the government, right? The government should just be able to deport whoever that's here illegally, whoever they want, right? What if they wanted to deport only the Jews that were here illegally?
Negative.
That'd be okay?
It's two auspices that they go under. It's the Passport Act of 1926 and the National Security Clause of the 1952 Immigration Agreement. It has to interfere.
I'm asking if Gibbs would be okay with that morally.
Oh, okay, gotcha. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, not with like a specific ethnic group. I wouldn't want to be like, yeah, let's just get rid of the Jews.
What about
like that.
they only let the hot women stay? Everyone else gets deported.
Oh, you're talking me into it.
I'm in.
Yeah, we knew that was coming.
Yeah.
Ooh, especially the big booty Latina.
I'm just trying to figure out where your line is here.
I mean, that's like
Open,
that. Yeah,
open
you know what? I
borders
mean,
for women only.
yeah, let's we have a guy at the what is this? The guy? What was that fucking show, movie? Ollie G. We're gonna have someone at the immigration thing determine how hot they are, whether or not they can come in. Yeah, I mean, sure, let's do it. I don't care.
Gibbs, how do we determine if the result's going to be the same or not?
Yes, that is a good question. I second that.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, once again, in this case, I mean, it's a case-by-case thing. And in this case, we know the guy was beating his wife and should have been deported under Biden, but wasn't. So due process wasn't followed there. So, yeah, I would say same result.
When things are case-by-case, shouldn't there be some like process that's due to those people that make sure that they get the same standards applied to them?
Do you think that these people, like, okay, how do you think this is working for the most people? How do you think this works? Because what a lot of these people are is they've already been released from their first hearing, right? And now it's just basically the sentence hearing. They're going to kick them out. But you know, the judges, there's not enough judges. There's not enough people picking them up. There's not people.
Assuming there's
so if they've done that already, do you have a problem if they're already just going to get kicked out? And going, okay, we don't need to give you 30 more hearings to determine that you need to get kicked out. We already know you're illegal. Like, I don't understand why you want to just waste taxpayer dollars. We should streamline the process of anything.
Okay. Assuming there's thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of cases, right? That each one is a case-by-case basis. Each one has different facts. Shouldn't there be some standardized process that each one has to go through to make sure we're being fair to everyone?
Yeah, and it should be streamlined because it's not efficient currently.
Okay, so should Abrego Garcia have gotten that standardized process?
Yeah, he should have been kicked out under Biden. You're absolutely correct.
That's not what I asked you. Should he have gotten that process?
But yeah, he didn't. They didn't follow that process. You're absolutely correct. They should have kicked him out under Biden whenever they found out he was beating his wife and he was here legally.
So should we?
So you agree that the process? You agree the process was followed, then, correct?
Gibbs, what if it came out? What if it came out tomorrow?
Wait. You agree the process was followed, then, right?
No. What if it came out tomorrow?
So what part of the process was followed then?
I'm gonna ask you a hypothetical that I think you'll be able to engage with.
Well, no. Why don't you answer that question?
What if it came out tomorrow?
You keep bringing up Abrego Garcia. Well, I've already answered like 6 of yours.
Okay.
What part of the process
stop. All of you stop because again, you're all just trying to ask each other questions. Here's the order we're gonna go. Gibbs, I'll let you ask your question first. You can answer it, Jonah. Then then you'll have to answer his question as
well.
Sure. Okay.
I want to ask Shenandoah a question.
You won't answer it,
we're gonna get to you guys.
Wait, I asked a question?
Ask your question, boys.
Ask your question.
I'm like half here.
Yeah, so you agree that you're a big fan of the due process and everything, and you agree after he was busted and a restraining order was filed that he was beating his wife, that this man should have been deported because he was not someone here that we would want. It's here. They're already here illegally. Would you agree process wasn't followed then?
I'm not going to give my take on the facts of the case, as in, like, was he beating his wife? Was he not beating his wife? That's why we have courts and due process.
Well, they already determined he was beating his wife.
My only statement is that we should have been due the process that everyone else is due. It is not my place.
We should have deported them then.
I frankly don't have enough time in the day to look up all of the facts about his personal character or not. I don't care.
How convenient! How convenient! So you want me to hold on? So you want me to? Yeah. So you want me to hold it? Hold on. So no, you don't care about the process though with this argument.
I do. I only care about the process in this case.
So then why don't you care about him not getting deported in the first case when it was his first time after he was beating his wife?
If they followed the correct procedure and then decided to deport him, and then they, even if he was able to appeal, and they all determined that, oh yes, the correct process was completed and you got your due process and you should be deported, then sure, go ahead and deport him. But what I'm saying is that wasn't followed. That was not followed.
That was not followed. You're right.
Okay, time for my question.
Okay, now Jonah can answer. You can ask your question to Gibbs, and Gibbs, you got to answer it.
Sure, I'll answer it.
Hypothetical. Say it comes out tomorrow that Abrego Garcia was set up for someone. All of the facts against him were like planted and placed against him. The cops
Hillary Clinton
were
did.
like
Hillary
dirty.
Clinton
The
did.
cops
This
were
one helped.
the cops were
Hillary
the cops
Clinton
were
set
dirty.
him up.
Yeah,
There
the
you go.
cops were dirty and lying and whatever, and he's actually innocent. He's just like a family man, whatever. And that comes out in one of the later hearings when they're bringing up new evidence. Or maybe someone comes last minute and is like, actually, I have the case that the evidence that will solve this case or make sure he's innocent. Do you want to make sure that there's opportunities for all of that to come out? And if that comes out right now, would you be okay with us using every measure to go back and get Abrego Garcia?
Well, that would be very impressive if all those things happened. I don't know, Hillary Clinton somehow going back in time and bribing his
Use
wife.
her succubus powers.
Using her succubus
Answer the
powers.
question. It's
Yeah,
a hypothetical. Answer the question.
I am answering it. She went back in time, used her succubus powers to convince his wife to file this thing, saying he was beating and scratching her,
It's a
and
hypothetical,
somehow
please.
convince the court to do this. Yeah, I mean, in that case, I would, I guess. Love to see the scientific proof of time travel, and I would love to see the scientific proof of
Answer the
demons.
answer the
It would
question.
be
Answer the
very
question.
interesting to see. I would love to see that. Yeah, would like every opportunity to see Hillary Clinton's demon time traveling skills. Because
I never said Hillary Clinton.
yeah, well, yeah,
I never said that. I asked you a hypothetical that you're not engaging with. Answer the question. Would you be okay with bringing that person back by any means necessary? Should we bring him back and try him?
Yeah, no,
under
I
due
don't.
process?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to condone sending SEAL Team 6 into another country to
Okay.
violently break
Should
out.
we cut
Hold on,
into
I'm answering your
full
question.
funding, for example?
To violently break him out of prison for like when he's not even a citizen after he should have been deported in a previous case.
What
No.
if Tyler was kidnapped by El Salvadorians and held in a
Help me!
El Salvadorian prison?
Help me, Gibbs!
Well, I say
Would
we
you be okay with sending SEAL Team 6 to rescue him?
Well, I say that we follow the same
You better be.
precedent. Yeah, I mean,
It's
you're
not-
not
You're
gonna
a
like-
citizen.
You're
That's
not
for
gonna
war.
you're not gonna like
Gibbs
this,
did not
Tyler.
answer the question.
I'm gonna
I
say-
answered this question. He did
Tyler,
not answer the
I'm
question.
not gonna. You're not gonna like this, Tyler. I'm gonna say
Okay, wait.
we give him the same treatment that we gave to the U.S. citizens held by Hamas. What do you think?
Gibbs,
Okay.
what was your answer to that question?
I was getting
Should
hacked
we-
up and
should we-
put in a block.
Should we bring him back and give
No,
him due
we
process? If it
we
comes
should
up?
absolutely. If Tyler, an American citizen, was held in another
That's not
place,
what I asked.
absolutely, SEAL Team 6 get his ass out.
That's not asked.
Okay, well,
Should we bring- if
he
Abrego
is-
Garcia
you
is
are
proved
failing to
innocent
answer
tomorrow,
his question, Gibbs, but
Should
that's okay.
should we?
I
Go
mean,
get him?
I answered his question. I mean, like his question.
No, you
Okay, sure. Your hypothetical is if it came out that somehow his wife lied and all the physical evidence didn't exist. Yeah, I guess sure we should go unconvict the previous case. Like that. Yeah, that.
Great.
Cool.
Do you know how often late term evidence shows up in cases like this? It's more often than you would think.
Mm, yeah, I mean,
It's not that often, right? But it
here's the
happens.
deal.
And
If
this is
you're
why-
if
this
you're
is-
here,
This is why we have.
hold on.
This is why we have due process.
Hold on,
right?
hold on. Are you advocating that we should allow suspected terrorists into our country? Just like I hate to be a dick, but if
No,
you're not
there are
American,
different standards for
if you're not an
terrorists.
American citizen and you want to come here and it's suspected you're a terrorist and there's enough evidence that it's confusing that you might be, guess what? I don't want you here.
Okay.
Okay, real quick, can I jump in here?
There
Because
is a
this guy
message standard.
was arrested in 2019 and went in front of 2 different judges. One adjudicated he was a member of MS-13 and a danger to the public. The appeals court he went in front of after, that was the one that gave him the withholding order, also affirmed he was a member of MS-13 and
Then
a
what
danger
did
to the
the
It's
public.
court
it's two cases we'd have.
Well,
to-
that's 6 years later. So after that, he
separate
was
cases.
issued a deportation order for anywhere but El Salvador. This was in 2021 this happened.
And what
He
did
was
the
given
district court say?
Hold on, he was given 90 days to be deported. Nobody deported. The Biden administration
You're
left
picking and
him.
choosing.
So due
You're
process
picking and
was
choosing
followed.
which judges agree with you, and those are the ones you want to
Wait,
follow.
wait,
But
hold
the
on. So
district
you're
court
saying-
and the
I'm
Supreme
just
Court
following the
disagree with
chain.
you.
Yes, I don't have to give you every
Yes,
detail.
the people
We're
at the top
following
of the
one chain of
not
events.
to bring him
One
back and
chain
give him
of
due
events.
process.
Wait, hold on.
I'm
So
not there yet. I'm talking about 2021. You're talking about 2025.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
yes.
he wasn't-
okay,
wait, hold on,
okay,
hold
okay,
on.
okay,
So he
okay,
wasn't
enough,
deported
enough,
after
enough,
90
enough,
days.
enough,
That
enough,
was
enough,
before.
Stupid, dude. Holy
Enough,
fuck.
enough. We've circled the drain. Shenandoah wanted in. Shenandoah.
did. Oh shit. Hang on a minute. Wait.
Did you forget why you wanted in?
I did
You
want in.
failed
Oh,
me.
sh-
Okay. For the
I
second
know.
class
I'm
time.
sorry. I did fail you at this.
Um,
Well, because we were circling the drain, and now I'm like, oh fuck. I'm like, fuck.
Well,
You
that's,
know what?
that's
Actually,
why I'm
I'll
breaking.
save
you're,
my time for
you're,
a sec.
You're a circuit breaker, buddy.
Can I ask my question to
I am.
Shenandoah?
Please,
Go ahead.
actually, yes, because I was
Go
like,
ahead.
I was listening to that, and I was like, How the fuck? am I
That
gonna get
beautiful wave in your hair, is that natural? Or is that something you had to put work into?
God
in?
damn
What
it.
wave?
Okay.
Like this wave or
The
this
front,
wave?
on the front, in the
Wait,
front.
the front?
wait,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
how I
that's-
felt.
As a
right
wave
there.
haver myself,
I can
man, that
relate
is
to that.
beautiful.
DM him your grinder afterwards.
damn,
now
bro.
we're on a panel. We're gonna talk.
I
It's
appreciate it
fine.
kindly.
Conversations.
Though I'm not a homosexual, it's very nice of you.
I'm a waver too, dog. I understand the struggle.
Oh my lord, man.
Okay, enough of that. Okay,
Yeah, so
let's
same
let's
way.
get us back on track from here. Maybe this will help. Recently, it was shown, or at least a court has claimed, that in this process of deporting people, a 2-year-old U.S. citizen was deported with their mother against the wishes of their father. First of all, do we support this action? And second of all, do we think that this violates a father's rights to visitation, to custody if he had it? I'm not sure of the details of the case specifically. Do we worry about this? A 2-year-old citizen getting deported.
So this is going to be very callous, and this is comes from my time working at a family law firm. This is once again, nobody has cared about this issue for many years. There's a major problem that you deal with in family law, and oftentimes people have visitation. Right, the father doesn't get all his visitation in his office, and usually when I was working there, not all the time, but the majority of the time, this happened with the male half of a like a broken up relationship. Right, is the father would have less time, they'd get him on a holiday like Easter or something, and then they would take the kid and go to Mexico and leave them with the kid, the family in Mexico, right? And then we'd have U.S. citizens down there, and then like these moms be like, "Oh, I want my kid back," and it become a whole thing. And then they all like it would take them years to get their kid back through the system. And so now suddenly we care about this whenever we ship one out with the mom down there, but we didn't care about it for the last, I don't know, ever. But suddenly it's an issue once again. Sorry, don't care if the egg's cracked on this one. Y'all haven't cared about it ever before, but now y'all care. Now that we're getting fucking results from Trump, yeah, cry me a river, bitches. That's kind of my take.
What do the rest of you think? Okay.
Can I clarify? I don't know much about it. Was the 2-year-old was a citizen? The 2-year-old was.
Yep, the 2-year-old
Yeah,
was at
okay.
least the district court said.
There's been 5 developing stories, and I've been watching the 2 judge ones, so I'm a little scant of the
Okay,
evidence.
so
I
if you
actually
don't know
asked,
about it, that's
yeah, I
fine.
asked your chat to send me links so we could learn about it.
But basically, the evidence they presented. So what happened was in this case, and the district court said that he doesn't believe due process was followed in this case either, and so that's why the 2-year-old citizen got deported. The mother tried to call the father to kind of arrange things and figure out what they were going to do with the kid because she'd been apprehended and she was getting deported, like they weren't waiting. She was only allowed a minute on the phone before the ICE agent snatched the phone and hung up. They presented evidence in court of a handwritten note, and not initially in court because she didn't have court, right? But in the district judge courts when they had the appeal process and things like that, when her lawyers and her dad was trying to get her back, right? Or not her dad, her father, the dad of the citizen was trying to get her back. The note that the government presented was written in Spanish, and they claim it was her consenting to have the kid deported with her. But does a mom get to do that against the wishes of the father?
Generally in the U.S., it seems like that's the case with like custody disputes and such.
Yeah, that is generally the case. Women have.
That's above my head, man. That's out of my realm.
And like I said, once again, it comes back to this happens all the time where generally it's the father doing this on like special occasions where they get the kid and they're taking them across the border. But it also happens with women. I saw it all the time working at a family law firm, and nobody cares. Nobody's cared forever. Suddenly we're getting results, and now poo-poo. And also, I'm looking into the story, and Rubio says that he was sent with the mother to take care of, right? I guess I know that's a biased source, but it looks like further in the article I'm reading, it says basically that they told this guy, and it remains unclear what his citizenship status is, that he would also be arrested and deported. So it sounds to me like he's not legal either, and they would have been sending the child back with both parents if they had gotten the father. I mean, are y'all saying that we want to separate the 2-year-old citizen from them and keep the kid here and send both of them back, or what is y'all's proposal?
I want to broaden a little bit and just say that their intention with who they deport is pretty clear, and the statements that they make are pretty clear. they're choosing who to deport and doing it pretty selectively and pretty with a political goal in mind. There's a reason that they're separating families, for example, pretty consistently. They did it last administration. They're doing it even more now. There's a reason that they picked this 2-year-old with like a complicated family relationship to deport as well. They're not picking and choosing random cases. They're picking cases that, one, they think is the most gray area legally that they are trying to get away with. That's true with the Abrego Garcia case when they made a mistake and said, no, fuck you, we're not taking it back. And cases like this that are the most emotionally hard to deal with and like probably legally complicated, and just getting away with it to test the boundaries, to test the limits of what they can get away with. Because if they get away with this and the Garcia case and all these other things, then they can deport whoever the fuck they want. And no one's going to stop them.
The first sentence he said was right. They're obviously doing this with a political intent and goal. What that political intent and goal is clearly stated and pans out in the immigration data. They're going after people that were already subject to deportation after their due process hearing said that they were subject to deportation. For the most part, that's about 90 to 95% of the people that have been deported, based on what DHS is saying. And
we don't know if that's true for this kid.
We don't know yet.
But we don't
no,
know
this
that.
Is your anecdote. You are correct. But with this mother, again, like this is a custody dispute. It seems like not an immigration dispute. She was here illegally. She was deported. Now we're dealing with the custody of the child. She generally, if it was in a U.S. court, would get custody of that child. This is a little bit. That's a little bit over my head. I don't know.
Well, here's my question. Here's my question about that. Right? Is it's suddenly an issue? Why is it an issue now? Nobody on the left has cared about this issue before, and it's been an issue for decades. Because it's true. I mean,
you've said it now 4 or 5 times. Like, can we move past this point of the left has never cared about things that got brought up?
Hold on.
You don't know our positions on these things.
Well,
I do really care about these things, but you don't know that because you don't know who we are.
Well, okay, that's interesting you say that. I know that there's never been any legal action taken by the left, as far as I'm aware. I've never seen anybody.
Am I Biden?
Cool. Maybe it's not you then. Maybe it's generally the left. Which your representation of today, learn to debate.
And that's fine. And I would join you. And I would join you in critiquing that. But why are you using it in debate against us? I don't understand.
Because I'm talking about it, Papa. Let me talk. Here's the thing. This has happened. And just like Tyler said, it's a custody issue. It's happened for decades. And it's never been an issue until now. And the only reason they're bringing it up, because like you said, it's politically, but it's actually politicized from the left. Y'all are only bringing this up and nationalizing it as a news story and sensationalizing it because, it makes Daddy Trump look bad. We got to stop Orange Man. Whenever it's been happening for decades, and y'all never gave a shit about this happening to people here all the time.
They are taking their cases explicitly. And the reason they did child separation explicitly last administration and this one is because they want to make a statement. They want to be like the cruelty is actually the point because they want to dissuade people from coming over. You can claim that's a good thing, but what I'm saying is they're being cruel for that purpose. And they're doing cases like this to be cruel for that purpose, separating families.
I don't know.
Hold on. Do we agree with that? Overall.
No, because the Biden administration separated significantly more families than the Trump administration. Was that based on cruelty, or is it like I vote with these people, so I think that they're actually nice, and I'm going to give them all the faith in the world, and the people I don't vote with, I'm going to give them zero charitability at all? It's just hyper-partisanship. It's been happening since the Flores settlement.
They admitted that this is their strategy. They've admitted to the strategy.
No, if I do recall correctly, I do think they're not separating families now. Trump administration is leaving families together. That's why we lost 3 American citizens, is because we're keeping families together now.
Shenandoah, go ahead. You were trying to get in.
I was just going to say, I was fairly sure that I remember it being a big news story back in like 2018 that it was the explicit policy of the Trump administration to separate families. I don't think it was with the Biden administration. It might have still happened, but I don't think it was intentional. I think that's at least an important distinction, but that's as much as I remember about it. I don't know. It's been years.
There's no evidence anywhere that they've stopped doing family
I wouldn't think so. That's what I mean. Like I don't.
Why would they do the less cruel thing and reverse the policy? They say they're wrong from the past. They have not ever done that. They have done that with the fucking election.
Why would they do the less cruel thing? Because they're not evil.
They never say they're wrong.
Wait, hold on. Why do you think? Hold on. Let's just put that. Why is there family separation for the immigrants? Do we know why this is? I'll tell you why, because clearly you don't know. It's sex trafficking. A lot of times these kids are coming across and this guy's claiming it's their child, and it's one kid. They ask the kid, like, who is this guy? They're like, I don't know. We met him last week. And guess what? You're getting child trafficking, and so they have to separate them to find out, is this guy really mommy and daddy? But y'all don't care.
And they would put them back together once they realize it's actually their parents, right? that.
I
Oh
guess,
shit, they kept him
I
for
guess
years.
the less cool thing
fuck,
would be
holy
to, well, cool. I mean, the child can lie too, but we need to find out the information. I guess the less
But
cool thing.
everyone's lying.
I guess the less
There's
cool
no way
thing
of proving
would
it
be
then.
the less cool thing would be to allow this child be sold into sex slavery and get diddled the rest of his life, though.
Why don't we
But
just
hey, you're cool with
give-
that.
Why don't
Okay,
kids-
I got
why don't we
super
just
chat.
kill every male that comes across
Yeah,
the
that's
border?
the less
Nick?
cool.
Because
That's the less cool thing, I guess.
Let's not do any of that. $2 from Cameraman 502. And gang, come on. I know times are tough with the Trump economy, but keep sending these super chats in, right?
Bro, Wick's headphones broke. Help a motherfucker out. Get him
Yes.
some money.
2/3 due process, and this is from Cameraman 502. Says 2/3 due process equals 0 due process. Thank you for the $2, and thank you for the 500 bits in the Twitch chat. I saw you earlier, and you left because you didn't like this show, but that's okay. Thank you for the 500 bits. And here we are. Get them in, and I'll read them. But I guess the idea, right, and this extends beyond the border, right? But it does again focus on the border as well. That I keep hearing, especially from the left, is that cruelty is the point, and that the Trump is being excessively cruel in order to dissuade people from coming to the border. That's why they're sending them to the foreign gulag and CCOT, right? Like they're doing this on purpose in order to send a message, in order to get people not to come to the border because they know it's going to be bad for them if they do. Do we A, agree that's happening, and B, what do we think of it as a tactic?
It's framing. I don't think it's cruelty. I think it's showing that we're actually going to punish people for breaking the law the same way any other police force that cracks down on crime would. It's a deterrent for crime. Crossing the border illegally and being here illegally means if you're going to work or pretty much do anything besides sit in a house that nobody owns, I mean, just sit in the woods, you're doing something illegally every day by being harbored by somebody, by working, by all sorts of actions you can take as an illegal immigrant in the United States. So, at the end of the day...
Well,
Okay.
they say it's cruelty, right? And they're talking about separation, right? For one, I just brought up the safety issue for the children, which is actually more cruel. But let's bring up another one. If I have a DWI, I commit a DWI, and they convict me, right? Or they're saying, oh, they catch me in the act and I'm in jail and I haven't paid the bond. Do I get to keep my kids in the jail with me? No, they separate me. If I kill somebody, do they let me keep my kids with me? No. If I commit pretty much any crime that's otherwise that's not just a finable one, which illegal immigration is not just a finable one, they separate me. So is it cruelty or is it just following due process? Sounds to me like the following due process. But hey, what does this guy know?
Well,
Listen to
yeah,
Drew
just to be
Carey.
clear, that's
Drew
not just
Carey
like
will
we
tell
don't
you
want
the
to
truth.
incarcerate children.
Shenandoah, please.
Yeah, that's just because we don't want to like put children in jail. If we're talking about like deportation, where they get to still live freely in somebody else's country, then like yeah, it can reasonably make sense to keep a family together, assuming it is, of course, like their family. Like obviously, we don't want to have like a kid in jail. Like that'd be kind of weird. Like a Megamind situation.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good. But what I was gonna say is it cruelty? I mean, I think deterrences can like rise to the level of cruelty. I mean, cutting off a thief's hand in order to punish them for stealing is a form of deterrence that is, in my opinion, cruel, and that's something that we used to do in the American colonies. And is it a good tactic? I think it's producing its intended results, and I don't even necessarily mind the results per se because I'm not against securing the border. But I think, like, it's kind of the same thing with cutting off the hand of the thief. I just wouldn't be willing to do such a thing out of humanity, even if it was actually getting people to steal less. Especially because it'd be so damn hard to reverse. Like, if you're wrong, which does happen.
Well, let's talk about that, right? One of the things that the Trump administration has backed off on, because Jonah, you are wrong when they say they've never corrected themselves. They have on one. They've backed off deporting student visas as much, right? If you remember, the early reporting was that they were specifically targeting any student visa holder who had broken any law whatsoever, so like traffic tickets or jaywalking or something like
Did
that.
they admit they were wrong, or did they just stop doing it?
I think they just stopped doing it, right? But
Okay, there you go.
that's good enough for me, right? Like I'm okay with them just stopping. But it does seem to be. Well, I guess I'll pair it with this. We've seen poll after poll after poll come out recently showing that Trump is either even or in many cases underwater on the issue of immigration. Do we think that this is indicative that the public is turning against him when it comes to his stances on deportations and things like that?
I'm ready for this when the first page and a half of my document was all polling data. So when you look at the polling data, at first he was plus 10 on this, went down to plus 5. Now he's sitting around -2 on the RCP average. But when you look at polls that break up immigration and border security, what you see is border security still sitting at 60%. It's the immigration. Then when you go even deeper, again, I have all these polls in my source document. It's specifically about Khalil and Garcia and the information around them, which a lot of it is misinformation as well. Khalil, bye-bye.
Any other thoughts on this?
It's only misinformation if your IQ is at or below where Tyler's is, which is not
Good
not
one.
great.
Yeah,
but there's a reason we use these cases.
Hold on, let
Yes,
Jonah finish.
Obviously,
Let Jonah finish, please.
obviously, I'm going to tell you how. I've told you how the entire debate. You just haven't responded to it. There's a reason why these individual cases are super powerful. Number one, the majority of people actually have some sort of emotional intelligence, can relate and empathize with other people. There's this like awesome cell phone that the conservatives do, and they post that little graph. They're like, "Oh, we care about family more than other people." Blah blah blah. There's a reason these cases people empathize with them, and when people realize that these are real people and the things that are doing to them are wrong, and these people that are seeing what's happening could be next, and their neighbors could be next, and their friends could be next, then they start to go against it. When you just hear, oh, X thousand people were deported, you don't identify with those people. So of course it's going to be individuals that are the most important cases that are brought up, but these are the people that set precedent for future cases. So it's not just anecdotes, it's really important to the future of law in the country. A fucking Supreme Court case was held on one of these anecdotes. So of course it's important that we hear about these people.
That's not telling me how it's. Hold on, let me finish this because we were having a one-on-one. That's not telling me how I was wrong. You said I was wrong, and then you went
Yeah,
and
I did
just
that
gave
earlier.
your opinion. You didn't. You said you were going to address why my Khalil statement was wrong.
I did that earlier.
You were going to address why my Khalil statement was wrong, and all you went into was, I don't like it. It makes me.
I realized I couldn't.
People are going to get scared.
Okay.
People that don't read the laws are going to get scared. That's not an
I
argument.
realized I couldn't reason with a monkey who cannot read Supreme Court
A
documents.
judge ruled he is eligible for deportation. All they need is the Secretary of State to say it's 100% legal, which was my point. Yes, it is.
Do national security implications still require due process? If you're suspected of terrorism, do you still require due process?
Yes, and he has his due process.
Yes.
That's his right to.
He did not have his due process.
He did not have his due process. The process
he was deported
of appealing
on his legal papers. On his legal papers, he was deported under the wrong law. The wrong law. We're talking about
Khalil. I brought up Khalil, not Garcia, and you said how it's going to be wrong about Khalil. You don't even know the difference.
Yes, you know the difference. Obviously, I just said my bad, retard. Holy shit!
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm glad you guys.
Take it with grace. My God.
The whole context of what I was saying had nothing to do with Garcia.
So hold on. Okay. To answer your question, yeah, maybe legal precedent's being set here, right? I don't think it is indicative that people are turning on immigration because, one, like Tyler said, the polling data seems to suggest border security is pretty high. Before the election, 62% of people were saying, "Hey, we want these people out." I'm sure we're going to lose some people on the way whenever they see like, oh, somebody got left that they liked or this guy, whatever. I mean, there's always a sob story, right? And there's always a way to spin it. Sure. However, I don't think that the rank and file or the majority of people are going to be that upset about this, especially when you see how much he's accomplished on the border already. Like, it's crazy that I feel like I've been betrayed by the Republicans, actually, right? Because for the last 20 years, since I've been aware and like kind of following politics, right? I've known this has been an issue, and you voted for Republicans hoping they'd be tough on things. Some Dems back in the day, they voted for Clinton to be tough on it, and guess what? It still was an issue, right? And then today, it solved this problem overnight. It's crazy because it's been solved overnight almost, and I feel betrayed by Republicans because it's like, well, they could have done this the whole fucking time. And they didn't. And now I feel betrayed by and then the Duff even more so. At least they were honest about wanting to bring all these people in. But we could have stopped it the whole time. And now Trump's exposed that. And I think a lot of people are going, holy shit, what else is the Trump exposing that can be done here that's been lied to us and just people dragging their feet? And I don't think it's indicative. I think people are excited about it.
To be honest, I don't really think.
Hold on. How does that square with Trump's descending poll numbers. I
I
think
mean,
he's at a
I see competing
approval
poll
rating
numbers
of
now,
like
right?
39%, maybe less. at this
Sure,
point.
no.
46 right now.
It's like 40 something last time I checked. But yeah, it also depends on the polls. Like, am I?
Well, depends what you should check,
well,
but I
well,
see it. I see it
well,
pretty. I see
here's
it
also
like,
a thing.
One poll that has him
40.
under 40. Every other poll has him at 45. He's sitting at 46 right now in the aggregate.
Well, I mean, even
If I were to
then,
bet you,
even
if I were to
then,
bet you $1,000 whether that goes up or down in the next 6 months, would you take the bet that it goes up instead of down?
I mean,
I'd
Probably
say
not, right?
6 months. No,
Well, no,
I
because
think his
probably gonna go
economic moves
down.
are going to take longer.
it's probably going to go down. My
So I'm
prediction is
looking
probably
at
gonna go
the
down
I'm
into
looking at the
midterms, then
aggregate
probably up
from
as these
roll.
policies
Hold
take
on,
in
just real
hand.
quick. Just real quick. I'm looking at the aggregate from Real Code Politics, and it's at 42.
I'm looking at it right now. It's
Right.
45. Oh, you look. They're talking about just
It's
immigration.
total approval.
President
It's not total approval.
Trump job approval.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just
45.3%.
Man, we really are living in a bad information environment. We can't even get this shit
no,
right.
I'm-
Like, goddamn.
I'm-
I mean, regardless, it's still like less than 50% of
I'm
the
not
country.
wrong here, gang. I know they can't see
I just
it,
sent you
but
the
just so you
screenshot.
can
Maybe
see it.
I fucked something up. I just
Well,
refreshed the
They're
page.
regardless-
talking about immigration approval, not net
Well, yeah,
approval.
to immigration. Well,
That's
even
what I
then,
asked.
No, I'm
even
talking
that's at
job
48
approval.
points.
well,
Job
even
approval.
then, Wick. So even then, if you're talking job approval, right, you still have to look at it like this. So this is how I'm looking at it, right? 50% and arguably less than 50% of the country probably voted for Trump, right? So because we don't know everybody goes in there. Even then, people voted for Trump because it was like lesser of two evils. One, we had Laughing Kamal and we had old fucking evil Hitler Trump, right? Who are they going to vote for? I don't know, right? So they go in there, they vote, and they weren't happy. So of course, I'm expecting him probably to have between 30 something and 40 something. Like it doesn't really. I don't think that's indicative. I think as long as policies go, if they take effect and they go well, it'll go back up towards the end of his term. As it or not. We'll see in the mid part. I just don't think that it's indicative people are soured on this just because of a few sob story cases that some lefties are spinning. Sure, you might be able to do a spot poll and get somebody on the spot right outside the bar. Do you think that this is evil? This child got deported. Lord and Lord, they deport children, and then we find out both parents are illegal, and to keep them here, they would have had to fucking
Are you anti-sob
separate
story?
them. I mean,
Are you against sob stories?
no, I'm not. I'm not against them at all. But
Okay,
I'm just
you
saying.
used one at the beginning of
Well,
this
that's
debate,
cool. That
right?
would be why I said I'm not against them at all.
Okay.
And that's called,
All right, just making sure.
it's called tactics, and I'm aware of those. And guess what? I used one to illustrate my point. And guess what? They're doing the same
Didn't
thing.
illustrate
Your
anything,
friend's death
actually.
is a
Yeah, I
tactic?
did because it is a tactic. It's a true
It
tactic.
didn't illustrate anything, though.
It's a
All you
piece of
did was
evidence to prove my
instrumentalize
point.
your friend's death. It's not
very
evidence at all
sad.
because
And
it's
her
unrelated to the case.
her friends want me to use it as a tactic because the more
It's
people need to know
unrelated
what the fuck
to
is
the
happening
case.
down here, bro.
It's
I mean,
unrelated to the
it's
case.
absolutely
It's
not
unrelated
unrelated to
to
the case.
process. It's unrelated to
this
the
is
administration.
No,
It's
no,
just an illegal
no,
immigrant. It's the only
You're
similarity.
trying to make me look bad. And here's the thing, my friend, I
You're doing it
asked.
yourself.
Cool story, bro. Listen, Drew Carey, I don't give a fuck what you think about me. But one, I will say this: I fucking asked them beforehand, and when I talked to them, they were like, "Please do. More people should know about this kind of shit
It
going
don't
down."
care.
I'm
It
cool.
didn't-
I don't
it didn't
care. I'm
illustrate
not.
anything.
Listen, it does illustrate. It is just a fucking problem down here, and no one's gave a shit, and people are fucking dying, on a regular basis. And what your thing is? Oh, it's a tactic. Look how bad Faith Gibbs is.
Did
Oh,
I lose
look
it?
at me. I'm so good guy. Gibbs is so bad. He used his friend's death. Yeah, you know what? If I died because an illegal alien killed me, I would want people to tell my fucking story, asshole. Hey, it's really
So
simple.
Is that
It's
also
real
true
simple.
with people who died in school shootings? Would you want the same thing?
Cool. Let them tell their story. Let them tell their truth, bro. I'm not opposed
But
to
to
that.
instrumentalize it and to use it to pass gun control legislation, for
Well,
example, would you
they
be okay
can
with
try. They can
We got
try.
a
But
little-
once again,
little
come and take
internet
it.
hiccup.
that? Back?
You can still take and try, but come and take it.
Oh, it was. I think it was on your.
Okay, are we back?
Yeah,
I
we're
think
good.
we're back, gang. Give it a second for OBS to come back.
Or did we lose him?
It was just Wick's side. I think I was.
Oh,
fine.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're back now. Cool. Everyone good? Everyone can see me? Great. I feel
start
like I
back in the
didn't
middle
miss
of that.
anything at all, so keep going.
Yeah, I mean, someone's being an asshole over here and trying to make the argument that I'm using
All that-
someone's death for profit.
all that
Whatever, but we're trying to
anecdote
make people
proves-
aware of the violent things that are occurring here and the lives of American citizens dying, being ended.
All that anecdote does is that an illegal immigrant killed a person, and I'll even believe that I have no reason to doubt that happened. But that's all it proves. An illegal immigrant killed a person,
And that's one preventable
probably-
death. That's one preventable death.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
Oh,
one
good. So
preventable.
if they weren't
preventable
here,
death.
that person would be alive today. Are you arguing
If
that?
we completely closed our borders and let no one in till the end of time, no one would die from
nobody
illegal
said that.
immigrants. everyone would just die to legal immigrants, or everyone would just die to
or just
citizens
enforce
instead.
the illegal immigration instead of, like, I don't know, having them come to a hearing and then releasing them until that date, and then never showing back up again. Yeah, I mean, or just do that. Maybe enforce our laws.
I'm not going
due
to
process.
get derailed by. I'm not going to get derailed by the like demonization of illegal immigrants. They have lower crime rates than legal immigrants. And it's just like this is. Yeah,
that's and arguably that's not even true as well. Texas has put out a recent study saying that it depends on how you look at the data, because a lot of times they're not even allowed to ask if people are illegal immigrants when they're committing crimes in some of these states. So yeah, you're just making fake news as well.
Okay. Wonderful.
Happy to look at that.
Understood.
You want to correct that polling data thing?
Hold on, what?
You want to correct that polling data thing I sent you?
No, because I haven't seen the new stats yet. I'm checking to make sure you're not giving me a bad link.
Your last poll was dated for the 11th of April.
Yeah, these are the ones they've aggregated. I'm looking at the site right now.
We're having a source
I
off.
type in real clear politics, President Trump job approval, and this is what comes up.
I don't know. Maybe you have a filter on or something. Do you have filters going?
I don't know. Maybe I do. I'm just saying. I'm clicking. I'm clicking what I'm clicking. And
Yeah,
I'm
because you
getting
got nothing.
difference.
There's like 12 polls you're missing from the last 2 weeks.
Maybe I'm telling you, I could share my screen, but it doesn't matter.
New York
because
Times Siena is one of those polls. That's the number
It's
one.
that
poll in the
algorithm,
country.
bro. Your algorithm is trolling you.
Hold on, I think I fucked up. Okay, no, we're good.
Does
I was
this
just
does
doing in
this
and out.
does this matter?
It doesn't have
Does
anything
the approval
to do
rating matter?
with because again, it's still negative.
No, he just called me wrong.
I did also want to say earlier that
Go ahead,
mean,
Shenandoah.
like, due process is essentially a counter-majoritarian institution that we worked into our constitution, because it's one of those things where it's like, you know, if like a massive mob says like, hey, this guy is guilty and we want to kill him, I mean, like, they even might be right, but obviously it would make a lot more sense for the preservation of a republic to have due process and to make sure, like, we're going to actually put him on trial. We're actually, you know, and so on and so on and so on. Like, for me, to be honest with you, like 100% of Americans could love it. And 100% of Americans could love it. And I would probably be like, yeah, I think that's like against the Constitution. And I think that's bad. And I think it's also in the Constitution for a very, very good reason. Because I think even touching due process sometimes is it's a dangerous game to play. There's a lot of consequences that can come when you start saying like, hey, we're just going to cut a couple corners because we want to get something done. And like that's a consequence that might not realize itself immediately, but in 10, 20 years, like now Democrats are using it against you guys, and it's like, congratulations, you fucking played yourself.
Well, and
that's
the argument I'm the most.
It happens all the time.
That's the argument I'm the most sympathetic to, right? That you made right there is how someone's using it against you. The issue I'm having, right, is like just look at this the Garcia case, right? We brought this up a couple of times, right? He was supposed to be deported in 90 days, and they didn't deport him, right? And then something new happens, right? Now we're deporting. So the argument comes up, y'all like due process isn't followed. All right, that's the argument, right?
Right.
And so my argument is, well, it was not followed here. You should have already been gone. So now that whatever happens after that, I don't see an issue with due process not occurring because he's already gone. Hold on, he's already gone through due process. They've already determined he should have been deported. They should have just picked him up on the spot and just shipped him out. But no, instead now we got to go through another trial thing. Now we sent him there, and now they want us to bring him back. I'm sorry, I don't see that as a violation of due process.
If you're really libertarian leaning, you would understand why what you just said. Okay, well, if you wanted less big government, you understand why what you just said is a problem, because it's the government's responsibility to do the deportation, and the government themselves could say they need to be deported in 90 days. Actually, we're not going to do that deportation, and thus we're just going to deport him by whichever law
are you trying to argue
and do whichever means you want to. What I'm telling you is
not
that
deporting him as smaller government. Is that what you're arguing?
He's just saying that it's like the burden of the government, essentially.
It's the burden of the government, and because it's the burden of the government, if they don't fulfill their own responsibility, and then later they can just go back and say, well, we didn't fulfill our responsibility, we can just go do whatever the fuck we want now.
That doesn't mean you just pass go and you start over though either. Like if you should have, if you should have been deported and they didn't come and get you, they should be able to come get you later and be like, oh, well, we've been missing you. You're gone now, buddy. Like I don't see like we got him. I don't see.
Usually that actually is like the Usually that actually is like the penalty when the government fucks up due process, is essentially like say for example, like you get accused of stealing, you actually did steal, and then you're in court, and then the government like fucks something up, and it's like major enough that it would like it would deprive you in some even small way of your due process. in a lot of cases, you have a mistrial, and you might even like just go free on that
But this
basis
isn't a
alone.
mistrial. This
Well,
has
let's
already been
look at
determined to
that.
be
I'm aware,
needed
I'm
to be
just saying-
deported.
Hold on,
saying,
I have
like-
an example that might be helpful for the discussion. Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby was convicted of raping a woman. Pretty bad.
I knew that.
Right?
I thought he was adjudicated.
He was let go.
Oh, he was
He was
convicted.
let go
I've heard of that guy.
because they
The
violated.
the Bill Cosby guy.
Yeah, he violated his due process rights. That's how serious the government, or the courts, I should say, take this. Is when your due process is violated, even if you're really, really bad, even if you're a serial killer, right? Even if you are obese, they will still give you,
Obese?
right? Your due like they'll correct it
Even
for you.
if
And
you're
the
fat and
correction
ugly,
is,
you get
again,
due process.
as Cosby was, who probably did grape that woman. That's
but
probably what
Wick,
he did.
do you think that's the
they let him
equivalent
go
scenario, Wick?
because they again
So-
and you know why they did that, right? Do you understand why
Yeah.
the courts have that thing? It's
Yeah.
to disincentivize, because we talk about incentives, right? And we talk about these things. It's to disincentivize or deter the government from doing the same
But-
in the future to others.
Well, we're
But
talking
hold
about
on,
due process vaguely here.
hold
What
on.
happened was the only reason they had any information to go after Cosby is because he willfully gave it over
No,
under the
Son.
auspices that he wouldn't be charged. That's
wait,
why he
Wick,
lost.
let me ask you a question. I don't think you'd be a bad favorite. I'm just curious here, right? Do you honestly think that I get the due process. I get why it's like an incentive not to do due process. I also it's shitty that Cosby got off even though he probably did it. That's bad, right? And in that case, though, I would say the system, it failed the victim, but following the due process, letting him free was the right call. This is a different scenario, in my opinion, right? Because we already have that he should be deported. Like, there's a 90-day thing. After 90 days, he should be gone, right? Now, we have a new case, a new thing going down, and it's like, well, in my mind, this isn't like, due process wasn't followed. Due process wasn't followed this other case. Well, that's irrelevant to me because this person should already be gone. Right? We shouldn't even be having this second case because the due process wasn't followed by the Biden administration, which was at the ending was the punishment.
Right. If like you're right, if he should have been gone within those 90 days, like we'll just fine. Okay. We'll say that that's the case. But the problem is once you run out those 90 days, now you have to get another 90 days. Like you have to actually go and say hey, look, we fucked it. Sorry, we waited way too long and now our legal window to deport this guy is gone. We're going to have to get a new one. And you might be right, but that is the government's fault for not deporting him. They fucked up. Now they got to do it again. They got to do, and they have to do it right.
Right. I mean, I guess I don't know. I would say they probably should be able to pick him up any point after 90 days or whatever. Just
Well, that's at least that's not the law.
why did it? Yeah, but why
I mean,
did it?
even if you feel that way, I get it, but that's not.
Okay,
how
sure.
we
Okay,
think.
but
Yeah.
why is that, right? Why do you want it to go through this thing? Why do you want to spend more taxpayer dollars? And this is my argument. We should streamline the system. And I think that's what they're trying to do here. Is why do you want to spend another group of taxpayer dollars here to push another trial, or not another trial, another process, paying however many people to get these papers issued, do another 90 days? Whenever the whole point of this is, he's already had the time to get settle his affairs and kick him out. Why do you want to keep spending taxpayer dollars in perpetuity?
I think I think if you change the system to where, hey, we got rid of that 90-day rule, and it's hey, look, if you could be deported, you can be deported at any time, full stop. I'd be fine with it. That's my fundamental problem with it. It isn't necessarily that oh my god, the 90 days are so fucking important. It's more that the 90 days of the rules we have in the book, by violating that, we are violating his due process. We're saying hey, look, this is the time you have to deport him. If you don't do it, that's your fault, Mr. Government. You gotta actually follow through with the stipulations we give you. And if you want to change those stipulations in the law, that's fine. But the problem is that we didn't. So in this case specifically, until that is changed, his due process has been violated.
Do we disagree with statute of limitations?
Well,
I don't
okay.
think-
Because that's what it seems like. For example, if you commit a crime, but then you don't get caught for X amount of years, depending on the crime, sometimes there's no statute of limitation, on I don't know, murder.
illegal immigration. There's no statute of limitations once you enter illegally. If you're here 30 years and you've been here 30 years illegally, you're breaking that law every day you're here because you're illegally here. Like,
this
so
90-day rule works this exact opposite as that. This guy is in custody with a deportation order. They have 90 days to deport him. If he doesn't get deported, then they release him into the U.S. interior. So it's the exact opposite. They have him in custody, and if they can't find somewhere to put him, then they let him go.
yeah, insanity.
Do we have a problem with this?
The government has
Yeah.
to find somewhere to put it.
Yes.
But they didn't kick him out, right? That they didn't follow the due process, and y'all are sitting here acting like, oh, we're just these evil people, this due process. But it's like, he should already be gone.
You don't understand the problems that brings for you in the future if you don't want a tyrannical government. Because what the government could do is bring charges, have someone have some part of the due process go wrong where the government fucks up and doesn't do what they're supposed to do, and later on down the line they could be like, well, okay, we were supposed to have done the thing, we didn't do the thing, now we're going to charge him under a different law than we initially said, the wrong law, and then deport him anyway. And so that could be done not just to random illegal immigrants, but literally anyone.
Just to flip that on your head, though, I would argue we've already had a tyrannical government that was choosing not to enforce laws in order for their benefit, right? So they're sitting here going, oh, we're going to choose not to send this guy.
What benefit did Biden
Also,
get?
just
arguably, there's a lot of arguable benefits for this. I don't know what all the reasoning for wanting to keep all these illegals here, to ship them around and do whatever. But we already mentioned that in some areas they're allowing immigrants to vote that aren't citizens and whatnot. So we could go from there and figure out all sorts of things. However, back to this though. They already have him in custody. They should have kicked him out. And you're going to sit here and go, oh, well, all these other things is bad down the road. I'd argue we already had a tyrannical government not following the law. They were sitting here betraying Americans by intentionally not deporting these people back and then intentionally re-releasing them. And then going, oh, well, the time ran out. Oh, how inconvenient for us. You're like, it's the same argument y'all are going, oh, well, Trump's going, oh, it's too hard for us to get this guy. It's so bad. And you want me to sit here and take it serious? I'm like, well, I care a lot more about this law than I care about this guy who should have already been deported the first time, being sitting here and got back because y'all played some kind of game and waited out the time and then released him. That's equally as tyrannical, if not more so.
So it wasn't intentional. It's an understaffed
It was intentional.
agency.
Oh, it was.
No.
Oh, okay. It was unintentional. I believe that.
Yes, they tried to pass a bill to overfund it, or to not overfund it, but fund it more, and the Republicans didn't want it. So, I don't know what you want.
Yeah,
seriously.
okay.
I was also going to ask,
asylum abuse happened.
Hold on. Shenandoah. Shenandoah's been trying to get in. He's been such a well-behaved young man.
I'm very well behaved, thank you. I don't want to say that anymore. I'm not. I don't want to say.
You're a good boy.
Oh God, no, that's not right. So anyway, what I was going to say is so as far as I understand, and this is, I'm not going to say this with 100% confidence because I might be wrong, but in Trump 1, I believe that they followed this type of due process, and they actually did it successfully, as far as I know. So, for example, if the 90 days ran out, hey, guess what? You're going to have to do it again. And in Trump 1, as I understand it, they actually would do that. And, say, I do believe there were probably cases in Trump 1 where they didn't enforce an immigration law on somebody, and I could totally believe that could happen, and just because it's such a large-scale thing. Would that be a tyrannical government because Trump also did the same things? I'm just from my memory. I don't have, a fact check for this.
I mean, sure, if they were intentionally letting you go out, the difference is, I think even in your scenario that you just gave, Trump is like, okay, we didn't get him out in 90 days for logistical reasons. We're refiling, we're keeping him in, we're sending him back out as soon as we can. Versus this scenario is they're intentionally letting all these people go out because it's not just, oh, we can't process this one guy. It's we can't process thousands and thousands of people, and they're all getting released after 90 days, and then they're never coming back to hearings. They're never getting picked up again, and they're just living their lives, living free, and bad things are happening, and it'd be that's totally different scenarios.
Let me jump in here too, because I can jump on this a bit. So there is, under the Biden administration, he passed a asylum, or he made up his own basically visa program that took people in from Venezuela and other countries. He bypassed Congress for this. He was sued by 22 states. It was shut down by federal courts, not just a district judge from somewhere that they shopped. An actual federal court shut this down and said it probably wasn't illegal. He was sued over the CBP-1 app that actually got dropped because it was found out that was actually legal. And he was sued over his interpretation of parole authority, and that one stayed on until the end of his presidency as well. So 2 of the 3 major lawsuits against his actions on immigration were deemed to be so akin to criminal action that they were being moved to higher federal courts to be tried. One of them got dropped. So on top of that, kind of what Gibbs is saying here is there's an entire political party, one that I was part of my whole life, that I parted for in part because of this specific issue, that is pro-illegal immigration. Not just, we're pro-compassion. They are pro-illegal immigration. We have sanctuary cities. We have fucking all sorts of shit to deter people from being deported. Like if you get caught drunk driving, there was a fight where Democrats were fighting to make sure if you got caught drunk driving and you're illegal, you didn't get deported. When I was a kid, drunk driving, Mothers Against Drunk Driving were trying to get the death penalty for that shit because it was killing so many people. And now we won't even deport somebody for setting up a situation that could kill an innocent family driving down the street. It's crazy to me. Then if you look at anecdotal specifics like these two judges, we have one judge illegally obstructing justice by trying to hide illegal immigrants who beat their wives from deportation. And then we have another judge who's letting illegal immigrants live in his house, giving them illegal firearms, rifles, mind you, not just handguns. He gave them fucking rifles and then advised them on how to deal with all the criminal shit they had on their phone, like messages to other gang members, pictures of decapitated bodies. And then, when the police came to arrest him, they caught him destroying one of those phones on behalf of the illegal immigrant. The fucking judge! So, this is one party.
How does any of that have to do with denying due process from someone?
I'm talking
I was
about
kind of curious about that. Yeah.
I'm talking about Gibbs' point about how one party has been ignoring the laws, doing whatever they want. So it is an uphill battle for the other side.
How does any of that justify the deportations?
Cool.
That's what we're talking about, right?
All the deportations except for 3 are justified.
This isn't to your point.
Listen,
this isn't to your point. This is the Shenandoah's question, right? And he asked basically, what's the difference? And the difference is, I'm arguing one actually was tyrannical, right? They actually sat here, had corrupt judges on the bench doing all these things. We have them waiting out orders and then not deporting people. Versus under Trump, they follow these rules to the T. They waited 90 days, couldn't get it done logistically. Then they tried again. There wasn't this just like, we're going to let these people roam free. We're going to set this system up to bring people in illegally. We're going to bypass Congress and set this asylum bullshit. We're going to put the app, this little app on people's phone and make it super easy. We're going to send the border czar down there to try to stop it. And then suddenly a caravan's coming. All these things. And then overnight, Trump stopped all of it. Yeah, I got to say, I think one side's more tyrannical than the other. So all your little floundering going, oh no, it's so terrible. I don't buy it from I think Shenandoah might be honest, but I don't find it from Jonah here. It's just bullshit, is what it is.
I mean, I will say, I do think that this is hard to explain, and I might fuck it up. So let's see if I do. Let's see. I think personally, I agree that I especially think that like violent criminals and all that stuff should be deported, and I do care about border security and all that good stuff, but I also do think that not enforcing a law is not symmetrical with enforcing a law that comes with a punishment and then not fully following through on the due process necessary in order to enact such a punishment. So, like, just for example, like, let's say that the Trump I'm trying to think of a good hypothetical. Let's say that the Trump administration has a law that says, hey, look, you have to arrest X, Y, and Z person if they say the N-word. I don't fucking know. I'm just trying to pick something. But, like, let's just say that that's a law in the books. We'll ignore, like, First Amendment stuff. And he doesn't do it. He's just like, I'm not gonna fucking do it. Like, I don't want to do that. I would not consider that tyrannical. What I would possibly consider tyrannical is if it's like, hey, we're going to enforce a law, but also we're not going to do it properly, and you're going to receive a punishment that you have not gotten your full due process for. That's significantly more concerning to me, at least.
So let me ask you a question here, right? Because let's use the law in the books. What about hanging people for horse thievery, right? So say I chose not to enforce that in, like, I don't know, the 1860s when people were using horses.
Right, yeah.
And someone happened to steal my political opponent's horse while he's out on the trail. And I'm in power at the time, and I choose not to enforce hanging this guy. And guess what? Now my political opponent has died because I previously chose not to enforce this law on this guy, and I'm just conveniently have no opponent to run against. Would you say that would be a tyrannical use of power to not enforce the horse thievery law when on a previous offense that allowed this guy to commit a second occurrence and kill my political opponent?
I think of those like in that very limited set of conditions, yes, because we're talking about a situation where
Well,
somebody is intentionally like outlawing somebody in order to get somebody else killed.
so my argument
Yeah.
is that that's what's happening now. It might not be specific for the purpose of killing a political opponent, but it is to harm.
Right.
It is.
I
it's
do
a
think that
detriment
is
to our
like
Americans.
Yeah, I do think that's an important quality because I do think that the Democrats, even if you believe that like they're a like illegal immigration party, I don't think that they run sanctuary cities, for example, just because they're like, fuck, I really fucking love when like MS-13 like murders people. You could say that they're misguided, but I would struggle to say that they were not enforcing this law in order to intentionally have people hurt.
What if I did a
Does that make
sanctuary
sense?
city for nukes? I was like, I don't want to recognize the government, and now Peggy, Texas, is now going to have.
Well, just to be clear, a
for
sanctuary
nukes.
city is just that the local law enforcement isn't going to give over information
Yeah,
to like
they're
federal law
not going
enforcement.
to give the federal government any information about the nuclear
Right, and that
facility
would
in my backyard.
and like obviously yes. I mean, and also, well, nukes kind of add like an extra layer to the situation where it's like, well, okay, like fucking billions of people could die, but you see,
wait,
Yeah.
Shenandoah.
yeah, please.
If there were a law that banned handguns and certain like rural city in Texas had a sanctuary city and said we're
Thank
not going to
you.
help.
Yeah, that's actually where I was gonna go with
we're
this.
not gonna help the feds enforce that law. We're not going to tell them who has a gun, even though we probably know who has a gun. Are you okay with that?
Right. That actually was going to be my question.
Well, no, we would fight a revolution over that because we've already done it once. So
That's not what I asked. Would you be okay with that city having a sanctuary city for that gun policy?
Right.
I mean, you're just ignoring history once again, though.
Would you be
Yeah.
okay with that city having that policy for that? Would you
Yes,
be okay with that
because
city having that
it's
policy?
an amendment.
Right.
So is due process, by the way, for every person in the country.
But not ignoring federal law. That's not.
Hold on. But if the federal law says that there is restrictions on handguns and a local city says, you know what? We're not going to enforce these restrictions on the handguns. Is that not also violating federal law in the same way?
No, because if the courts deem that that's something acceptable to be passed under the auspices of the Second Amendment, then it's a justifiable law. If they do that then they should come down on their head. It all depends on if the law is justified. Now, there are
We're
arguments
assuming
to
the
make
law is
too.
constitutional.
Yeah,
Assuming the court's okay with it, yes.
Well, okay, so
Yeah.
there would be one other factor that I would say before I give you the yes is if they are doing this to solicit a court case to challenge that interpretation, and that is their goal, is to
They're
make
not.
it illegal. If they were, hypothetically, that's where I'd say no.
Hypothetically,
Otherwise,
I wanna make a challenge to the law, right? The constitutionality of slavery. So I take you as a slave to challenge the law. Is that okay?
that's how that works. Yeah, that's how Trump's doing it with
Okay.
the EO on the 14th Amendment. That's
Okay,
how.
fair enough. Now
I mean,
we
you'll
know.
probably get arrested. You'll probably go to jail, and then when you go to jail and go to your trial, that's when you start fighting that. Yes.
Do you
I just
think that would be
Gibbs should answer the question if he would be okay with that city having a sanctuary city for that law.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dumb question. One, I already think that the government's doing unconstitutional things in regards to guns.
You can't answer one question.
Yeah, cool.
Answer the fucking
cool.
question.
Listen,
Holy shit.
well, because it's a dumb question, and I don't want to answer it. So, you know what? I'm just not going to answer
You're-
that because I'm being a douchebag.
Coward, retard.
But yeah, cool. Yeah, coward, retard. Yeah. Listen,
legitimate argument, legitimate hypothetical that embraces your own
Yeah,
exact
coward,
argument, and you
retard,
can't
yeah.
answer it because you're a coward.
No, I'm
You
not
are a coward. You're a cowardly debater. You don't know how to answer hard questions.
I just think
You dodge everything.
No, I don't dodge
Fucking
nothing. I think
idiots.
it's just. I think
Holy
you're just a
shit.
pretentious asshole, and that's not the way to get me to answer your question.
Answer the question.
But secondly,
You're in
back to
debate.
back to Shenandoah is the point here. Oh yeah, because
Holy
I actually do
This is
kind of
not
want to know.
hard.
Sure.
People ask the same question.
Hold on. Listen. Shh. Thank you. All right. So I couldn't even answer the question if I wanted to because, dear Lord, this guy just screams "re" into the night. But here, all right. Let's just. All right. I will answer the question. Fuck it.
Okay.
In that scenario, I would advocate that not only does the city should and have all the amendment right to do that, I think that the city should start the next Texas Revolution and we should start fighting the government right then and there. So here, how about that for an answer? Go fuck yourself. Now back to this other thing. I think this is important that we kind of moved on
Would you
a little bit
extend that
from
to
this
the immigration problem too? Would you extend that same thing?
Shh. Back to Shenandoah.
Should the immigrants rise up and fight a
This is my
revolution?
point, Shenandoah, like to your thing earlier, is you're like, sure, I could bring up a real like specific hypothetical that doesn't fit the criteria. The problem I'm saying is with the Biden administration not enforcing these laws and it letting it go on, it wasn't just, it was targeted to a mass effect. It was almost like the nukes, which I think is a more equivalent example, because millions of people are affected by this at an economic level. They're affected like at a danger level. They're affected at all sorts of other issues that we're just not going to talk
millions
about.
of people affected by gun violence?
Hold on, at the medical level. Listen, I don't care about what you have to say right now.
More people died from
You've been
nukes or from
the whole
guns
time,
in this country.
and you're just choosing not to engage. Shh,
Yeah.
shh. All right. So here's what I
This
want
isn't
to say.
engagement? Really?
Once again, like, listen, engagement is not just ad homs left and right. Like, I can do the ad
not
hom
ad
game
homs.
with
That's
with
speaking
you.
of
wasn't
doing
ad
that.
I can
homs.
do the
You're
ad hom
giving
game with
guidance
you.
to
country
But
from
I
guns
don't-
or from
listen,
nukes?
I'm going to cook you and you're going to cry. So we're not going to do this. I'm going to try to get back to Shenandoah's way.
please.
So
Answer
here's
the question.
what my point is. When I see this, it's a mass problem. Right, a mass problem where they're choosing to do this and it's affecting us. So my argument is, yeah, I think that it is a tyrannical thing, and I don't see it as like a false equivalency at all.
That's interesting, because I guess I don't know how to resolve this contradiction. Because for me, it really is just a situation of like, for me, because like I'm generally good with the Second Amendment, broadly speaking, and if the federal government said, hey, look, we're going to pass a law that says, hey, you can't have, say, all guns anymore, and like say, hey, the court said it was constitutional for some fucking reason, and then the local governments were like, listen, we just don't want to give our resources to enforcing this law. The federal government's going to have to do it on its own. We just don't want to participate in this. I wouldn't be mad at that. Even if I like fundamentally disagree with that local government, I think it would at least be within their rights to say that like we don't want to put our resources to something that is a federal law that we just don't feel like is justified.
How far do you think that? How far?
So
do you
hold
think
on,
that?
just real quick.
Yeah.
Shenandoah. Hold on.
Yeah.
Shenandoah. Let me ask you this then. Say there was a township in the South who decided, you know what, those federal laws on the civic rights, civil rights, we don't want to enforce that. The federal
Right.
government's going to have to. Do
Right.
you think that would be okay?
You know what? I think they would be allowed to do it, but I would really like a situation where the federal government would pass something strong enough to where they could force their hand.
Well, hold on.
I
We
would.
already had this
Yeah.
decided. We already had this decided.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's
But
what
before
happened.
the Civil War,
Yeah, which did happen. Yeah, like exactly.
That's
That's what
where
I
the
mean.
nullification
We
crisis.
sent in the National Guard. Yes.
Yeah,
that is
that's what I mean.
happened.
Yeah,
In the
exactly.
same way that ICE is able to go into these cities and still do the things
Exactly,
themselves,
right.
but the local area doesn't have to help them. And
Exactly.
yeah, like if the government wants to pass a law and ban sanctuary cities, that's up to fucking Congress and the
Well,
president.
do you think
okay?
that
but they
right.
haven't done that.
Do you think the federal government should be able to say, hey, these people have to be fired if they don't enforce those laws? Like, say, I don't know.
If they pass a law saying that, yeah, if they want to pass that law, sure.
So, like, say, like that lady that didn't want to marry the gay couple, should she just be fired for, not wanting to? She just chose not to do it, right? Like, I mean, that's fine, right?
Well, luckily for us, that was a constitutional question that was resolved by the Supreme Court already, so we don't need to be the ones to decide that.
Oh, I mean, the fact that we fought 2 wars over gun control is not enough for you.
I think she should be forced to marry them. Yeah, but the Supreme Court already decided this too for our, like the actual law in the country.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Very
Actually, it is.
interesting.
Unironically, it is.
Yeah. Amazing how that works.
Okay, fun times. Gang, I know we haven't gotten the full 2 hours yet, but goddamn, I think we're running out of stuff. So what we're gonna do now, okay, is we're gonna get to the closing statements from each of these lovely individuals. Tell people where you can find where they can find you, and your closing thoughts on this. I have a link to all their stuff in my YouTube description. Please go there. Before we do that, I do have one more super chat to read from $5 from Deej Nuts to say, if someone evaded ICE for 90 days after the deportation order, do they get a new trial? Well, Deej, as we talked about, this doesn't apply to people evading ICE. This is for people who are in custody. So, different thing. Gang, we got some great content coming up tomorrow. I'm going to go on Visora's channel and confront her about why she always dips my panels. So check that out.
That'll be good.
Wednesday is going to be call-ins, news of the day, etc. And then Thursday, we're going to be talking about the judicial system. Are the activist judges doing a judicial coup? Did Dugin get arrested by the tyrannical Trump government for disagreeing with Trump? All these stuffs and more. We're going to have some great people on. We're going to have Soy Pill. We're going to have Drone Tech. We're going to have Juna's coming on again. And we're going to have Deej Nuts is going to come on as well. So tune in for that Thursday, 6 p.m. Eastern. Next week, Monday, I will be teaming up with Pisco to debate Sean Barasaw and the Misfit Patriot on whether or not Trump is the greatest threat in America to free speech that we've seen in a generation. I think he is. And we'll talk about that on Monday. So check us out. For now, though, closings. Let's start with Shenandoah, and we'll let Gibbs have the last word. Shenandoah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm Shenandoah. I stream at twitch.tv/Chairman Shenandoah. I honestly think I've made my position pretty clear here. I think due process is a fundamental pillar of the American social contract, and any attempt to erode that pillar should be taken extremely seriously, as has been done in the past. And yeah, I just don't think it's worth eroding that in order to deport people faster. I'm not fundamentally against border security. I'm not fundamentally pro-illegal immigration. But I do think it's important that we have a constitution, we believe in due process, and as free people, we should apply that and apply it very rigorously. And that's kind of it.
Okay. Check him out, gang. I have a link to his stuff in my description. Click on that link, give him a follow. Tyler, go ahead.
All right, well, I'm a little disappointed in myself. Not because of my arguments. Those were perfect and great, and everything about them was fantastic, and I'm right about everything. The part I'm disappointed in is that I used a tactic I really don't like, so I want to apologize to Juna. I intentionally got him flustered so he would make a mistake, hammered down on the mistake so that I could make him look bad, because I didn't like his tactics early on of not addressing arguments directly. So I want to say I'm sorry. That's not something I usually do. It was fun, good content and all that, but I would rather battle your best arguments. So if you ever want to take a breath, just chill out and drop the toxic partisanship thing. I sent you a link to our Poker League Twitch server thing, so you can come chill, get to know everybody, and see that we're all just human beings that disagree, and everybody's kind of worthy of making an opinionated point. So I hope you take that up.
Wonderful. Okay, well, you can find a link to his stuff in my description. Click that link if you want to see more of Tyler. Juna, please.
Well, I guess I have to respond to that now. No, I don't think I was the flustered one. I think you were, but that's okay. And then we had a heated debate, and that's what this is for. These are fun. And the blood sports is what I came here for. I don't even make content. I come here for the blood sports to have fun, to debate people, and because I'm a committed liberal, and I think my opinions and my positions are objectively correct, and that people that disagree with me are wrong, and so that's why I come on these panels. I will take you up on that though. No hard feelings to people individually, personally. On the actual substance of the debate, though, I do think that people who say that they're small government and are unwilling to see the consequences of ignoring due process are really, really telling on themselves for not actually thinking through their arguments. Because if you think through why eroding due process, even in this one instance of someone we may not like, an illegal immigrant, ooh, scary, you can see really simply how a democratic administration, for example, might use these against you in the future. How even fascistic authoritarian types would use this in the future against people that they disagree with. Illegal immigrants are people who get due process under the Constitution. You may not like that rule, but it exists, and so you need to change it before you break it. And so, if you believe in due process, you ought to believe we facilitate due process by bringing Abrego Garcia back home, having his due process, and if the result is the same, we have the process to get there.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. You can find a link to his stuff in my description. Thank you. Next up, finally, Gibbs.
Yeah, unlike my constituents here, that was a fumble. Unlike my constituents here, I apologize for fucking nothing. Go fuck yourselves. You're all the worst. I hate all of you. No, I'm just kidding. But if you want to see both us here in a second, we're going to be on Primes talking about the gender divide in politics. It's going to be interesting. And I think as far as all this stuff, illegal immigration bad, deport their asses, build the wall, learn the gun rights are important for everybody, and all that good jazz. If you like what I have to say, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can see me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. Thank you, Wick, for having me.
Thank you for being here. Remember, tune in tomorrow. I'll be on Visora's channel. And we'll see if I don't.
Oh, can I
dip
make a
out
prediction?
early on her?
Yeah, can I make a prediction? Can I make a prediction? If she's gonna say something like something, my echo chamber is always right, and any opinion outside that's wrong. And then you can then rage quit on you. That'll be my prediction.
We'll find out. For now, though, I'm just gonna end the stream because it's done. Remember, Tuesday we got content. Wednesday we got content. Thursday we got content. 6 p.m. Eastern every day, all day. Let's go. And remember, 100 men would lose to a silverback gorilla.
Fuck you.
They would just the gorilla would
pile 'em
destroy
up.
them. It would tear
The
them
most
apart.
passionate you've ever
Use
been
their
on one.
limbs. Beat the other men. If
wrong,
men
Wick.
don't have
You're wrong.
weapons, if the men have weapons, it takes significantly longer.
You're wrong. You're still
Take it out
you're
my
still
car.
wrong. All of chat
You're
disagrees
burning
with
in
you.
hell, man.
All of
It's
us
gonna be a
disagree with
long
you.
hot
That's
one.
correct.
They can just,
I'll talk to you guys
they
later.
can just hug him.
I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
All right, I'll be good.
Take her easy.
Okay.
Okay, let me get to. We're gonna go to primes. Oh, we might go to mine for a second until prime is ready. We'll just go in there and wait. I think that should be almost now, right? Yeah, it should be now. Okay. Oh, we have 8 minutes. Okay. I'll just jump on mine until then. Yeah, it was good. It was lively. Pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting stuff. I enjoyed it. Let's do this. How was y'all's day going? I hope it was going well. It was entertaining. The we're in Adric. I joined the smug liberal insulting everybody. Yeah, that's why they lost, bro. That's why they lost. Bro. Honestly, though, that is why they lost. I think to an extent is people don't like being condescended to. Like it's fucking not fun, and I think that we're going to talk about it quite a bit in this next portion, this next show. I definitely intend on bringing it up, and if I don't, oh well. I don't always get all the things I want to bring up. We only got about half the things I wanted to bring up today because we started getting bogged down into technicalities and then hypotheticals and what if my fucking aunt had a fucking what if my uncle had tits, he'd be my aunt, whatever, bro, that's the one problem with hypotheticals sometimes is that we just get bogged down in them, and then we get nothing done.
Oh, that pisses me
Who's
off.
the other guy in that room? Oh, that was Landon. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I gave him a question to ask Charlie Kirk, and they skipped it over.
You failed it.
It was a really good question, and instead they got, what causes inflation? Well, how do you think we did there? I think that guy came in so hot that he was about to get smacked in the mouth.
Oh, this is something Gibbs is trying to turn over a new leaf. I'm really trying to not just go into cook people mode. And it's because recently there's been a couple of people that have reached out to me that initially tried to cook me, and I cooked them back, and they're like, oh, damn, I didn't know I was going to get roasted so hard. And then after being on a couple panels with you since then, I realized, oh, you only go after people after you. So I really was just trying not to fucking, just unleash my full power of just the ad homs. But yeah, I think, and this Testy brought it up jokingly in the chat, and I know I'm going to bring it up in this one, in this next debate, is the smug, I know more than you, I'm better than you, while like someone's out here like dealing with this on a day-to-day basis. Like if I go outside my house right now and I walk literally 300 feet, there's about 20 illegal immigrants out front, like of the La Chicana. And like they're great people, nice people, love them. They're great. Like I buy tamales from them. I talk to them. You know, I've even tried to help them get in touch with immigration lawyers so they can get the legal stuff. You know, but it's crazy that like these people are going to tell me about situations that I see every fucking day, and these people are being taken advantage of. And I'm sorry, but we need to get everybody out so that we can fix this shit and we can get immigration reform and we can get security, because right now everybody's getting fucked, right? And I like, but no, I don't. I have friends die. I've had friends die my whole life from the cartels. You know, my cattle, my ranch have been fucking, you know, injured and destroyed, my property destroyed and killed and eaten. I've had, you know, like all these problems. There's trafficking galore. You know, there's drug use galore. Like people have died from like stuff recently because some of the local gangs are mixing shit with the with the approval from the cartels. Like there's tons of local issues, and like then I get told by some smug lefty, hey, you don't know, you don't know, you don't give a shit. Like y'all haven't gave a shit for a while, and like I say that and people are like, well, that's not an argument. I think it really is an argument. I think people just being tired of the status quo and then screaming about these problems and then nobody doing anything, I think is an argument for why people are willing to let something like this pass. Like, oh, this guy didn't get his 5th convictions extra step. Like, sorry, I don't give a shit. Like, that's not really due process being violated. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I didn't like that. I didn't like that fucking tactic. And like I started doing it back, and it makes me, I don't know. It makes me feel dirty to do.
Yeah, I would just say I did like you were more aggressive. More than that, Tyler. It was good.
Yeah, I quit smoking a couple of days ago so I can save for my vacation. So I'm about as sober as can be, and like I don't know. I just feel like that was the right tactic at the moment because he wasn't letting anyone get a point out. I had to go after him and kind of show him, look, bro, I'm a bully too, but it carries over into real life. I'll run your pocket. I didn't even get to my good point about they didn't question the adjudications on Garcia, and I wanted them to so I could point out that it's the same type of adjudication. Collateral estoppel was the same type of adjudication that had Trump adjudicated to be a sexual abuser. And I was hoping somebody called the judge's ruling illegitimate so I could go with that whataboutism. I was hoping somebody called out Trump for challenging amendments with executive orders because I had that ready as well. I just never got to it.
I hate when people want to say you're just doing whataboutism. Like that's why I think the last time I was on Wix, I opened and straight up said I'm gonna whataboutism right now, right, and brought things I thought were equivalent up, and because I think that it's important to show the different standard, right? Like because like for example, like we were talking in the last debate, the guy, okay, purposefully not enforcing something is equivalent to like, oh, I'm enforcing a law that was never enforced before, like kind of thing. Like, I think these are equivalent things. And I think it's fair to whataboutism these compared to like, you know, I like, you know what I'm saying? I because it shows a different, like a standard of acceptance by one group of people compared to another. It shows the hypocrisy. I think that Republicans, yeah, I think everybody's hypocrites. I mean, honestly, I don't feel like I'm that big of a hypocrite because I always, and openly admit, I always do what's best for me. But I think that you know sometimes whataboutism is important because it shows the hypocrisy, right? Like you know, and people I don't know.
Whataboutism, if anyone ever questions you, it's not a fallacy. It's like any other argument. It could be used poorly for obfuscation purposes, or it could be used as a good point. When people say, "Oh, you're just doing whataboutism," you say, "Yes, I am," and that's the entire way legal precedent works. Legal precedent is literally whataboutism. What about the last case this happened? What did they do, and how are we going to use that guidance to guide us in this case? Like, this idea that whataboutism is a bad thing, that we can just say, hey, that's whataboutism, and just not address the point, is just as stupid as sea lioning. I don't know if you were around for that, but it was asking for proof of claims. It's called sea lioning, and it's apparently a fallacy.
Well, the other one that gets me is, I mean, I don't like gish gallop. I'm like, no, listen, follow. It's not a ramble. Listen, there's multiple points. I'm just going to say it so I don't have to get interrupted because I'm going to get interrupted 5 times. Let me just say my one point, and then you can address them point by point. And the one that I hate is, like, when you're mid, like, spiel, and like they'll be like source. Like right mid, and you're like, okay, keep going. They're like, well, I'm not even going to engage with the rest of it unless you provide the source right now. I'm like, I can provide you the source. Just let me finish what I'm saying, and I'll post the link. And it's like, no. And it's just like, we want, and then you never even get back to your point because they want to argue about one sentence that doesn't even disprove the rest of the thing in the source, but disprove. It's like they want to argue about one, just like the credibility. And it's like we don't even get to have a substantive debate because we're just screaming into the night about sentence number 36, paragraph number 35. But let's move to primes, I guess, real quick.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, he called you out on whataboutism, and every time he met you with an example of like, well, what about this? He was doing whataboutism to you
I know.
over
That's
and
why.
over and
That's
over.
why I said you're choosing not to engage.
Yeah.
Like I was like, you're doing exactly what you're saying. Like it's just annoying, but it's okay. It was fun. It was spicy.
Am I allowed to stream in there before the stream starts? I don't want to dox anyone.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
All right.
We all know Corey likes to say his slurs.
Big time. Big time N-word.
Bad, Corey. Very bad.
I'm a bad person. I'm Canadian.
Y'all do commit the most war crimes. You gotta watch out.
The most. All right, if you say so.
Yeah, you don't know about the war crimes?
We've definitely have committed war crimes. I'm sure. I don't know about the most. I think.
Yeah, y'all are the originators of coming up with the good ones, like to throw the can of food and then throw the grenade. Classics.
Gibbs, all my people went to your stream. I need more. I gotta hit affiliate. People, come back. Get me up to 8. I need like 0.2 more fucking streamers per hour.
In my Discord, I have a room that says it's get affiliate, and all you do is post in there, and then I have about 10 people that go and just like leave your channel lurked throughout the day whenever they can, and they'll just go in there and lurk you until you get an affiliate. But you don't ever post in there, and so you don't get none. I think we've gotten between me and Nova, I think at this point we're at like 133 people we've helped get affiliate. So
you have a lot of motherfucking
no,
channels.
it's not against the rules, Testy. In fact, like some of the most people that I've worked with the most have been through that. We've helped them get it, and they go in there and they like come and like they become part of the community, and they're like, oh my god, so grateful. And then eventually they learn to stream, then they become people in panels. Like I mean, it's really the best way to do it. And then half the time, a lot of these people stop streaming after a while, and then they just become community members. Like, so it's like, it takes you very little to do to help them. It's like a follow and leave them lurked. Then they get it, and then they can help others, and you can help them. And it's just like, it's just a low cost thing that's a big reward, and usually everybody benefits.
Win-win.
Yeah, wins all around.
So Corey, do you see? I saw that you saw the study that shows that spanking is good for kids. See that?
That's exactly what it says in the discussion, right? It says it's good for kids. Can you quote? Can you extract that line of text from there?
Let me see. I gotta.
You gotta break out the Photoshop.
Well,
no.
Test. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, it's loud and clear.
Yay.
Hello, friend.
What up? Doo-doo.
So I'm going to dabble into that argument a little bit tonight about impact, disparate impact a little bit as kind of like a model for my point. But I messaged Lactoid about this. Trump just put out an executive order to push back against disparate impact, which stems from civil rights, but was actually put forth as a theory in the 70s by the Supreme Court. And Trump issued an executive order to directly challenge that by saying administration are going to ignore this theory moving forward in terms of what they see as legal in law. So we're about to see that challenged as well.
That I don't know what you're trying to prove here, Lactoid. That doesn't mean anything.
That literally proves everything that you've ever said wrong about this subject, and it shows that we should, in fact, smack kids around.
Okay, you have some reading comprehension issues. And
I'm just saying, there's a bunch of words there.
What does it say from the discussion?
Blanket anti-spanking injunctions are discouraged. That's all I need to see.
That's all I need. Yeah, just the headlines and whatever word.
I don't need anything else.
Okay,
nothing else.
I can't argue with that. I can't.
You can't. You can't.
I cannot
Can't
break down the
argue.
walls that you've surrounded your brain with.
Yeah. Yep. An open mind is like a fortress with its gates unbarred and unguarded.
Well, I agree. You can have a too open of a mind that your brain falls out. I think you've gone in the opposite direction of the balance. Maybe too close-minded. Did you vote?
I'm going to
in
read
the,
about this. Wait, what election?
the
Fucking-
Canadian election?
No, I didn't.
Marky's
Fuck you.
roasting me right now.
I guess Prime's running a little late.
Yeah, he said he's having some technical issues.
Oh, not good. Did you buy your second motorcycle, Lactoid?
Not yet.
You're buying two?
My since the stock market got hit, I've had to
Twice
put that
the
on
irresponsibility.
pause.
Since the what got hit, what happened?
The stock market went down, and all my money is. I always keep every dollar I have in the stock market, and so my net, like my
Well, doesn't that
buying
mean,
power went down.
wait, isn't that a good thing? I'm pretty sure Trump was saying that's a good thing.
Yeah, but you know,
That's all
is
part
it,
of
is it going to
making-
go up soon?
No, it was a very bad thing. It was
Very
not
bad.
good.
Mm.
Oh, so it was bad. It was bad when he was bragging about the stock
But
market.
Gibbs,
in
but
his
but,
first
but Gibbs
visit.
owns a ranch, and beef prices are up, and he's doing great,
Hey,
and his
there's other-
stocks are doing great.
They are stocks are
He
doing
owns
great.
military complex, yeah, because
I
you
bought-
own military.
I'm-
You bought the
bro,
smart stocks.
I'm about to start buying some Tesla, bro. They're about to go up again here. I think here in a while. I mean, it's only a matter of time. I can sit
Well,
and wait.
I'm contemplating shorting Tesla.
Really? You think they're gonna just go out of business?
There's maybe not out of business, but like
I don't know if they're making much money.
There's almost I don't foresee any path that they can actually compete with any sort of Chinese EV. Like,
Well, Slate, with Slate in America too, aren't they trying to roll out like a $25,000 EV truck?
yeah, exactly. The Cybertruck tanked. Okay, and as far as I can tell, like the cheaper option, at least Elon has always been promising a cheaper option. Okay, and that never seems to come to fruition. He's also
Well,
always
there's a
been
lease now.
Yeah, but he's also always been promising full self driving for like the past decade. Okay, that's like not, or at least they're already being outcompeted by other car manufacturers. And like yeah, the Chinese EVs. Like first of all, you have I think still you have 100% EV tariffs in the United States. Okay, and other countries are adopting EVs and they're cheaper from China. Okay, so I don't see how Tesla can compete on the international stage. You're gonna have maybe all Teslas in the United States, but then nowhere else.
Also, how many more people are going to be buying Teslas right
well,
now?
And,
like
and
everyone's
not to mention, I think Trump has made it a point of like he wants to bring back like internal combustion engine
So
cars.
that's interesting
okay?
because
Based.
well, this comes out the reason why I was looking at Tesla, right? One, I think it's a long term investment. I think they'll eventually go up. But I mean, you bring up an interesting point. Maybe I wait longer to buy them and let them go lower and get an even bigger profit. But you brought back the industrial complex, not industrial, the industrial combustion engine kind of thing back up. And this is actually interesting because I've also seen this, right? Which is okay. They sell these Teslas back, right? They're hurting Elon. They're getting rid of them. Well, now you've created a pretty large pre-used Tesla car market. So lower income people are now able to buy a fancier car than they would have, which increases quality of life. And then we're going to turn right around and arguably, if he keeps his tariffs up, we would see an oil boom if internal combustion engines go up. So that seems like I'm going to be benefiting doubly right there. I'm going to be having oil stocks go up. I'm going to have good from Tesla going in the long run going up because, you know, once people buy a car, they like to generally stick with that brand for a while. This seems like long-term Tesla buyers going forward.
Well,
I mean, this all seems like wins coming up for Gibbs.
So as far as I know, I don't know exactly how it works in terms of like second-hand cars. I don't know if that actually contributes much to like the stock market. I could be wrong, okay, but I don't foresee.
Well, no, it's a long-term investment. If I buy a Tesla used and I like it, I'm gonna want to keep the standard of the car, and I like that car. I'm probably my next car when I can is probably going to be a Tesla. And eventually, these people would buy new Teslas as opposed to used.
You're going to go electric?
I mean, the people that are buying them, I'm not going to go electric because.
Well, first of all, whether Americans will actually adopt EVs, first of all, I think it's fair to say that Musk has an overall unfavorable rating, not only internationally, but in the United States, okay? And like, generally speaking, it's left-leaning people who buy EVs, okay? Pretty sure, generally speaking, right-leaning people are pretty staunchly anti-EV, or at most they'll buy a Cybertruck because they just want to support Elon or Zika. But
Yeah,
I think it's only around
I mean that's not
50,000.
totally true. My dad is about as conservative as it gets, and he fucking bought my sister a Tesla, and I think he's probably gonna buy a Tesla for his next like driving around car. Like, there's nothing inherently with them against like EVs. I think that y'all have this idea that the right is just like we hate EVs, we only oil, glug 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 glug. But in
You've been
reality,
screaming it for years.
well,
so,
sure,
I mean,
sure. Some of us like it, but like the thing is, there's no one that's inherently opposed to the rank and file voter to buying a Tesla if it's the same cost as a whatever, and they get better gas mileage, right? Like they're gonna.
You generally don't have the infrastructure, like, at least unless you're in cities which are left leaning. Okay, so unless your rural areas are going to adopt Teslas, which is highly unlikely, the infrastructure is not actually there. That is the inherent problem, as opposed to
Sure, I will agree with that. You don't think that there are like a significant number of people in cities that are right leaning though that would suddenly be willing to buy a Tesla? That are, I mean, just
Not
because
a-
a city is like
not enough-
overall left leaning doesn't mean the whole cities are not like
not enough
have no
to
people
actually
in them.
boost it. And again, on the international stage, again, you're not selling Teslas in Europe anytime soon. You're not, and China's
Oh,
still
that's a
gonna
good point.
close off. Okay. China's, I think.
Well, that'd be a long.
Tesla's-
My point with Tesla is a long-term investment. You know what I'm saying? That would be how I look at it.
Well, yeah, but at that point, I can't predict anything after 10 years. Okay, but I foresee. Okay, that's why I'm contemplating shorting Tesla. Is like probably the next 2 or 3 years. Like it's going to tank pretty high, unless he somehow merges with other companies. With his XA and SpaceX. Okay, like I don't see any path forward for Tesla personally. But I'm definitely not an expert on these things.
Hold on. As always, my friend Corey is understated, right, and cautious. No, Tesla's going down. Tesla's going down. Now exactly when I actually can't.
But do you think they're going out of business?
I
Brian?
can't necessarily predict, right? But I think that one, Tesla stock price is wildly inflated, right? Like I mean. It doesn't take a financial genius, right, to be able to say that, hey, when Tesla's quarterly earnings go down significantly, right, but then the stock price goes up, or when you see the stock price react not to even a quarterly report or anything like that, right, but it's to Elon's political power. You see, it's not tied to that, right? It's not tied to the fundamentals of the company. And it has to be, it's floated by, a lot of people who are in the Tesla cult, the Elon Musk cult. One of those exists, right? I hope you understand that. I hope no one pushes back against that. So it's tied, it's there, and it's also being floated by powerful institutional investors, right? But at some point, that's going to end. At some point, it's going to end. I can't tell you exactly when.
Well, do you think they're going to go out of business?
Sorry, what'd you say?
So here's my question: do you think Tesla's just going to go out of business, cease to exist as a company?
I mean, it may not. I mean, someone can be bought, right? I if I was Ford, right? If I was GM, and the crash that I'm talking about is coming, right? I would buy up Tesla's stuff.
Okay.
It might. So the Tesla brand might stick around if it's even worth anything at that point in time, which is a good question.
So,
but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Okay. So here's my logic. Right. This is kind of what I was arguing in the back. Right. Is I was looking. I said I was looking at Tesla stock. It's crashing. Right. You just said you think it's inflated. Well, I also think it's inflated. Right. So my theory would be, hey, let this shit crash. Then I'm going to buy some. Then, as a merger's announced, if it gets merged into somewhere, those stock prices are going to fly up because people are going to want them. They're selling them to the
Oh yeah, I see
or 20 years down the road, because I don't think Tesla's dead as a company, right? I think maybe it crashes, but in the long term, this if you buy while it's low and then you hold on to it and are able to hold on to it for 10, 20 years, good investment, because hey, guess what? It goes back up at some point because it's a name, and I think name recognition is key.
I don't know, but I think that name is going to be seriously damaged. I would not hold on for the name, but I like your idea for the merger, right? In the future, I think they're going to be bought by someone, right? The leftovers after Elon Musk and his idiocy finally are left manifest to the public, right? Even to Lactoid. And then he ends up being the Tesla creators, right? well, he's not going to be ejected from the company because he's like filled the board of loyalists. Like he's insulated himself from that. But at the very least, like when it actually comes falling down, like the thing is, like, so there's so many interesting dynamics.
Well, you think they're
happening.
worse than like Hugo Boss, for example, like who's got like
one second.
or Volkswagen?
1 second. That's an interesting question about Volkswagen. I'll get to that in a second. But like the reason it's so interesting is because like Elon Musk has said, right, like on multiple occasions that like Tesla isn't a car company, right? It's a software company. It's an AI company, right? Like he's saying that what differentiates us is our full self-driving, right? Like this is our package. This is the thing that our valuation comes from. And so he says specifically, well, if we don't put all full self-driving, a company is worthless, right? Like he said that. And it has a pull off full self-driving, right? Full self-driving with attention or there's a term for it. You remember
supervised full self-driving.
Supervised full self-driving. Thank you.
It's like an oxymoron.
Yeah, exactly. Not full
supervised autonomous.
I'm surprised they don't even just call it beta, but I think they said, like, I think maybe it was in beta before, but then they took it out of beta, like, oh yeah, it's really here, but then they don't want to put it back in beta. Whatever, it doesn't matter. The point is that like they don't have that product, and there's no reason to believe that they'll have that product in the future, right? And the way they one of the ways they keep juicing the stock price, is by making more wild promises. So there is the Tesla Roadster, right? 10 years, a decade and counting. It's like 11 years, I think. 11 years. Where the Tesla Roadster 2, right, the upgrade, was supposed to come out. Elon promised it and has promised it every year afterwards. It's never come out because, like at least the promises that he did make, he couldn't compete. But the thing is, it's weird because, and that's weird too, because there is a Tesla Roadster, an old one, right? You could make a slightly better model, right? And it would like way, it would never like hit the performance numbers that he claimed because of course he was overpromising, right? But I don't know, just like move past. He doesn't want to do that either. So it's weird. Hold on 1 second. Let me finish, and I'd like to hear what you have to say. And so there's
he really doesn't like Elon.
I really don't fucking like
I couldn't
Elon. And then there's the Optimus robots, right? Like, don't take Prime's name in vain. First of all, I don't like it. And then secondly, like the Optimus robots, like, clearly are not autonomous, right? Like we've seen that. We saw that at the party, the Robotaxi party last year, where clearly they would be controlled. And there was reporting afterwards, a plenty of I can pull it up for you. Actually, I have it saved. Reporting talking about how there was obviously controlled by other like human beings, right? They are it's seemingly behind many other countries that are actually doing this work. My man Corey even turned me on to the one thing I thought was like interesting about them was the Neuralink, right? The one thing I thought like, oh, well, this is something that Elon's doing that like, okay, I'm interested, right? Like I think this is like something that's, I mean, obviously he's doing for profit motive, but like this medical advancement, right? That seems like groundbreaking. Hey, I'm for that. But what I'm hearing from my friend Corey here is that other companies are doing this work, and they aren't doing what Tesla's doing, because what Tesla's doing is like plainly ridiculous on its face, which sounds familiar.
Neuralink, yeah.
Yeah, for specifically Neuralink, yeah. For Neuralink, in that like they have like much smaller ambitions, because like what Tesla's basically trying to do is like put like the system on a chip and put that chip in your brain, but we don't have that technology to do that, right? People in the field are like, that's plainly ridiculous. That we can't actually do that, but we can actually make some breakthroughs, right? With like equipment attached to like various parts of the body, right? Like to actually facilitate some of these things. But the thing that Tesla's working on, Neuralink is working on, is just simply not going to work. Again and again, we see that Tesla, Elon Musk Enterprises are pushing for things that can't happen. Oh, also SpaceX, but that's a longer conversation. Most people don't know anything about SpaceX, and so
they're
like
going to Mars next year. Mark
when I tried to explain it, right? They're like, but he said rockets. You just do the rockets and Starlink. Okay, so that's a longer conversation. So I'm not going to go into that because then I'll have to fight you guys on that one. I understand. But again, there's massive overpromising. Again, he has failed miserably at delivering every single one of those promises, right? Or the large ones. And at some point, there's going to be a big embarrassment. And the final point, last thing, then I'd love to see what I want to have to say about it, is that, like, so he promises, well, among other things, that, like, the robotaxi has been popular in that for many, many years. Now, this year, it sounds like a bit more of a solid promise where he's going to begin rollout in Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas is supposed to be like where they debut the robo-taxi system, right?
Base.
It's not going to be those bullshit robo-taxis that we saw on the Hollywood movie lot, right? Those are obviously not real cars, right? But he said that's what you guys are going to have, right?
That were pre-trained on like the area.
That were highly pre-trained on the area, right? It's oh my god, there's so much to say about that in itself, but we got to move past it. So hopefully we'll see that even happens in Austin, Texas, right? And we'll see how that goes. If you look into the numbers behind what they expect from the robotaxi business, it's wildly inflated, and Tesla said so too. Tesla, in its own internal reports, said it's wildly inflated, and we can't possibly get the returns that Elon Musk asked for. And then finally, the Optimus robots, right? So the Optimus robots he also promised for this year, and then what happened? Oh, the tariff situation. The tariffs. You know what? China is blocking us from getting rare earth materials, and so I guess the robots aren't going to be ready this. I'm sorry, guys. I really want to. They were almost at the factory door, but then the rare earth metals. We can't get that rare earth minerals, right? And so we are going to have to delay. Oh wow.
Now, I don't want to dispute your feelings about Elon Musk because they're clearly very passionate, and I don't really like the guy that much, so I don't care to defend him. And I don't mean to accuse you here of the snapshot fallacy. I don't think it was intentional.
Okay.
But
no. Just go ahead. Tell me.
When I look back at Chick-fil-A, Hobby Lobby, Nike, Keurig, pretty much every company that donated to Black Lives Matter that people said they were all going to protest and never shop at again. And even today, where Costco is still doing DEI policies and Right Wingers say they're all going to cancel their Costco account, a few months go by, everyone forgets and just starts going back to their favorite store. And I'm not giving up Costco, even if they advocate for communism. That pizza's too good. So I would say...
But Tyler, my argument didn't rely on protests. I know you mentioned those.
Yeah, I'm just saying like the whole idea of a company getting political is more what I'm saying. A company getting political and jumping in on either side of an argument.
That has nothing to do with my argument, though.
I'm not saying that's why I'm saying that I'm saying that we're seeing the fluctuation in the stock price because. Sorry, I'm not articulating it.
Well, that's why I brought up Hugo Boss and Volkswagen because every 3 years or so we have another example. Hugo Boss putting fucking Nazi imagery in their clothes when they made the fucking SS uniforms, surprise. And then every so often we hear about something crazy happening to Volkswagen, and well, they were also Nazis, so it's not a big surprise there. So they have the most toxic reputation you can have.
Yeah, if BP recovered their fucking reputation, anyone can.
Yeah, and Hugo Boss suits are pretty fly, and Volkswagen cars are pretty nice. Boss. Just saying.
Hugo Boss has a line of products, and probably there's some that are actually quality, just as
very much quality.
Well, yeah, they're great quality. That's not the question about this issue.
I agree.
The question is, should you be buying Nazis clothing?
Even with Tyler's, and even Volkswagen, they have a line of actual products. Although Volkswagen is struggling, German car manufacturing is struggling as a result of China. Okay, and I think just most of my point about Tesla. I agree that if you have a good product, most people will just gravitate towards that product. The problem is Tesla doesn't actually have a good product. And that's
what about Yi? What do you think? Yi's got a good product?
Well, but that's not important.
I'm just kidding.
But you're getting distracted. And maybe if you're kidding, that's fine.
Well, the Yi thing, yeah. Just kidding.
Yeah, sure. But the Volkswagen and the Hugo Boss, I think one that's a really salient point, in that in terms of, and even it wasn't what I was resting my argumentation on. I hear what Tyler is trying to say. I was saying, Tyler, even if I wasn't resting my point on this, I hear what you were trying to say. But the Hugo Boss and the Volkswagen, I think it's important to bring up, right? Yes,
they're equally toxic
Nazis, right? And they managed to bounce back. And honestly, I think
all the time.
I'm not sure if most people even know that fact about them, right? I'd be curious if that's even the case. But one way or the other, right? There's still.
Well, can I ask you this,
uniforms look cool though.
Well, can I ask you this, Brian? Do you think so? I think with Hugo Boss, for example, it comes up every 3 years, and then everybody knows about it, and then 3-4 years later, people forget. And then I guess they try to sneak it in again.
Yeah.
So, like, with the Tesla thing, do you think, like this is why I'm saying I think it's long-term is the way I'm looking at it. Like, Corey's talking about shortening it short, right? Like, shortening it in the short term, right? I would say more as a long-term thing.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
you can let
probably
it,
a good idea.
maybe let it even, like, crash more, right? And then buy it because it's like, hey, if these companies with little Nazis can bounce back repeatedly, there's no reason Tesla shouldn't be able to or get merged in.
So, Corey, your opinions aren't like mutually exclusive, then,
Right.
Right?
No, I wouldn't
Corey's
say they
saying
are.
that we can short it in the short term, right? And then because it's going to go down.
Well, I'm
sometime
thinking more
soon.
like short term, like 1, 2, 3 years.
I don't know. I'm looking right-
Yeah. That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
I think
I just
some
don't,
people
I
have
don't
loyalty.
invest that way
Yeah.
personally.
And then last thing, and then I'd love to hear what you have to say, Tyler.
Sorry.
Is that yeah. So like my argument was messing that it was more talking about what like Corey was saying, and that like the products are not good. Right? Or sorry, I shouldn't. Let me pull back because people are going to argue me about like what I mean by quality. So I'll pull back on that. I'm saying that Elon has made continuous promises. He has tied his company, his various companies, to these goals that he cannot reach. SpaceX is going to be one of the biggest ones, right? Because no, we're not going to get to Mars, not through SpaceX at least, right? Absolutely not. If you looked at anything at like what their actual system they proposed, it's completely ridiculous. I don't know we'll get to the moon with SpaceX. There's a good reason to believe that SpaceX can actually even deliver on that promise. But in any case, at least not with their current plan. They'd have to completely rejigger like their whole plans to do so. But in any case, like they are not meeting the consumer's needs, right? Whether the consumer being like the car companies, car customers, because BYD and other Chinese companies are eating the lunch now. They're eating the lunch. If you're looking at what those product lines of the Chinese car companies are like, right? There's a reason why all other companies are falling behind. There's a reason. They've caught up and they're surpassing us, right? And so it is what it is. Like you said, if you got a good product, people will gravitate to it, right? And so even if people have a problem with China, right? China has like an interesting brand here in the US, right? They're going to go for those Chinese cars eventually once we get them in here. So there's that. And then what was that? Last thing. I'm sorry, Tyler.
You're good. You're good. You just sound like you're gonna finish.
Yeah. Sorry. But yeah. So they haven't kept up with the car customers. They're not keeping up with the U.S. government in terms of delivering on the moon mission or the Mars mission. Certainly not. Oh my God, we're supposed to only be on Mars. The plan was already be on Mars today. We're supposed to be there, right? That was the plan before. But anyway, right? It's not going to deliver to medical patients, right? It's not like who is actually being delivered to, other than like the people who are using their current line of products, meaning their old Tesla models, and Starlink, which has limited applicability, not as much as people think it does. So yeah, I'm just like answer that question for me, right? And if you could tell me who's who's actually being satisfied, right, with new products reaching goals that are promised, well then I can reverse myself. But I haven't seen it yet. Now, sorry, Tyler.
Yeah, no, I think Elon Musk, you're definitely right. He's over-promising and definitely under-delivering. I think the Cybertruck a few years ago, he was like collecting people's money just to build and design it, and none of them got a free car or anything like that. So, but if you look at the sales right now,
It also tanked in sales.
yeah, if you look at the sales right now, though, last 3 years, the top selling EVs were both Teslas, and you sold about 500,000 units, and the next one below that was a Ford that sold 50,000. So they're outselling their competition 10-1 still as of last year. I think that's just because they have the
Are those
cheapest
international
model.
numbers or US?
No, just in the US. Well, we have a 100% EV tariff against China. If
I'm
that
aware.
gets dropped in Trump's negotiations that he's currently in with China, we could see them entering the market and knocking Elon down. But if that stays in place, I don't see a world where Tesla, who gives you right now the most cheap option for an EV, getting bumped out of the market just because they have that market alone.
They have so. I think the strongest point is in terms of the U.S. market, right? But the U.S. market will have to float them because they're losing the Chinese market. They're losing the international market, period, right? Because China can sell everywhere else. You're right. They can't sell here. And I neglected to mention that. So fair enough. But like, that's the thing that's keeping them out. It's not that like, oh, they have such, again, but even with your example that you brought up, right? Like what your example wasn't that, oh, it seems like they have the best product on the market, period, right? Is that we have trade barriers keeping the better the competition out, right? The American EVs, and even then though, when it comes to the American EVs, right? Like, yeah, Tesla came out first, right? And so it has like first mover advantage, but it that isn't insurmountable. Those other car companies are like putting out comparable products, right? Products that don't have the burdens, like the political burdens of the other one of Tesla, and cheaper products, because Tesla, Elon Musk has continuously refused putting out a cheaper model, right? And their models, like they have not quote unquote full self-driving, but like much better driving systems because they use LiDAR, right? Rather than like visual cameras. They use the visual light spectrum that Elon Musk has refused to change. He's absolutely refused to do it. And he says, yeah, AI should be able to see like regular humans do. It
We have
can't.
eyes.
It's not a
Prime
human.
eyes.
With eyes. With eyes. That's what an idiot says. That's what an idiot says, right? Like and Tesla hasn't shown some sort of like a new AI capabilities that can handle this visual data. It simply hasn't, right? In fact, it's like performing worse. So again, I'm asking, who is actually, like, other than simply momentum within the marketplace, which it does have, fair enough, right? In terms of the US market specifically, right? Momentum within that marketplace with old products, like I said previously, like the old products, we have some customers for that. But for the new lofty products, right? Tomorrow is coming eventually. And Tesla's not going to deliver. Give me evidence of that.
I don't think I can right now. Most of your objections I can't fight. I was just fighting that one. Icon was in
Fair
limbo, by the way.
Limbo, sorry.
Yeah, I think Tesla's going to be fine.
He's in the rowboat waiting channel.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Limbo, purgatory.
Yeah, limbo.
per se.
Yeah, exactly.
And as a Catholic, that's expected, you know.
So let's hear from Lactoid. He wants to be wrong again. Go ahead, Lactoid.
I think Tesla's going to be fine. I think Elon is generally an impressive individual.
I can speak to that actually.
I do.
Lactoid.
Hold on. I do want to say though. I think Tyler, if I heard you correctly, I think that I might be disagreeing with you here. I do think that brand loyalty and disloyalty is a thing, right?
I agree with that.
Like for example, you're never going to catch me eating Ben and Jerry's ice cream, right? I avoid that like the plague. Never had it, never will. Bud Light, I don't drink that, although I didn't drink that before the
You don't
whole
like Ben and
trans thing
Jerry's?
anyway.
Yeah, wait, why not?
I don't know if I don't know if I like it or I don't like it. I'm not going to ever know.
Why?
Because
They're
they're a left-leaning company. Did you not know that, kids?
I didn't know that. I mean, I don't really eat sweets that often, despite my fat
Fair enough.
appearance.
Ben and Jerry. Way
This,
too
yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't know if we
Yeah,
want to dive into the weeds of monopolistic competition.
What
with a
about
political spin
Dippin'
to it.
Dots? Can we eat
That's
Dippin'
horrible.
Dots? Is Dippin' Dots okay? Or, like, can I
I
get
don't
a
know
list
anything
of
about Dippin' Dots.
approved
It
ice
could
cream
be.
companies that are fine for conservatives to eat? Like, I need the list. Like,
And
Yeah,
Lactoid-
I don't know. Maybe
Lactoid doesn't
Hey,
consume
Bluebell,
Aunt Jemima's
guys,
top
Bluebell
three.
is saying buy Bluebell. Bluebell.
I used to consume Aunt Jemima's, but then they went woke, and now I don't.
Bluebell.
Same thing with the Lando Lakes butter, right? Like I actually prefer to have Native Americans on my butter, so stop eating that as well.
Yeah, that's.
I know why people like Lactoid find Elon impressive. Since we've established that Lactoid has the memory of a goldfish, he doesn't recall that 10 years ago Elon said that he made all these promises, that full self. It's always a new claim for him. Oh yes, it's coming next year because he didn't remember.
I'm
that
disappointed.
He's
You should
overly
have-
optimistic.
He said
You're right.
impressive.
He's overly optimistic.
He said impressive, and neither lefty here said impressively bad. That would have been my immediate response as soon as he said he's impressive. Yeah, how terrible he is. Yeah, so
Don't worry. I better come back
so much of this, so much of this is just like hope. So much of this is just like, oh, here's this guy that has accomplished like so much, but he didn't accomplish as much as I thought he should accomplish, or that he predicted he would accomplish. Therefore, he's bad.
Oh my God!
You know,
Lactoid,
miss me with
Lactoid.
that. I don't care.
Lactoid.
he didn't even mention the boring
The
company.
Hyperloop that he didn't actually invent, right? He says like, "Oh, I've invented this new system called Hyperloop." This thing was invented in the 1920s, right? Like, there's literally like graphics of this, like a magazine graphics of like this like proposed invention from the fucking 1920s.
He admitted that the whole thing was a ploy. He brought up Hyperloop when he did because he was trying to stop high speed rail in California.
In California, exactly, right? So again, like a scam artist, right? A liar trying to sabotage public works is a thing. I don't
Wait. He openly admitted this, Aiko?
Yes, yeah, he actually said it. Yeah, I can go find the quote if you want. It's
All right,
amazing.
look it
I
up.
was really shocked at the time that he was willing to go, mask
Yeah,
off.
he
on
wanted
that.
to derail the high speed train plans there. But so there's that. And then what did he deliver? Right? Remember the Hyperloop, right? How it's going to get you from like one part, the lower part of California to the upper part, right? And so many minutes.
Yeah. The Hyperloop's not a thing. Yeah.
It's a little tunnel. It's a little car tunnel, like a circle underneath Las Vegas,
But
right? The
there's-
Boring Company.
But there's
The
RBG
pump.
though, or there's lighting. There's fancy lighting there. So
There's purple. Yeah, there's a purple moonlighting. There's like that's it's literally Ali's moonlighting in the tunnel. That's what that looks like. But so that again, one acts to actually deliver tangible results, right? Again, so what? So let me pull back, right, and try to
Except for
really
SpaceX
address-
and Tesla.
So again, SpaceX. SpaceX has to be a separate fight because the thing that I'm talking about in SpaceX is specifically their promises for and by promises I mean their government contracts. Their government contracts to take us back to the moon, right? Their government contract, which I think you would agree because like
He did it. Wait. He could do it a lot cheaper than the government does.
But no, he can't actually. He
factually can.
Hasn't. No, he has.
I will link. I will link this to you. I will link this to you. You will see that the cost of spaceflight per kilogram getting into space since SpaceX got involved has dropped tremendously, and SpaceX is credited for a large part of that.
Hold on, no. Wait a minute. That's two different things. That's not what I'm addressing. I'm talking about the moon. You're talking about getting putting objects into space.
Yeah,
those are two different things.
Spaceflight.
Oh my God, back to it. This is exactly. See, this is why I didn't want.
Because they didn't make it to the moon. They're not successful.
No. Friend. What did I say previously? I don't want to talk about SpaceX because no one knows shit about SpaceX.
Because they're successful.
No one knows shit about rockets. And so when I specifically try to disambiguate, right, like putting things into low Earth orbit, right, from getting to the moon, you're like, well, it's the same thing. Spaceflight Prime. It's spaceflight. So I guess it's like comparing like running 3 miles with like running across the country. But like getting a Prime, I can run.
Wait. Why couldn't the government do it cheaply? Why couldn't the government do it cheaply then?
Oh my, that's okay, but that's not why. Oh my God,
why couldn't they? Why couldn't the government do it cheaply if it's so easy? If it's so easy,
I have to. No, I can't because we have to have a long, specific conversation about SpaceX because you don't know shit about rockets, and it's gonna take forever to do.
No. I know. Whenever I bring up this example, it's always too complicated and it's a longer conversation.
No. Hold on.
Yet you're gonna pretend like you know anything about hyperloops or electric vehicles, the engineering that goes behind any of this. Neither of us know about any of the engineering.
Vegas, that's just a roundabout.
Hold on, wait. You probably know just about as much of the engineering that goes into something like this as we do rockets. I don't know shit about the engineering that has to do with any of these things.
I'm not saying.
But what I do know. Okay, hold on. I'm
Okay.
not saying you said that you're an engineer.
Okay.
I'm saying that I don't have to know everything that there is to know about rockets to know that SpaceX has been wildly successful at lowering the cost of getting objects into space. And I posted it in the group chat. Okay, I know because your specific metric for success is like not the one that the rest of us have. That's like really important, like getting satellites up into space. Your metric is, did you make it to the moon?
Hold on. But there's a government contract. Wait a minute, hold on. Lactoid. Oh, Lactoid apparently doesn't care about contracts anymore, right? For Lactoid, contracts are just a suggestion. Okay, so when Lactoid fills out a contract, right, for one of his customers, right, this is just maybe, right?
He's gonna get sued by NASA for not going to the moon. What are you talking about?
Are you going to build this house or are you not going to build this house? But hey, man, if you build the front porch to the house, I mean, who's to complain? Why are you complaining about this, right? You were supposed to have built this.
Okay. What contract? What contract?
And
what contract?
Several years out.
What contract?
For the moon to take us to the moon, right? They have a contract for the moon, and they had there's a government accountability, either inspector general or a government accountability. A GAO report. I believe it's a GAO report. Talking about their various failures and how their system simply is not ready for to take us to the moon, right? And not being.
Did they have a timeline?
Yes, they do. They have graphics and an absolute timeline. Yes, they have a timeline as to when the deliverables are supposed to have been met. Now, it's not that I'm saying that deliverables can't, be.
Are they late on that timeline? Because I have it up in front of me.
Yes, absolutely. But hold on,
they're not late.
I'll show you the GAO report. I'll have to we'll have to have full conversation.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. No, put the report. What I'm looking at is that apparently they have agreed to an Artemis 3 mission, in which the plan is to put a crewed flight to the moon no later than mid-2027.
They have I can show you the actual GAO report. I don't know where you're getting information from, but I'll show you the actual GAO
Wikipedia, report. The most credible of all sources.
Okay, well then I'll actually have to show you because the Artemis program has been delayed. But
do you think delays were more common when the government was running NASA or under SpaceX?
This is why the going to the moon the first time, we got there on time. Like before we had computers, right? When we had to literally shrink the computers, when the government had to go to the moon, they had to embed the technology to go to the moon. It had never been done before, right? They had to invent rocket technology that could actually accomplish it. They had to shrink down.
And we've got the deadline on video.
We have the deadline on video.
JFK saying on video, we will make it to the moon by the end of this decade. Like,
can I ask a question?
Like they shrunk computers that were the size of rooms, right, down to a size that could be carried into a rocket, right, giving us the PC, the personal computers that we're all using right now, right? And then they actually accomplished it with like there was a certain I forget how many rockets blew up on the way. Did any of them? I don't. Let me not speak out my.
Wait, which rockets?
Exactly. I'm talking about the government rockets, like on the Apollo mission plan.
I'm wondering, like
before we.
Yeah, there was Challenger 2 that exploded during liftoff. There was Apollo 11.
Hold on. Can I just ask a
question?
question?
13. There was another Apollo that I think.
Yeah. I'm saying I just don't remember. So I'm not trying to speak
can I ask a question? So,
but hold on, one second. Just saying that, like like we actually delivered on time. So those deliverables happened right when there was no industry. There was no space industry. Like
how many people died during the Challenger explosion?
SpaceX. I mean, after the Apollo mission, right? You mean after the Apollo mission when NASA to its own mission got lax with their own regulations? Yeah, like the whole crew died in the Apollo mission. Sorry, the Challenger mission. Yeah, whatever. But that's not what. Again, stop trying to move the goalpost. Right?
No, this is not goalpost moving at all.
Why are you talking about the Challenger?
The reason. But hold on a second. The reason why this is not goalpost moving whatsoever is like we're talking about space flight here. This is an immensely complicated thing. And shit gets moved all the time, and people get it wrong all the time, okay? What's important to look at is overall... Stop talking, please. What's important to look at is the overall delays, the overall programmatic delays, and the overall cost savings. SpaceX has been better than NASA when it comes to both fields. Are there going to be delays with any kind of space flight? Are this going to show up? Oh, shit. Like, we have to do X, Y, Z. Yeah, and that's fine. And, if only Challenger had a little bit of a delay, and they decided to launch when it was warm enough that the O-rings wouldn't freeze over and killed all the people on board. I know. Again, you specify one mission that the government did for a much more expensive price than SpaceX can do.
Hold on. I'm doing a one-to-one comparison, right? The Apollo mission versus the Artemis mission, right? A one-to-one comparison, right? Getting to the moon. Right, so you mean the time where we didn't have any of that technology?
One-to-one mission. The Challenger versus anything SpaceX launched. It was crude.
But I'm not talking about that. That was never my contention. So if we want to have a different conversation, right, about safety, right, and as to like whose rockets exploded. I mean, like lots of SpaceX's rockets.
Hold on,
whatever, right? But like, hold on. I gotta address this. Right, so like you can talk about that, right? But that's not what I was referring to. So if we're having two different conversations, we're having two different conversations. And once again, the reason why I said this is that like we have to actually have a full sit down conversation because I know you lack to it. You're not going to take my word for it, and that's fine, right? Now, actually, I don't blame you for not simply taking my word on any of this, right? You're going to demand, hey, you gotta have the sources here, right? But like I'm telling you, like this specifically, this field of rocketry, right? You can understand. Most people, can understand the automotive business better, right? Because we're used to cars. We ride in cars. We understand the deliverables of cars. We understand the deliverables of What's the other thing?
Wait. Which
Hold on, no, before you move on,
medical-
I want to get in
no,
here because I got a question.
We'll talk about it in a second. Sorry, go ahead.
So
Yes.
okay, I have a little bit of an issue here. With so I guess a little precedent my question. Y'all can correct me where I'm wrong here in a second, and then answer it. Here's the way I'm looking at it. Before SpaceX and Virgin Galactic and Blue Origin or whatever all these flight companies, there was a limit on the private sector. They couldn't work in rocketry. If I am correct, I believe that's because there was like laws, top secrets, yada yada. It was very limited on what they could do, right? And then we deregulated a lot of that, and we've allowed them to be like certain companies within our market to do it. All right. And Lactoid brought the point up earlier that since SpaceX has done this, the cost of these things have gone down. Now, iCal and I have been having an interesting kind of debate back and forth over the last, I don't know, several months now, really. I guess now that I'm looking back at this, I guess we've had this underlying debate or discussion about predictions. And when he was speaking earlier, he brought up predictions, and I think that's interesting to me because when I look at SpaceX and I look at the industry as a whole, I think a lot of times maybe they did overpromise. Sure. I think, though, that we've seen them grow pretty quickly and we're seeing them make leaps and bounds and they're competing with each other. And I think competition in the free market's good. And we're seeing like safer flights. Like he brought up the Challenger. I think that the SpaceX capsules seem to be a lot safer. That's a good thing. So whenever we're sitting here, it comes down to this. How much weight do the predictions matter, right? In my mind, yeah, if Elon's 10 years off on his prediction to go to Mars, yeah, sure, sucks for investors. But if he's only 10 years off, that's a pretty small scale if he gets us to Mars when beforehand we were barely getting back into space at all.
Wait.
Like, right?
Theranos just needed 10 more years. Theranos just needed 10 more years.
Hold on.
Right?
No, I'm not saying there. But I'm saying with rocketry,
what's the
it's a
difference?
totally dead industry. Totally dead industry because they didn't allow it. And all of a sudden they've all got into it. And he goes, I think we could do this. And as these things become more apparent, these are the limitations. I see maybe he's, developing it. Like, maybe it's harder to get the launch rocket to come back down, but you're going to want to be able to have reusable rockets. And now we've made this step. So it's like, I don't see an issue with them promising something, then reassessing it after they've gotten into it and like developing on that. And like, why is it that we just want to nail them? You didn't get it by this 10 years, but we got it within, if it takes 20 years in the grand scheme of things, that's pretty fucking good because beforehand we were at 0 years to this because it was never going to happen.
Wait, this is all built on a faulty premise. Prime, which
right, hold on.
Flight,
right?
which flight to the moon? Which flight to the moon are you talking about?
Something better than nothing.
Which flight to the moon are you talking about?
No. I'm telling you, we got to sit down and have a conversation.
Because it wasn't SpaceX. It wasn't SpaceX.
I'm not. There's been lots of delays for other missions as well. But
the moons. You said the moon. You said the moon. 1 to 1. Are you talking about the Artemis 2? Are you talking about the Artemis 2 mission?
No, I'm not talking.
Which mission to the moon are you talking about?
No, friend. I'm telling you, we're gonna have to have a sit down conversation.
Prime, you made a claim.
No.
Which?
I'm saying, hey, I can't do this right now because it's going to take too long, and it's going to take too long. So I would love to have the conversation with you, but not this moment. I'm telling you, we're not going to do it. Like I kept saying, hey,
all right. I just got to clear up. I got to clear up a little bit of disinformation then to the audience. So yeah, Artemis 2 is the planned moon mission. The reason why it got delayed is because the heat shield failed, and the heat shield was designed and implemented by Boeing. That had nothing to do with SpaceX.
Okay, we'll talk about it later. Fair enough.
Sorry. Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin. Sorry, Lockheed Martin.
I just wanted to interrupt.
I said Boeing because they're having so many issues.
Are we moving past you?
A1.
I want to ask iCal. Well, in this case, because you brought up the predictions earlier, like. Would you say, like in this case, this is not I don't see when it comes to space exploration or space industry like a real need to be like I think they're all estimated timelines, right? I don't like if you're like 10 years off. Do you see that as just crushing, or is it like they overpromise, or like why is in space do you think it's specific? Like we have to nail into this timeline compared to like I don't know other things we're a little more lenient on. What?
Because he said the timeline. Like that's you don't nail them. It's just it seems like for Trump and Elon they give a timeline, and then if you don't match the timeline, like
hold
then
on,
it's he wasn't supposed to. But that's why you voted for him, or that's why you support him. Is because like they say they're going to reach
when they meet
timelines.
Well, it's helpful if they meet it by the timelines. But I'm willing to say, hold on. I didn't even. I just want to ask Ico here real quick because like if I see a lot of progress making it towards this goal, then I'm satisfied, or I'm appeased maybe. Like, do you not see it that way, Ico? Because I know you brought up the timeline specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole conversation is almost a category error because, to me, the difference between because if what really we're really talking about is what can the private sector do versus the public sector or whatever, there's I think the moon is a really strange one to do because that's one where obviously the public sector like beat the private sector by many decades, and it's still the case. The fact is
But they
these
weren't
are two
allowed,
different
right?
things because there is one thing that the private sector cannot do that the public sector can, and that is do unprofitable things. Right? You'll never see the private sector beating the government on unprofitable things. Once an area has been developed enough by the government to where it then becomes profitable and can become part of a business model, then you can see vast improvement in the private sector. But until then, just like basic research in science, I'm sure Corey can tell you about it, you would never count on the private sector to do basic research because there's nothing in it for them.
But in your
But as soon as
scenario,
it becomes
so even in your own
profitable.
scenario, real quick, Ika, just to
Mhm.
clarify,
Yeah.
you said the public sector beat the private sector. I'm under the impression that the private sector wasn't allowed to compete in the space race, right? Like at like that level. They were just, until recently they weren't even able to do rocketry because of top secret clearances, rules, and restrictions. If that's true, then how can you say
There might have been rules like within a particular country, right? But
like
sort of
the US?
globally, there would have been nothing stopping from an international corporation from
During the
trying
Cold
something
War,
like
you
in
think-
their own. Yeah,
Come on.
I think even during the Cold War, yeah, absolutely. But there's no reason anyone would do it. You can't make money just going to the moon, planting a
probably
flag,
right
and
on
then
this one.
leaving. Like there's no profit in it.
So
Even today, when people are allowed to do this sort of thing, still no private sector.
You don't think there's
company
any
has paid
profit
out.
going to the moon?
he's right. So he's right.
No, not just going to the moon.
Oh,
No.
hold on. So
Is there
ICAO
profit?
is right.
Well, there's
Gibbs,
no
is there
profit in it.
profit in going to California?
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
Depends on what you do.
just going to
Definitely
to California.
not.
Yeah, I mean, I can
Just-
hold on.
tax
Hold
the
on.
fuck
Wait,
out of
No,
it.
answer my question.
That's bad
Just
businessman.
going to
That's a bad businessman that can't
California.
make profit despite his conditions.
Okay, I'm saying right now, if I were to get a boat and just go to Africa, there's no profit to be made just going somewhere.
There
So
might
no,
be.
just going to the moon for the sake of is like right now with Origin Blue or whatever with Amazon. It's not like they're going to space. They're trying to make money by making space tourism a thing, right? And
You
it's
don't think Gibbs
that's a
goes to
lot of
California?
money.
I can make money off that, as a
Oh my
as a
god!
series.
Yeah, but you'd have to do something in California. Right now, how do you make money off going to the moon besides selling ads or government
Selling ads right
subsidies?
there. There's a good example.
Yeah, so
Sponsored by
Can I jump in
Budweiser.
here?
Welcome to the
No,
Apollo
you have to be
program.
Amazon. You have to be Amazon. Be like, no, we're trying to get trash and put it in space. That's what you have to do. You can't just make money.
But the research aspect of it, it's like R&D. You can fund this all under R&D, and then all of a sudden, moon
R&D is
colonies are there.
expensive.
Gentlemen,
Well, that's the point.
Can I jump in here really quickly for you? Because I want to just talk about a couple of things. So, with what Prime was talking about earlier, with Elon Musk not hitting his deadline and specifications, absolutely you have right to critique him, but then we turn around and look at the government. We look at the SLS, the largest space program our government has ever engaged in. Right now, it is about 40% over budget, about 5 years behind, just like nuclear power plants the government funds. Now, ICAO is 100% right. You're never going to see a private industry take off into something that's non-profitable. But then there is the private-public partnership. And if you look in a year, SpaceX saves NASA $5.7 billion just doing deliveries to space for them because the rockets are mostly reusable. And if they were trying to allocate the SLS to SpaceX, it was blocked by Congress because they didn't want to give their entire shipbuilding over to a private company, despite the fact that they were saying they could do it for half the price.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, look. I've been talking about SpaceX for 15 years now, and the big advantage for them, the biggest single advantage of something that they tried to do was reusable rockets at a time when nobody else thought that it was realistic to do. One of the reasons Elon was able to do that, or SpaceX was able to do that, is because he was willing to do what's called an iterative process, which is you just blow up a bunch of rockets. You fail over and over again so that you can eventually get to whatever goal you have, which is counter to, say, NASA. Where NASA wants to succeed every time. They want to put a ton of money into research before they launch something so that an explosion doesn't happen. And that's less iterative. It's more in the world of theory, and it costs a lot. It takes a lot more resources to do it that way. But the problem is, at the beginning of an industry, that's what you need to do, which is why it took NASA's like massive investment. $22 billion, by the way, of SpaceX's revenue comes from the government. So it is private sector. They couldn't have done it by themselves. They needed sort of government funding for that. And if you, and the other problem with this is there's a limit to it. Yeah, as long as you're putting satellites in space, an iterative process is fine, because who cares if you blow up a rocket? But once you start putting people on those things, then you have to start adapting the NASA approach of make sure it never goes wrong. You can't just say, all right, let's kill the first set of astronauts so that the next set can benefit from their experience. Right? Russia did that. That's like a
I mean, NASA has also killed plenty of
astronauts. I count. So let's just say that, though, right? So if I have a rocket that's never been used and we've designed it through NASA theoretically, or I have a rocket that they've used 1 million times and its first 10 issues had different fail rates, and we have now we're at this. Sure, I'm just picking big numbers, and we have we announced
never in a million.
Okay, sure, all right. Let's say we got a rocket.
100.
Let's say we got a rocket that's been used 1,000 times. Like, right? We know this, or there's not the specific rocket, but that like style rocket, and it has no errors, right? And all the rocket versions before it had a different margin of error till we have this newest one, right? So okay, this was never had a failure. Do you want to use the rocket that's gone 1,000 times with no errors, no explosions, or do you want to use the newfangled one that's never been tested and they're going to test flight it with them because they did the theory approach? Which do you think is a better method for rocket use with a person's life being involved?
Well, there's a I mean, Elon's been asked this question actually before, and he says that he thinks that they call it flight proven. The flight proven rocket is the safer one, right? But it turns out that in practice, when they do it like for real, they always do new ones if they're going to put humans on it.
Well, it's a new rocket, but at the same line, right? So, like, I'm not saying...
Yeah, they're not going to put an experimental rocket.
No, I'm saying, so, like, it would be like, okay, this is the Rocket 12, right? But, like, version 12, it's going to be a new Rocket version 12 to put people on there. It's not going to be a version 12 that's been used 36 times, right? Like, it's going to be, a new one in that line. I'm arguing the proven thing. I think this is what we do for, like, okay, with all products. Like, this is why they don't like animal testing and makeup, right? Because it could be cruel, right? But, however, it's probably better that, like, 1,000 mice get tested and we see if it's, like, bad for the mice, then let one person do it versus like, we're going to use this brand new one that shouldn't have any side effects, but let's try it out. Like, you don't agree with the testing and the use of this before, like, as a better method?
I just told you that I think that the iterative approach, which is what the private sector companies do, like, has its advantages. And one of them is that you can prove that something works. When I was a teenager, I sold like washing machines. There's a brand of washing machine called Hotpoint that every single part in it is a part that was invented 20 years ago or longer. And Hotpoint was like the most reliable washing machine ever because of that. Like, nothing that was new that was invented in the last 20 years would go into a Hotpoint. So you could say that the iterative approach does something similar to that. And at the private sector level, I agree. Like, if you're not trying to reinvent the wheel, then you should absolutely use your most proven technologies. But then when you move over to like trying to go to Mars, at that point, you're going to have to start to use new technology at some point. I mean, it's going to be a combination. That's why my argument isn't that one's superior to the other. My argument is that there are different approaches in the private sector than there are in the public sector, and you need both. And so the people who say you don't need both are typically the ones who say you can do it private sector all the way with no government.
Well, yeah,
There's absolutely no way to run a space agency. Like, it's got to include the public sector because the government takes on the massive investment that can never be profitable, right? You just can't make enough money, especially if you're just like, exploring Mars, like for basic science. You just can't do that. So you got to let government do it. I mean, not to say that the private sector doesn't like have its involvement. It's got to be both.
And even in the iterative design, right? As far as I know, and maybe I have this wrong, but as far as I know, that was done after they got the government contract, right? My understanding is, and anyone here can correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe I am.
$22 billion.
Is that like they get the contract, they spend the public money, the billions, right, to blow up rockets, and then to eventually get to a design. And they accomplished their mission, right? I'm not going to give them that in terms of the fully reusable rocket. They did do that. But like, it wasn't that. There was a.
They get to socialize their losses and privatize the profit.
Exactly, right. So that was all done on the public dime. Those iterative designs, right? So even then, the company just doesn't do it. Like, the space industry didn't and would not have simply been sprouted by itself because of the mass amount of investment, the billions and billions that was spent previously, decades ago, to get us to this point, right? All of that is never factored into the cost. So we can say, oh yeah, SpaceX is delivering rockets with this amount of efficiency, but we don't factor in the cost of all the investment that was created beforehand. We never seem to do that when it comes to private industry. There's not like a SpaceX thing in particular. So there's that. And the last thing I'll say, unless someone else I won't make myself the last word. If someone else has something, they can do that. The last thing I'll say is that, like, how did I start off this conversation previously? Right? Let's just rewind the tape a bit. Right? I went through everything that I'm aware of that Elon's Enterprises got a few of them. Right? I talked about Tesla, right, and its failures to deliver new models. Right? Its failures to compete with the Chinese companies, and its failures for FSD, right? I talk about the Hyperloop, which doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, right? It's not a thing. And I talk about Neuralink. I talk about there's something else. I feel like there's something I'm missing here other than SpaceX.
Optimus.
I talk about Optimus. Thank you, Optimus, right? And that not being a thing because of the rare earth minerals, guys, right? Rare earth minerals. And then I talk about SpaceX, right? And what did I say previously? Hey, so among these 5 things, right? These are all these promises that haven't actually been kept, right? I talk about that, right? And I say specifically, but I'm not going to talk about SpaceX because people don't know much about SpaceX. About space and deliverables. And so I get no pushback for Tesla. I get no pushback for Neuralink, for the Hyperloop, or the Optimus, right?
I mean,
you haven't. Hold on. All you talked to. Oh, sorry. We'll get back to that. You can respond to that if you want. But I get from the vast majority of you, I get no pushback on any of those because you can plainly see the deliverables, right? The things that I talked about, the things that I said haven't been delivered, actually haven't been delivered, and no one here can contest any of those things, right? But the as always with Elon, always with these fraudsters, the things, the reason why they can go on for as long as they do is because most people don't know everything about anything, right? Like, people don't have an idea about like the medical technology, right? They don't have or medical miracles, right? Like, you can sell snake oil to people who have very little idea about, like, germ theory, right? or something like that. Like, in that environment, that can that's a successful product that you can sell. Another product that Elon sold was being a good gamer, right? He sold that. He said it for years.
The best gamer.
The best gamer, right? Talking about how he had reached those leaderboards, and all that. And no one had at least, sorry, not that I'm aware of. Maybe other people did, but no one had actually, like, challenged him on this until it became manifest that once again he lied, right? And so here's what's going to keep happening, right? And someone else said it better than I did, right? Like, basically, I think it was a rocket engineer, right? That Elon Musk said he made promises about cars, and I believe him because I know shit about cars. He made promises about robots, and I believe him because I know shit about robots. But then he talked about rockets, and I know stuff about rockets. I knew this guy was lying, and then I doubted him for everything else. So it goes something like that. Like, when people are exposed to his lies, right? Just like with the game situation where he just lied outright, literally no reason to do so. Right? If he's so busy and amazing at it, all these, oh yeah, fucking Twitter. We're gonna talk about that, but we can talk about that some other time. Oh my god. But yeah, if he's so such an incredible CEO, people would have understood. Of course, he doesn't have time. He's so busy. He's Elon Musk, right? He works so many hours a day, like he pretends that he does. He clearly doesn't because he's always tweeting, whatever, right? But he works so hard, so of course he can't play that. It makes sense that he got some shadow gamer to play it for him, right? But even then, the charlatan that he is, right? He it's in his bones to lie, to overstate, to obfuscate. Once again, and so it became manifest at that moment as well. So just wait till he talks about something you know about, right? Something that's within your field, right? He's going to say something about the law, and Latcho's going to be like, "Oh my god, this guy's an idiot," right?
He's done something about programming already. So
he's done about programs have been saying this for a long time. Software engineers talk about this guy who has a part of his claim to fame was that he's such a great software engineer and he can just go in there and do the coding. Bullshit, right? But software engineers found it too, right? So you just have to wait long enough. He's going to say something about something you know, and then you're going to doubt him too, right? But until then, well, he got the benefit of doubt. Don't know anything about rockets, so I guess this is fine. Done. I've said everything I want to say. Anyone can respond. Anyone can say I'm wrong. Anyone can move on.
I wanted to pose, I guess, the question mostly to Gibbs, but to, I guess, other people that believe in Elon. So, Gibbs, earlier you mentioned, whatever, timelines, it's okay to be optimistic, right? And, delays are bound to happen is sort of what I understood is your overall point. Is that correct?
Well, no. I mean, yes and no. I mean, if that's the point that came out, then I guess that's what, it sounds like. Let me try to, maybe fix what I'm saying here so it's easier for you, you to nail me down. I'm not surprised, in an industry like space where there are delays, Prime kind of mentioned earlier, companies not are taking advantage of the public sector, has done this work already, and then they're not getting the rewards. So if Exxon, for example, was to say, we want to mine Ceres by 2040, right? And it took them till 2050 to get there and actually do it, and they're paying the funds, I would say that's within my reasonable expectations of they had an optimistic goal. It took 10 years longer. Space is fucking hard, right? But if it was 50 years or 30 years, then yeah, it's okay. You've overpromised too much. I kind of think, and it doesn't feel like with Elon and SpaceX, to me that he's like, oh, we're going to Mars by 2026, and then it's okay. Now he's looking at it. He's like, okay, it's really gonna be 2030 something. Now that I have whatever, I don't see that as he lied kind of thing. If that makes sense.
So then I'm curious. Then how would that be? I understand it's hard to draw a firm line. I agree with that. But then what is the difference between that and, let's say, again, Elizabeth Holmes? Did she just need more time? And would Lactoid say the same thing? They were just overly ambitious.
Oh, you're talking about
Theranos?
Theranos.
The blood
they
thing?
They were actually trying to develop a device. Okay, they're trying to revolutionize blood testing. Okay, and many people, many credentialed people, many high-level politicians believed in that. They
didn't have anything.
They did.
They had a product. They had a product.
I won't say I'm familiar with it, but this sounds a lot like
Wait. So here's where the devil's in the details. Okay, they were running blood tests. They got results. Just opposite. They were not using. So how is that different? How is that different than Elon's robots and them being pretty much automated?
I won't say I know enough about the Theranos case.
How is that different? How is that different than Elon pretty much putting on a show for his cars? Of again, he's trying to demonstrate full self-driving when it's not actually full self-driving. Okay, are these just ambitious claims in the same vein as Elizabeth Holmes, or how are they different then?
Yeah, okay, so I don't know specifically enough about the Theranos situation. Maybe Lactoid can argue that one, but I'll use one that you didn't even mention, which is the Cybertruck being indestructible, right? And then I watch Whistling Dixie or whatever his name is, and they go and take out their car, and a Ford F-150 survives way more shit than Cybertruck did. And you're like, okay, well, did they lie? Then the guy pulls out a gun and shoots the Ford F-150, and the bullets fly through it. The Cybertruck shit is just scratches. So it's okay, well, it depends turns on how you define it, and this turns into like a Fabian Liberty. We'll define this thing, right, kind of thing. But I don't know how much of that is marketing versus like with Theranos. Once again, I can't say. It seems like she didn't have enough done. It almost seems like what's that guy that did Fire Fraud, right? Yeah, they had a festival, right, and they got everybody there. He sold tickets, but you know, it
Talk
was
about Ja Rule and that one
yeah,
dude.
but it was really Ja Rule and like Al Sharpton, the three guys out there singing some Kumbaya. Not really. Not really. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to think of
You don't think
I was
Fyre
trying,
Fest was a
sure.
scam?
Like, yeah, I mean, I would say that's a scam, right? But like, you know, I don't think that's the same thing. Like as what's happening with Elon, it doesn't seem like it's a scam. It seems like they're actually putting for good faith.
On
like
what
right
Corey
kind of
was
effort
saying,
into it.
because Corey's saying something really interesting, right? And I'm actually curious about Lactoid things and Tyler, because I think Tyler has interesting thoughts.
And
on
again,
this.
Theranos lasted like over a decade, okay? And again, they were valued at $9 billion around there, okay? And they were legitimately trying to develop something, and many people believed. So, like, how, did they just need more time? Like, would Lactoid be there? They just need another decade, okay? They're gonna revolutionize blood testing. They just need another 10, 20 years, okay? So let's pour money more into it.
I'm going to Ico, but I do want to get to I have a question for the other two as well. But Ico,
and just real quick on this timeline thing, I think we want to get a sense of scale, like in terms of percentage, like how off is he, right? And in the example that Gibbs just gave, he's talking about a deadline that was like maybe sometime later in this decade. Now it's going to be in the 2030s. But the original prediction was made in 2016. That's the timeline that Elon gave. And he said that we would be at Mars by 2022 and that we would have crewed flights landing on Mars by 24. Okay, so that was a prediction made in 2016. So he was saying that the first elements of it would arrive at Mars within 6 years. If the new year is now, what's the prediction now? 2030 something?
I have no idea.
I believe around
2027 for the March for Artemis, but that's separate, right? So remember,
right.
I said multiple things. To be clear,
yeah.
Just quickly,
I'm just saying in Gibbs's theoretical, he was saying, let's say it's pushed to 2035 or whatever.
Sure, yeah.
If it were pushed to 2035, now we're taking a 6-year prediction and turning it into a 20-year prediction. Like that's a big jump. That's a big difference.
Yeah, and so
he's done this before. He does this with Tesla.
Well, this is what I'm saying though.
Self-driving
is that like okay? But you bring up the thing is this though, right? Is he's still making like quite a big steps and victories, right? Like Starlink is up, right? He's put Starlink up. The like cost per like things going down is up. He was able to rescue the astronauts. Like you're seeing him accomplish milestones. What?
The cost of what per thing?
The cost of like amount per item sent into space is way down. Like I see him reaching. I see him like reaching milestones one after another, and y'all are like, "Well, he's not doing nothing." And it's like, "Well, yeah, we're going for this, but this other shit's getting taken care of first."
You could say all the same things about Theranos. They got FDA approval for a test,
but I don't know anything about Theranos.
They had a partnership with Walgreens.
Okay, then fine. We're educating you on it. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if I'm going to take this framing right. Like, it could be you could be lying.
Okay. Well, then I will because I've watched.
I don't think Corey's lying. I'm still. Go ahead.
To be fair,
you can call me a liar.
No, I don't think you're lying.
But look. So to be clear, I said multiple things previously, right? And they might have gotten a little mixed up in the conversation. Just to be clear, right? So I just want to separate those two. There's the mission to Mars, and then there's Artemis 3. Those are two different things. I hope everyone understands. So I don't want anyone to walk away confused. Artemis 3 is a separate mission, but the reason Artemis 3 is a problem is different from the reason why the mission to Mars is a problem, right? Those are not entirely unrelated, actually, because it's supposed to use similar technology, but those are two different missions, right? And it's the return to Mars that is the most problematic for the reasons that Ico just said, right? Because now that 6-year promise becomes a 20-year promise. But we can, what I said previously, we rewind the VOD, is that we won't be able to get to Mars, right? Certainly not. Reason why is the technology that they're planning to employ in Artemis 3. But we can talk about that some other time. That's specifically, I just wanted to clear that up in case anyone was a little confused as to what I meant.
Just to be clear on the Theranos thing, I want to ask. Did they have a machine or no?
No, they did have a machine. Yeah, they have a machine.
That worked. It did what it said.
No, it didn't work. It did blood tests. It did something, and it gave results.
It had moving parts. It definitely had moving parts.
It had moving parts, but wasn't.
And you're comparing this to like the rockets from Star, or from like I don't know how this is a fair comparison.
No. So hold on. Hold on a second, because I'm going to try to expand on this. This is the question I wanted to ask, and then respond to this. Okay. And so I was going to send this to Lactoid and Tyler, but Gibbs, if you want to jump in as well, it's fine.
Okay, I'm just curious. I don't understand. Like, I guess
Okay.
I just want to know what your
then let me help
analogy
you.
is here.
Then stop talking, and then let me expand it for you. But maybe you'll be less confused. Okay, right. So, like, my question is, when is a scam a scam? Right. So this is a bigger question than Tesla, than Elon Musk, and anything else. This is a larger question than that. When is a scam a scam? Because like that line, I don't think is as sharp as people think it is. Right. Like, I think that Elon Musk promises to go to Mars are a complete scam. I think that. I think his full self-driving is a scam. I think that. But other people don't think that, right? Like, they go to, like, what Gibbs was just saying. Well, I see, right, from my position, and I'm not going to question his. I do have issues with the examples he gave, but it's fine, right? But still, he said from his position, he can see milestones being hit, right? He says, well, I mean, he put out the Starlink satellites. People have been putting satellites up in space for decades, but we put out the Starlink satellites, right? And he's dropped the cost for sending objects into space, right? That's an accomplishment, all right? And so what Corey was trying to do was compare that to Theranos. Theranos had a machine. They showed it off, right? They got a patent for that machine. They got FDA approval to for testing, right? For rolling it out. It was in this machine. Well, sorry, I don't think the machine was actually in other stores because they were saying they're going to put it in like CVS's, but I don't think they ever got that far, right? But they had made contracts with like CVS, Walgreens, I think it was Walgreens. They had like a big contract with Walgreens to set up kiosks everywhere. Things were moving, and they were putting actual money behind this project, right? A lot of money to help make this work. But and behind the scenes, they were using what was that other company's blood testing machines they were using? What's the name of it? Do you remember?
I can't remember offhand, but yeah, they were
famous. Yeah. It's a big company. It's a famous company. They were using their machines behind to rerun the samples, right? But still, there was engineering happening. And so I'm actually curious, and I don't know, right? Like, when does Tyler, Lactoid, and Gibbs, when do you think something becomes a scam, especially when there's actual obvious effort put behind it? Was there a scam to begin with, if you know anything about that?
I was going to this kind of comments into what I've been writing down as I've been listening here. Like, I think we're being a little bit too harsh on Elon. If we take a step back and look at the options we have to pay private and even the public sector. So the argument you were making at first was, why don't we take into account the cost of infrastructure for a private company when we're trying to jurisdict how cheap it will be to send someone to space?
Yeah, you sound quiet now. I don't know why you sound
quiet. Yeah, I'm about
to
say you're not either not close enough to your mic or your gain is like 2 down.
Is that
you were fine previously. Yeah, now you're good. Yeah.
So what you were making kind of was essentially a comparative advantage argument. The infrastructure is already in place for these private institutions because of things that they did in the past, and that's why we're just looking at the snapshot of right now. How much is this going to cost the government to build up the infrastructure and then fly up these disposable ships versus somewhere that already has the infrastructure and they have renewable ships? It's just a comparative advantage argument there. I think that really kind of puts them in the better position. But like, look at Boeing, the competition for SpaceX. Look at all the planes they had fuck up, the spaceship that they had like shut down and had to be bailed out by SpaceX. So like, we only have 2 private sector options right now that could really do this, and maybe Blue Origin will tap into that in a couple decades.
Sorry.
I was just wondering, maybe there is someone foreign that I don't know. In the U.S. anyways, U.S. based, we only have 2 options here. And I'd say the other option has been fucking up worse than SpaceX if you really look at it.
None, but in terms of sorry, and again, this didn't answer my question, so I do want to try to answer that in a second. But like, in term for Blue Origin, not that I need to defend fucking Bezos, right? But to be clear, right, the reason they don't have like they're not in the running in the same way is because they just didn't get the contract, right? The contract that was handed over to SpaceX by a government official who then, where did she go? Oh, she went to work for SpaceX. Interesting. But I guess we can ignore that. But anyway, they got that government money, like I was saying previously, to then go ahead and blow up rockets, right? But Blue Origin didn't get that money. And then you see the other competitors, Boeing, and Boeing gets nothing but government contracts, right? It has a lot of government money being built in. So again, when you talk about the 2 private options available, both of them are using government funds to do the things that they're doing. Not that they can't be impressive, right? Like, I'm fine with government investment. I'm the government investment guy. I want more government investment in projects into into public life, more specifically, right? But even if it comes to the private sector, if it's building something useful for us, right, I'll welcome it. So that's okay for me. But it's just that when we're totaling costs, it seems like we're forgetting that. So in response to that, and also like my actual question.
I agree, and the scam being a scam thing too. That's kind of what I was alluding to. Is like we could, if we look at this in a vacuum, it does look bad at his failure rate of announcements he's made versus what actually is projected. But I would say if you go into Boeing has made all these promises on X, Y, and Z and failed to deliver. The government makes promises on X, Y, and Z, and they.
So is Boeing a scam?
No, I don't. I think that we're literally talking about rocket science here, and I know that sounds like a meme. This is like the thing that people go to say this is the hardest fucking thing you can do besides maybe brain surgery. So I'm having a little bit of grace for these people.
But Tyler, again, right? Just like I'm established. Again, I'm trying to.
You know what happens in brain surgery if your timeline is off by 15 years?
Oh yeah,
there's that. Yeah,
for sure. I can get it.
But there's multiple things. One, I'm trying to actually expand this bigger than Tesla, than Elon, right? I'm trying to have a bit more of a generalized conversation. But just on that note, just very quickly, right? Very quickly, there's a pattern, right? Like, hold on, you acknowledged all the other things that I brought up against Elon and his companies, right? And against their missed timelines, and their over promises, right? And then you say, just like I explained previously, the thing that you don't know much about, right, being rocket science, being that it's complicated, as you're correct, right? You're like, oh, well, okay, for this space where I don't know anything about germ theory, so maybe the snake oil is pretty good stuff, right? I don't know.
You could be right.
Yeah.
So a lot of people like the snake oil.
But
why do you like the snake oil?
The government is saying that SpaceX doing this is saving them billions of dollars a year, and NASA themselves wanted to push that one giant project off to SpaceX because they endorsed how well they were doing by comparison. So I would defer to them a little bit.
Johan, to be clear, my claim isn't that SpaceX can't put things into space. Because that's what they think go. Starlink. Well, they put Starlink.
Theranos can run blood tests.
Well, hold on.
Theranos can run blood tests. Yeah,
I think Lactoid is going to be able to explain the difference though here, and it's going to be like the basis of fraud. Because I just googled the Theranos case. I posted the link, and I don't know what you're saying this test was doing, but one of them, the girl had known. They knew she had HIV. They sent her blood off, and it told her she didn't. Another one they knew had cancer. Then she sent it off and told her it didn't. It seems like it was like 95%, 98% wrong all the time. So you're saying it was analyzing things. I mean, if I like spit in a cup and then I like look at it and I go, it does this, is that analyzing things? No, I would say this is a scam or it's fraud. But with like SpaceX, it seems like whether Prime, you might not have a different standards, but it seems to be like they're at least accomplishing some goals along towards their mission statement.
Well, Theranos accomplished goals.
Theranos did not accomplish goals.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it based off the core documents I'm looking at.
But it's like, guys, right? This is why I was trying to delineate these things, right? Because I just like with we're comparing SpaceX with Tesla quickly, and again, I don't want to talk about SpaceX. Fuck, I want to talk about a longer kind of conversation. But just like Tesla has deliverable products right now. People are driving Tesla cars, right? They're not all exploding. Right? Like we can find ourselves a Tesla, right? And it'll be accomplishing the car thing, right? But that wasn't my criticism about Tesla itself, right? The car company. My criticism wasn't that cars don't exist, right? And they can't build cars. Never my criticism, right? So SpaceX, not that they haven't created a rocket, not that things haven't gone to space, because they've done all that. So obviously, why would I be criticizing that? Because they've actually done all that. Those things we can see manifest in deliverables. I'm talking about things they haven't delivered, right? Those are the things that I'm talking about, the things I'm criticizing. For every single one of them, I was talking about things that have been promised and things that haven't been delivered. That was the focus. Yeah, now, relating that to... Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No. There. That's what I was saying. Like, Gibbs yelled over me, but it's intent. Like, if you say, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, and you don't get it done because of circumstances, it's not the same as I'm going to do X, Y, and Z when you knew in your head all along you weren't, just to get money out of you. That would be the difference between a scam and just somebody talking out of their ass.
Okay, yeah. And so I'm curious what Lacto has to say. One, I want two opinions from...
Also, potentially, Elizabeth Holmes wasn't scamming then, because I'm pretty sure she genuinely believed that she could do what she did.
I think she believed so as well. I think so too. So again, I really want to hear what Lacto has to say. Lacto, I have two questions for you, right? So one, when does the law say a scam is a scam, right? As far as you understand. And then 2, when do you think is that, right? Is there a difference in your mind there where like if there's effort being put in, like when does that fail to you and become a scam? Yeah.
Sure. So fraud has different elements. And I mean, you can just Google the elements of fraud. I'm just going to read them down the list. Misrepresentation of material fact, knowledge of falsity. As you say a false thing, you know that it's false. And you intend to say the false thing to get the other person to rely on it. The other person actually does rely on it. And then they suffer some kind of injury that results from that. Now, there is a line between exaggeration and fraud, right? Mm-hmm. Exaggeration or an optimistic kind of claim could be one made without the kind of intent of falsity. It could be, hey, I'm not saying we can do this right now. I'm just saying, like, I think in the future we're going to be able to do this, guys, right? Mm-hmm. If that's a genuine state, like if you believe that, it's not fraud, right? If you believe the thing you're saying, it's not going to be fraud. It is 100% the case that when you look at a lot of the claims that Elon makes, that a lot of them have not been on the timetable that he said that they would be on, for sure. I don't think that's enough to necessarily establish fraud. And I also think that it's not enough to diminish all the other things that he's accomplished. Specifically with Theranos. Now, I don't know all the ins and outs of this. I just did some reading on it. My understanding is with Theranos is they had a single blood test that received FDA approval. That was the herpes simplex approval. Yeah. Yep. They claimed,
and to be clear, that is a huge milestone in terms of pharmaceutical development.
No,
okay?
Well, no. They use pre-existing technology to do it. Like
the reason getting FDA approval is not nothing. That there's a difference between FDA registered and FDA approval. Okay?
I understand, but one of the cited reasons why they're able to get FDA approval is because they literally just used a similar process that had already gotten FDA approval in the past. So it's not like this wasn't like some innovative thing they invented. They literally just copied and pasted something that had already been invented and say, hey, look, FDA, like this has already been invented. You know it works and it's safe. And the FDA says, oh, yeah, we know what this is. We know this process. We've already looked at this in the past. We know that it works. They made claims to a bunch of other tests that they thought they asserted that their blood tests could do. There was no evidence that it could do any of them. And then in response to this criticism, they're like, oh, no, it can do it. And so they invited Biden to come tour their facility, and they took him to a fake lab, and they walked him through a fake lab where they said, "Look at this lab. This
did
is
they
all
really do this? They didn't really do this, did they?
Wait. Has Elon put on a show for full self?
Come on, Prime. You knew this was happening the whole time,
or anything at all?
So from what I can find,
this is why I don't trust you, bastard.
I know all the claims that Elon has made have been either very, I guess, misleadingly optimistic. Or there's one claim in particular he said that I think you could say like really border, and he actually got dinged for this by the SEC. It was the one where he said funding secured for taking Tesla private, and he got dinged for that by the SEC. Now there were some people close to him who said that he thought that he actually did have the funding secured. Now I don't know how true that is. The SEC obviously didn't think so because they fined him. So you can absolutely point to certain things, and I think the biggest criticisms you can levy against Elon is just the fact that he has, I guess, these pie in the sky assertions as to what he says his technology will be able to do in a few years, and then it gets delayed. I don't think this is enough to condemn somebody who is otherwise making great strides in the field of spaceflight, in the field of electric vehicles, and that kind of related technology. I think it's all very impressive. I don't think that you can take that away from him because he is making dramatic overstatements. If he borders on the line of fraud, then he should be subject to the law just like anybody is.
On that note, then, what about the Tesla Roadster 2? Okay, so that was promised 11 years ago, I believe is the number we're up to now. On stage, he made a promise, and then from there, he took pre-orders for the Tesla Roadster. For the Founders Editions, right? Just like remember the Founders Tesla Cybertrucks, right? There was going to be the Founders Edition for the Tesla Roadster too, and the pre-orders were $250,000 each. right? So you're pre-ordering this product, right? And you're going to get it's just like for those video games, right? You get like the deluxe pack, right? And like it's way more expensive than like the actual video game would be, right? That's kind of what happened there. And so like there was going to be 1,000, if I remember the story correctly. I believe there was going to be 1,000 of those. And so he collected that money. So that's was it $250 million dollars. If my math is correct. So he took that money, and then he has never delivered on that promise. And in fact, people have been trying to get their money back, and he hasn't even refunded them. 11 years out.
There's a pre-order,
right? And then every year, and every year he promises it's coming out next year. So sorry.
Aren't the pre-orders
I'm looking at it.
$500 or something like that? Like it's like $500 to like get like put a pre-order in for like.
It is refundable as well.
Yeah.
Sorry,
it is refundable.
It says so, but like there was an individual. I had to find the video who talked about like trying to get the money out, and he's saying he can't get his money out. There's only 1,000 of these guys, right? And he said he can't get the money out. So it says refundable, but it doesn't seem like it has. If someone can find the evidence that it's supposed to be refunded, I'd like to know. But as far as I know, I haven't seen any refunds. But in any case, right? So about the Red Roadster 2. So even if it is refundable, it still doesn't answer my question, right? Like in terms of promising something 11 years out, not delivering on the Tesla Roadster 2, right? But not like this was a promise he made 11 years ago, and think there just have been delays. And he's saying, okay, well, and he's like giving us updates on these. He's saying every year, the next year, it's going to come out.
Well,
so those are each separate promises each time.
Just to be clear,
and nothing has changed. So
it's supposed to be coming out next year from the Gigawatt facility in Texas. The new Gigawatt facility is going to be building.
Any second now, I'm sure. Hold your breath.
Yeah, buddy. Texas leading the way.
So I'm looking right here. There's a bunch of examples of refunds. 2018 Tesla Motors Club refund. There's multiple users, I guess, that are claiming that they were refunded. The specific person you mentioned, I don't know if
I saw a video, but like,
yeah, maybe this one person they have a video has difficulty getting a refund. I think that's a problem. Okay. If a refund is in the terms of service, they should be able to get a refund, no doubt.
Sure.
And so it wasn't 11 years; it was 8 years. It was 2017 that the Roadster 2 was unveiled. So we're talking 8 years. 2025. And sure, yeah. I mean, this is again. Does this if we're saying, hey, we're going to come out with this, and then they miss the deadlines, but they offer refunds, is this fraud? I don't think so. Just like if like the food delivery person says 30 minutes, we'll get there in 30 minutes, and then they get there in 45 minutes. I don't think that's fraud. I think they fucked up, right? They probably should be, looking better at their delivery terms if they consistently keep missing that 30 minutes mark.
If they're consistent and then they never change it, but they still say that they're going to be 30 minutes, they're always 45 minutes. Aren't they just lying? Like if you know.
Well, again, but then the question is like, do you know? And the thing is like in this kind of field where like all these things are coming to fruition and all these innovative designs and technologies are coming to fruition, like in real time, there are predictions that Elon has made that have come true. Right, and there's predictions that he's made that have been false. I think that when you're in the hot seat like this, you're making a lot of predictions. You're talking about your technology. You're going to make claims that are, that you're going to experience programmatic delays.
And so, like to Prime's point, like how, like at one point do you be like,
this guy's just full of
gas. This guy's just full of like shit, and then it's like, at what point do you criticize him and actually like take the criticism like serious, right? Instead of just like, I mean, whatever. What can you do?
Well,
I think that's
all the criticism.
Like, at what point do you just stop sweeping shit under the rug for the people that like you support?
I think all the criticism,
not you individually.
That's a good question.
Sure, I think all the criticism has to be balanced against the successes of the person, right? So if you have somebody who like, yeah, I'm going to cure cancer, I'm going to cure AIDS next year, and then like he cures cancer, but he fails to cure AIDS, like. Hey man, you probably shouldn't have said that, but like, I'm willing to look.
What if he doesn't do either?
You cured cancer.
What if he doesn't do either? And then like 4 years later,
cancer. But he cured cancer. Like that's.
What if he didn't though? That's the thing.
Yeah. But again, yes, if you have somebody who makes all the claims that Elon makes, but is entirely unsuccessful and hasn't done shit and doesn't accomplish anything and runs failures, then yeah, at some point I'm gonna be like, this guy's full of hot air and he's a failure for sure. But,
Well,
but
but also
I'm
it
balancing the
matters-
claims against like the impressive shit that he's doing.
It also
So-
matters why he's doing it, like what his motivations are, right? So if he's lying about full self-driving at a particular time because there's another company that's also getting close on full self-driving, and for them to be able to sort of continue to like get the success in research, they need to get more investment. And that Elon steps in and says he's closer than those other guys are, and that stops the investment from going to that competitor, then that's anti-competitive behavior. And that's the sort of thing that the SEC has talked to Elon about, like on multiple occasions. It's not just that he's wrong about his prediction; it's that he's doing it for a certain effect.
Have the SEC find or found that he's done that specifically?
Well, the investigation that the SEC has launched, not just the SEC, but also multiple U.S. attorneys have launched on the West Coast, especially. Coincidentally, Doge has fired them.
Okay, I'll have to read into the details of that.
Connection, but
he did fire
Totally
the
coincidence.
the team that would be regulating his own companies. That's fun. But hold on. To be clear, I did make a mistake, so I'll reassess that. So I think you're right in terms of the Roadster being like debuted Roadster 2 being 2017, right? The thing that I was thinking of, right, that 11 years, that's the full self-driving, right? So he promised that 11 years. This year will be 12 years, right? And I believe October or something will be 12 years. So that's the thing that I was actually 11 years. That's even a bigger sin in my mind is the full self-driving. It's a bigger problem.
It was a 1-year prediction. So he said 2017, and he said that in 2016. And specifically, what he promised was that a Tesla would take somebody from LA to New York without
LA to
push
New
of a
York.
button or something.
Yeah.
That
And I'm
ride
looking-
has not happened yet.
Yeah, I'm looking at the article now, going for all the headlines about like how next year is going to be the case. So in terms of full self-driving, what do you think of that, Lactoid? I did get a mix those two up. It was the Roadster's 8 years. Full self-driving is going to be 12 years without actually delivering. Like if because I mean it seems like and maybe I it's just like I don't understand the legal world enough, and clearly I don't. I'm not a lawyer, right? But like if I'm looking at this case as like a jury, right, and a person separate from Elon has said, right, is like a business owner, and they're saying, well, like we've always intended to launch this product, right? We have other products that people are using, right? It's not like we are a faulty business. Like we are making a product, we launch products, quality products, but this one particular product, we've promised our customers, right? And it's a feature rollout that's going to go to our previous customers, and that's built into the price, right? Because think about full self-driving. He said that full self-driving is going to come out to all the Tesla owners who've like bought those previous cars, right? There's going to be a software update, an over-the-air software update. Tyler knows what I'm talking about, right? Crazy how this is going to work, but a software update that's going to update those past cars, not simply coming up with a new car that's going to do so in the future, update the past car, and so that's part of the price that they paid for this package. And then 12 years out, it hasn't been delivered. So, like looking at from a jury perspective, right? If this was another product, another widget, right? It seems like there would be a case, but maybe it's just I don't understand the law here. Like,
well, you have to show that like when he knew that he wasn't going to hit that timeline, and he said it specifically to trick people into buying the vehicle, knowing well, that he's not going to hit that timeline.
So
what his response to that would be, I thought I was going to hit the timeline. Like I thought we were making decent progress. We ran into some snags, as happens in technology, right? Look at Lockheed Martin's heat shield that now delayed the moon landing, the Artemis mission. This happens with companies and government agencies constantly. It's complicated technology. I'm sorry, right? Now, the honorable thing to do in that situation would be to say, some of you may have bought this based on my predictions that we were going to have this. I'll offer refunds. That would be the honorable thing to do.
So
Way that
okay,
happened.
Okay, all right. So I'm hearing you, right? I'm hearing what you're saying. To prove it, basically, right, we would need internal documents or whistleblowers coming out saying that we knew in such and such year, right? Well, when he made such and such promise that he couldn't actually deliver, right? We'd have to like find those
that he knew they couldn't deliver. Yeah.
that he knew yes but like we could say like their software development team, their AI development team, that they knew internally that this wasn't going to happen. We need a whistleblower there or internal documents
that he knew, that Elon Musk specifically knew.
Elon Musk knew specifically. Okay, so hold on. Could we charge specific? Then okay, let me separate the two. Then could we say that Tesla is making fraudulent statements in general? Okay, we can maybe do that.
Maybe.
All right. Yeah. But there could be. You're saying that even if we could charge Tesla making fraudulent statements, we could Elon might be able to escape that, because if we can't definitely prove that in his head he wasn't delusional or whatever, right? That he wasn't delusional, that he would get off, that he thought himself, but everyone else in Tesla thought otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, or that he was misinterpreting something that somebody told him, or that he again maybe had expectations for his team that they didn't share. I mean, again, like if I say like, oh yeah, I'm going to stream like 5 times this week, and then I don't, and I absolutely have made claims like that before that have borne no fruit. Is this fraud? No, it's not fraud, right? Like this in my head, I wasn't saying like, I'm going to lie to them. This was
what if you were later
like,
seen on your motorcycle?
Yeah,
that would imply that okay.
No, it wouldn't. It would mean that for some reason I need to be on my motorcycle.
There's no reason for you to be on your motorcycle. Zero reason.
That is not true, Corey. There are 100 reasons.
Only to increase your chances of early death. That's the only reason.
There's more than that, but okay.
He had to pick up his booty call. No, we got it.
My motorcycle can't carry 2 people.
Now you should put what I told you, like the sidecar with the dog. Yeah, the dog sidecar. You should do that. You find another person real quick.
With the goggles. Need the goggles.
With the goggles. They're gonna love it. Oh my god. But anyway,
you know what we really should do is put the tariffs higher so that he can't buy parts for it and has to buy an American Harley.
So Lactoid, I can understand. Like you're saying,
really, Harleys would still be more expensive than anything foreign.
Even
if you put a 50% tariff, I swear to God, it's ridiculous.
Depends how much tariff, but we put 100% tariff on them, 400%.
No, it's because they sell to people with money. The whole business model is you find people who have money and you sell to them. That's what they.
Also, I do want to talk about the gender divide tonight. That'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, this is our normal thing, right?
Speaking of Harleys.
You mean harlots? Is that what you're gonna say?
Harlequins.
But yeah, so Lactoid, what you're trying to tell me is that like there's a state of mind argument type thing.
You got to prove intent.
Happening. Okay, you have to prove intent. But
you can't. But you can prove intent through circumstantial like arguments, right? You can hey, like this person told this person, and then this person acted anyway beforehand. They had reason, et cetera, and then and then testimony. As with all intent, you don't actually have to you can't get inside somebody's head and actually read their mind, but you have to prove. We'll see how Neuralink goes, but you have to prove that they have intent, beyond a reasonable doubt. If we're talking about criminal fraud.
Last question, and then we can move on. And this again might not be fair to ask of you, Elected, because you are a lawyer, right? But I want you to separate that, separate your law training from your internal feelings, right? So if I'm making a promise to you, right, Lactoid, you and I have known each other for years, right? I think we built up a level of trust. And on that trust, I make a promise to you. And it's a big one. It's an important one, right? Something that you're relying on. And I said, okay, I'm sorry, I can't deliver it by May, right? I said next month, and I just can't do it. And then I push that off to July. July comes and goes. I'm working on it, friend. And maybe you've given me money. Maybe you've even given me money, or you're waiting to make an investment on me completing some sort of action, right? And then I push it off, right? And again, the reason why you're even working with me is because of the trust that we've built up. And then I keep pushing it off. At what point do you think I'm scamming you?
It depends on the level of trust that I built up, and it also depends on if you're actually showing me evidence for the delays. If you're saying, I really thought I was going to have this, but I don't, and here's why, here's my progress, here's how I made all these progress, and here are like the 4 mistakes that I made, and this is why it's taking so long. Like, I can be convinced that it actually is delays. But if somebody says, but I mean, there obviously is a limit if you're not providing that kind of evidence to where I'll just stop believing you.
Or if I am providing that kind of evidence. But like I said, I had the capabilities of doing this. Right? I said that
I might yell at you, but I'm not sure I'd necessarily consider you to be defrauding me. I would just say Prime has really high expectations or really high, a really high assessment of his abilities, and they're actually not all that good.
Okay.
Like let me ask you, like, you know, let's say you go to a job interview, like, I'm going to be your best worker, and then you turn out to be the worst worker. Is that fraud?
I hear you.
You said that you were going to be the best worker. You got hired. They gave you money. You promised. You promised you would never be late for work. And this guy was late, let's say 15 minutes, 4 days in a row, right? That's defraud, right? Hanging out by the water cooler for 2 minutes over there. It's like there comes a point where it's like, is this actually fraud? When you were making the statement, do I really think that you thought you were lying? No. I think that you fell short of your expectations for yourself.
Okay. Anyone else want to say anything? We can move on afterwards. All right. Thanks for that conversation, guys. SpaceX thing.
Even though you didn't want to have it,
I didn't want.
Your hate of Elon. Your hate of Elon expands.
It's so huge.
It sees no
end.
It's
so huge. My hate of this man is so huge. Like before, like it was more.
Hey, dude. Frankly,
like, something like. Once I started like learning about the car, because this last year is when I really started focusing on him. Obviously, I knew about him previously, right? He like I heard some sketchy things, but like, you know, whatever. It's like none of my business. Like he has nothing to do with me. And I was interested in Teslas, right? Because I'd been saying for years that, and I don't have a car now, but if I did have a car, I'm like I would buy a Tesla. Seriously, I've been saying that. Like, I'm not a car guy. I'm saying the car that I want a Tesla because they were so impressive. Especially when they first came out, right? But then I saw some things, and and then it convinced me that maybe I don't really want a Tesla, right? But still, you know, like Elon's just doing his thing, whatever. Maybe he doesn't deliver exactly what he promised, but like, you know, it's no big deal. But then 2024, I think, is when it all like it came down, and this was before the whole political thing with Donald Trump, before he like switched, right? Before any of that. I started learning more about his business practices. And I realized, oh my God, the biggest fraud, like the biggest scam artist within the 21st century, right? Like, I think this man is going to go down in legend for the level of fraud. But, you know, like, obviously, there's big disagreements here on that. And we just played it out. But that's my thinking there. Like, I was a believer in Elon. I was a believer in his products. And then after seeing a shit ton of evidence about him, right? Data. So I'll say data about his performance and the things he promises, right? Well, actually, I might like say it's not evidence. I don't want him to yell at me. I changed my mind, and so here I am. And then he just tried to destroy my country, and that's a big issue. So
I just find
save your country.
I just find your dislike of African Americans to be staggering.
You like my cow.
Yeah,
true.
Yeah, I love Ico's a credit to his people. In fact, I think he shows how great South Africans can be.
You buy a car from iCow.
I buy a car from iCow, absolutely. I probably actually should. He doesn't know shit about cars. But I would.
Let's say I gave you a crystal ball, and you could look at it like there's a counterfactual of Earth where Elon never existed. And then let's say Tesla never took off. And because Tesla never took off, EVs remained largely, unpopular. They were a small minority, and gas-powered engines were still like by far the most dominant engine. And overall gas emissions were higher as a result. Would you say, fuck, I still want the world where Elon exists. I want to go back.
That's a really bad hypothetical, though, because especially in the early days of Tesla, Elon spent did a lot of anti-competitive things where he would like dominate them, like he would dominate the market in certain areas, or he would donate some of Tesla's IPs in the direction that would allow the market, his own parts of his cars, like to become standard. And as a result, a ton of EV companies just started going under as a result of a lot of this activity. That was part of what the SEC was looking into as well, is some of that activity. So one could easily argue that that without Elon buying Tesla, Tesla would have gone in a different direction, and you would have seen a lot more advancement in the sort of the EV industry earlier than now.
We can have that argument, but
Yeah.
hypothetically speaking, let's say that he did contribute a lot to Tesla, and he did contribute a lot to the electric car industry, which I think he did. Would that change your mind if it turned because I'll be honest with you. I mean, for me, Tesla was really the first time I've heard of like a commercially viable EV product that really started like gaining ground in the market share in the Western world.
Well, there was the Leaf, right? The Leaf was like in the 90s. That would have been the first, but then
Too ahead of his
I never heard about the fucking Leaf. Nobody ever drove.
And there was the Volt, right? There was the Volt.
Well, the Volt came, but that came after Tesla. But
Yeah, go watch you killed the electric car.
as far as I believe the Volt came after Tesla. Hopefully, I'm not wrong in my timeline here. The Leaf. There's a whole story about like how that died. But still, that's sidestepping your hypothetical. I think.
The Roadster was before the Leaf.
The
Roadster was before Musk.
I'm pretty sure
Leaf-
the third Great Ninja War was before the Hidden Village of Leaf. So
Leaf was first started to be manufactured in 2010.
Oh
The
man,
Roadster came out.
Leaf
That's not
Erikson
what
discovered
thinking of.
America.
I'm thinking of that the thing that the electric car that came out in the 90s. I don't know the name of it.
Was that a commercially viable vehicle?
The EV1. You're talking about the EV1.
I don't know that. I don't know the name. I thought it was called the Leaf. My understanding.
Yeah. There's the EV1. It was produced from 1996 and then was discontinued in 1999.
Yeah, but there was a reason. There's a whole story for that. I watched a video on it a long time ago, but I don't remember what it was. But in any case, I don't want to sidestep your question. I think honestly, the threat of Elon Musk and what he wants to do, his larger goals, are an immediate detriment to society than like the carbon emissions that are happening. Because even one or the other, EVs are going to come out at some point, right? Even if like there's a delay and like 2025 or 2026 is a year that we start. That's year zero for EVs. Right? Like eventually we're going to switch to EVs. Eventually we're going to do that any which way. Elon Musk won't be the linchpin for all time, the only person, even in your hypothetical, who could ever do this. So I'd wait for that other person to make that investment, to make that jump. Elon Musk, I think, is so dangerous that yes, I'd sacrifice that. Yeah. But that's a larger question. That's not about Elon's. So the reason why I answered it that way, it is larger than him being a fraudster. Like that, just because he's a scam artist doesn't mean he's a necessary danger to the world. Right? That's a separate conversation about Elon Musk as to why I don't simply dislike him, why I don't trust him, why I think he's an actual danger to us all. But that's something else. Okay.
I can hear Scott now saying that there's so many variables that ultimately unintended consequences like that, the law of unintended consequences would kick in, and there's really no way to know which way it would go. But if I'm going to accept the hypothetical, if we know for a fact that EVs get delayed and climate change continues, we know how close we are to the IPCC's sort of 2% thing. I'll bite the bullet on it and say that I also think that there are other billionaires out there who might have done what Musk is doing, but maybe more competently, if it wasn't Musk doing it. But if the counterfactual world is one in which climate change goes on unabated for years more because of this, then yeah, I would rather have Elon than not in that scenario. However, I don't buy the hypothetical for the reasons I gave before. I actually think he's slowed down progress towards EVs rather than sped it up. But I can't prove it, right? So there is a possibility that that Tesla existing in the world is net better off for us in terms of the environment. And I'm a little bit more like I think the dangers of climate change are a little more existential than I think Prime is giving credit for at the moment. I don't know that we are going to be able to deal with even the path that we're on now, let alone one that emits for another, say, 10 years at the rate that
Elon Musk is dedicated to dismantling the government that would actually be responding to the government and international institutions that would actually respond to this thing, right? Like that's part of the problem, right? Like if it simply was if he simply was a fraudster, right, and selling a fraudulent product, then that wouldn't mean anything. Then I would definitely take that world. But he's actually undermining institutions right now, like the EPA, right? Like he's done that in terms of NOAA, in terms of all the mechanisms, the public institutions that will be crucial for that future response. He's trying to get rid of those things. So yeah,
I'm just not confident that a Trump administration that didn't have Elon wouldn't be doing all the same thing.
That's fair. That's fair. But then there's also, because I didn't talk about it, the network states. But like, okay,
but it might be that Elon is why Trump is president right now. Like, you know, a $400 million donation made a big difference.
Yeah, you meant to say why Trump is president right now, but that's a understandable Freudian slip.
Did I say something else?
Yeah, you said Elon.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But there's that. But there's also like I think that he is part of a group of rich individuals who are dismantling governments in general. So above and separate from Project 2025, above and separate from like Doge, right? Like there is a group of individuals, and they have a plan. They've been actually quite public about their plan about dismantling governments, about dismantling certainly the public, like the concept of a state that we have today. Like they're talking about it. Elon Musk is part of it. Peter Thiel is part of it. Like they're very open about what they mean, right? It's not a secret. So like that's a bigger issue to me. But okay, question asked and answered. Let's move on. Oh, actually, if Corey wants to answer it, then we can. You don't care? Okay, that's fine. We can move on. All right. So hey everybody, thanks for being here. We're going to talk about the topic that
Elon Musk.
I have the one. The thing about
this topic into an Elon topic too.
No, yeah, it might turn into Elon Musk. It might. Oh my god. Oh god. Please no. Talked about him enough. I didn't plan on talking about him. I had something else I was going to ask Lactoid, completely separate from this. But then I heard Corey talking about Elon, and that just set me off and triggered me, and here we are.
You came in hot. You like loaded in and just boom. Let me tell you why I hate Elon. 10 reasons.
It's kind of like Joe Hendry.
Look, but I don't want to talk about this.
And Elon and Prime's rage appears the minute you bring.
But he doesn't want to talk about it, right? Only 2 hours, but he doesn't want to talk about it. All right. I know that he doesn't want to talk about Elon. We just killed 2 hours on Elon, and you let fucking Gibbs and Lactoid bait you into it.
I did nothing.
And Lactoid doesn't even give a fuck about the topic. He's just chill. He just wanted to warm up.
I want to talk about the
right.
topic.
Just get his vocal cords ready.
I did nothing. Listen, I object to this framing. See, this is not honest left. He's always framing things like we planned to bait him into something. We're innocent in this.
I accept your criticism. I see it. I resemble it. I acknowledge it. Okay.
Don't listen to them, Prime. This is the only show I go on where you consistently address people's arguments and demand arguments are addressed that are given out. It's fantastic. You do a great job. We can talk about Elon all night, buddy.
All right, round 2.
You, Tyler.
Ding ding.
Round 2. Thank you, Tyler, for the kind words. I really do appreciate that. Okay. All right. But for the reason I asked you all here, anyway, every roundtable, Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern, or whenever we actually get started. We got a great group of guests here, right? And we'll let them introduce themselves as we do opening statements. Guys, if you enjoyed this conversation so far, consider supporting the channel In case you haven't done so yet, sub to the channel. Thank you for resubbing Admiral Gibbs. Admiral Gibbs is a homie, always trying to help out. But yeah, if you've enjoyed what we've done so far, consider supporting the channel so we can continue providing this. Sub to the channel, get bits or give subs. Or if you're on YouTube, consider super chatting. I have been looking at the YouTube. There's no super chats in there. The moment I won't look at it, then that's when all the super chats will come in.
You look at them anyway?
What'd you say?
So you don't look at them anyway. Just ask Corey.
That's right.
Okay. Oh yeah. But in any case, yeah, consider supporting the channel. All right. So the topic. There is a growing political divide among Gen Z along gender lines. An increasing number of Gen Z women are leaning liberal. With this, while this is often the case among other generational cohorts, what makes this different is just how large the split is. In a new NBC poll, there was a 21% difference when you asked whether they approve of Trump's job performance. Millennials have a 9-point gap. Why do you think this gap exists? And what might be the reason it's expanding? What do you think the Republican Party has to offer women in general and young women in particular? And do you see a path forward to win them over in the future? I saw an article, and I talked about this like recent poll, and I mean it's not just this poll. Like this has kind of been consistent, and we've been talking about this growing political divide, especially along gender lines. We see it at most, and Gen Z is where it's most pronounced, but it's always been there. It's always been a thing, right? That there's a bit of skewing, and you would expect that because you can imagine men and women having at least slightly different priorities, right? Like you would expect such a thing. But the fact that it's growing to this extent, right, seems like something else is happening, right? It's not like the just regular split that we can anticipate. And so I wanted to analyze why that is happening. Like what are the failure points, especially with the Conservative Party, where the failure points might be here, and how, like, what can they offer to bring these people back, or do they want to? Maybe they don't want to. I don't know. So yeah, we'll do that. I did invite a woman. I did invite women to come on, but
Was it a conservative woman, and then hence the divide?
hence the divide. As usual, I was rejected. Right. So I got my boys here, and in fact, that's all. I just wanted the boys. In fact, I just wanted like a boys' party. It works out better that way. In fact, yeah, like it's just better when it's just like us, because we get each other, right? We don't need any chicks.
Get to the pile.
That's right. Yeah.
We're all on the same page about Elon.
We're all on the same page. Yes, we're all on the same page. So thanks, guys, for being here, and we'll start for my man Lactoid.
Yeah. So there is a major divide, and the divide is really Gen Z women, younger women, are really kind of the driving force behind that divide. Gen Z men are pretty much in line with, like, men and women of most age groups are actually relatively close. And then Gen Z men are also pretty close. If you look at the actual split, you have basically married men, married women, and single men all tend to lean a little bit more conservative. And then the gaps in ideology between like boomers, between Gen Xers, it's really not all that big. And the percentages are more or less in line with Gen Z men. But then when you look at like millennial women and millennial and Gen Z women, they are way off to one side. They're hyper progressive compared to the rest of society. And really, I mean, that is, this kind of young single woman is really the, I guess, fortress of the left-wing politics in America, specifically the Democratic Party, right? Like I said, married women, married men, and single men all tend to vote Republican slightly. And then when you look at unmarried, childless women, it's like, I want to say almost 3/4 left-wing. It's overwhelmingly left-wing, overwhelmingly Democrat. And I think a bit, like, there's a lot of reasons to explain this, and I'm sure I'm going to miss a lot of them, but I think one of the key ones really has to do with abortion. I think abortion is a specifically hot button issue that's cited among the top among young women, their motivation for voting the way that they do and being in the political orientation that they are. And the reason why abortion, and again, the number one cited reason for having an abortion is so that you can continue to expand in your career or your education. And that's another, I think, reason why you see a politics divide, which is this sort of newfound kind of belief, or maybe not too newfound, right? But I guess this sort of entrenchment of this belief of women need to be empowered and fight the patriarchy and fight the male power structures and become the girl boss and shoot those TikTok videos where they go da 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 and something little dress or whatever the fuck they're doing. I don't fucking know what they're doing, but they're doing something about that shit. I think that another reason is that the educational system, I think, has taught people growing up that men are evil, specifically white men. And if you're straight, you're doubly evil. And that society is made up of perpetrators and victims. And if you're part of this demographic, you are a perpetrator. And if you're part of this demographic, you are a victim. And the victim classes must rally together and organize against the evil perpetrator classes. And women are being sold as one of the victim classes. I think that this is another major factor. Because you also see left-wing trends with a lot of other minority groups that have been sold kind of this propaganda. I think relationship dynamics probably has something to do with it, right? You're seeing a lot more loneliness among young men, but you're just generally seeing less interaction between men and women by and large, because you're seeing less interaction between people by and large in person. You're seeing a lot more interaction over social media, where like dogmatic phrases and catchphrases are much more common, and politics is much more common. And not having to get along with people is common because if you don't like somebody, you can just block them, or you can just move on to somebody else. And that sort of the inability to learn how to get along with people, I think, is also contributing to the political polarization. The last kind of theory I have is that I think mental health differences are potentially driving some of it. Men are happier. Men are happier and like less mentally ill than women are, by and large, according to some surveys and statistics that I have access to. And we know that political activism is strongly associated with like certain mental health issues, specifically like things like anxiety, which women are pronouncedly more anxious than men are. And so it would make sense that women would, I guess, have an affinity towards politics, and women have vote more than men do. And I think that, and that's been the case for a long time. And I think women are really perhaps kind of growing into this sort of natural political, I guess, activism that potentially may be dictated somewhat by their biology, but I think in large part is also dictated by the way our culture is viewing the dynamics and viewing women's place in society.
Wow, what a statement. So many things that we're going to be dissecting later on. I like the idea, this newfangled idea that a woman can work, right? Look at her in her little business suit. Oh, she thinks she's people. But anyway.
See, I should be able to say that at the workplace. That's another reason this fucking... Sorry.
Shout out to you, friend. Thank you for that. That's gonna be a lot of fun later on. God, I wish I'd written down all the things you said because I didn't expect.
I took
so
some notes.
much.
Believe me, don't worry.
Thank you, taking notes for that because there's so many things there we have to address. But shout out to my friend Lactoid. Okay, let's go to Corey.
Yeah, first, thank you for inviting me. Always grateful to be here. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, so like no surprise, I think it's multifactorial, and I'm not exactly sure what the answers, what the primary answers are. I think, in my opinion, Lactoid's framing is a little bit skewed, in my opinion. Like, I agree that a largely unmarried women with children largely lean Democratic, but at least according to the exit polling that I've seen of like the most recent election, but I could be wrong. It's like married women just very slightly voted for the Republican Party. I think it was like a 52-48 split. 48% Harris, 50.
It's close.
That's not a huge skew. Or at least where I think arguably the educational divide, okay, is much larger in terms of, especially when you go to advanced degrees, and also when you look at the exit polls when it comes to those who are like wealthy, as in I can sort of make a caricature about the voting demographic of Republicans, as in, I don't think it's fair to call them based off of the exit polling, like, well, they're just like largely uneducated and low income, okay? But I can do that based off the exit polling, just like Lactoid can frame it the way that he wants. Where if you look at, generally speaking, 50,000 or less, okay, and like men, those are going to vote for the Republican Party. And like no college degree, okay? But would it be fair to characterize them as just like stupid people that are just like poor? I don't think so. But I can do that if I cook the numbers a certain way. And also on that note, on the mental health aspect, okay, like I see the data, like, yeah, maybe on average, let's say for when it comes to certain things, women on average, let's say have increased rates of anxiety and depression. But I think there's another aspect as well at play, is in, I don't know how you reconcile that with the male suicide numbers, okay? I don't know how you could talk about male suicide and male loneliness, but don't worry.
We attempt less.
Women are definitely have all these mental health issues, or it could just be the fact that men have these issues and don't talk about them, don't seek help about them. Could be
We're
maybe
better at following through. You know?
Yeah,
True, unironically
yeah,
true.
exactly. The typical response. Well, I guess a man's job, they're just better at it, so they're just better at offing themselves. Okay, just another point of how they don't actually take it seriously. Okay, they just want to frame it as anti-women and men killing themselves. Good, because we're good at that. Pretty bizarre. Yeah, it's the same thing. Same thing. Like no man wants to admit that they have a drinking problem. Okay, it's just like yes, the evidence points to alcohol being good. Okay, if you have like a little dab a week, therefore I can binge drink every other day. It's like this is the typical male rationale. Okay, but yes, multifactorial. I would say education is at play, since I think you're seeing. I think numbers clearly back it up that women, on average, are getting more degrees, and not just in the arts, in the sciences, slowly also in the engineering as well. And as their income rises, okay, and yes, we're seeing men's income fall, I believe, on average. And since they're not getting degrees, that's probably going to decrease even further. In addition to actually some of the things that Lactoid mentioned as well. But I'll leave it there for now.
A little bit of red wine along with your dinner helps stave away cancer, right? It's been shown, by a certain percentage point.
Yeah.
And so these 5 empty wine bottles have reversed my stage 3 diagnosis.
And you see this exact thing of like, I read a study that cannabis destroys cancer cells in dish, therefore I can just be a stoner 24/7.
Hey, listen, I'm running my own test on that one. Okay, all right.
I think you're muted. I think you need to mute one of the things.
Yeah, you got to mute on your StreamYards. There's a lot of research on that anxiety stuff, though. Just to be clear.
For who? For me? Who does he got to mute?
You.
Sociologic. You're on. Your mic's on too.
My bad. Are we good now?
Yeah, we're good.
I think so.
Cool.
Oh,
sorry. Admiral Gibbs, please.
Yeah, so I think it's like a multifaceted issue. It's really, in my mind, it's because one, it's leftism. Y'all hate men. Y'all want to make us all sissy beta cucks, and y'all have sit here and try to vilify men for the last 18 million years. It feels like it's just always men's fault. You've tried to destroy masculinity. We got the participation trophy generation, which is being wholesale rejected by the generations coming up. I talk about this all the time. Y'all think it's a joke, but it's 100% a thing. Competition is key to like manhood, right? Like if you don't compete, you are less of a man. I hate to break it to you. That's a feminine trait. Women don't like being told that they suck at something. Like, I'm sorry. Nobody likes to be told they suck at something. But for men, it's motivating. For women, they break down and cry. And what has happened now is we've gotten people on the left have also sat here, and this is part of the reason they lost the election, is they've sat here and gotten real pretentious, and they think that they are holier than thou. And if you don't agree with them and their takes, then you're an asshole and you're a racist and you're a bigot. And to a lot of men, that's ridiculous. They have nothing to do with what their ancestors 200 years ago did. They don't give a shit. They're fucking hungry now. Their jobs aren't going good. They're not getting fucked. And then today, I'm sitting here watching TikTok because, it's a great place of knowledge and learning. And surprisingly, this topic came up in a kind of roundabout way. This girl was filming her dinner out, and she goes, "It's crazy. There's no men here. It's all women out in groups with other women. No men are out." And it comes down to dating right now, right? So Lactoid mentioned a lot of stats about married women and conservative men and all these things. Well, he also mentioned that it's mainly childless women that are single, that are seeing these things. So I'm not worried about this trend as a conservative because we're going to breed them out. Those women are going to die alone with their cats. And I have cats, so I can say this in a knowing subject, that they'll die alone with their cats and they're not going to have no children. And that means it's going to be the end of their lineage of screaming into the night about problems that are non-existent in perpetuity. So I'm not worried about that, and it's a good time to be conservative. Whenever we see these things, they're sitting here just like demonizing men. Men can do no right. Like, if you aren't a billionaire, you're not good enough. Oh, if your dick's not good enough, but you are a billionaire, you're not good enough. And like, I hate to break it down, but men are simple creatures. We like fucking winners, and we like sex. Those are real things that are simple, and we like making money. And so guess what, when we go and look at things like, I don't know, piece of shit Andrew Tate, and he's funny, looks like he's getting laid and he's got money, that appeals to a lot of young men. When you look at people like Trump, this motherfucker's president, he says it, calls it like he sees it, and he's got a supermodel wife, and you know what, maybe he fucked a porn star. Hey, that seems like a winner. And then I go down the list. I can keep going down the list. We got people like, even that are like maybe not as charismatic. Oh, we got Dan Crenshaw, this guy's a former Navy SEAL. We got this guy. And then we go look at the leftist role models. We have Bernie Sanders, who looks super hypocritical. We have fucking AOC, who her best trait is her attractiveness. And as Senator, what's his name, said, basically that's the reason why they have instructions on a bottle of shampoo. I mean, I don't have a concern about this kind of thing. I think the reason why is these just women are unhappy. They're always going to be unhappy. And men like winners. And leftists all look like that screaming, pretentious asshole overall. And they're not going to be able to sell that to anybody.
So this
except
is
for women.
Of having an all-male cast.
Gibbs is right
on these subjects.
Yeah.
Sometimes these things happen. But okay. Thank you, Gibbs, for
No problem.
all the things that you are. And you are a lot of things, my friend. Let's go to our friend Aiko.
Trying to figure out which generation Gibbs was talking about when he says the participation trophy generation, because I remember people complaining about participation trophies when I was a kid in the 70s. And I just looked it up just quickly. The term starts to gain purchase in 1922. So I'm having a hard time pinning that one on Gen Z. But I do think Gen Z, like, I noticed this problem, like, one of the things about being in the classroom is you can start to see trends when they go from generation to generation sort of over time. And when you see this big, massive gap between boys and girls, like as teenagers, in term politically, it's exactly what your article identifies. And I think that it's something else Gibbs brought up, which was Andrew Tate. Like, it's a message that especially if you haven't lived life very much, you can imagine that what he says must be true. I had a nephew that fell into that sort of Tate hole for a while, and it worked perfectly on him. There was all this wisdom that he had about what women were like and about how he needed to treat them and all this other stuff that really just came from, in his case, Andrew Tate, but I don't want to say that the entire thing comes just from him, but an entire culture of people, right, this sort of manosphere that wants to tell people, hey, I have the solution to your problems, just listen to me. And then along with those solutions comes a lot of sort of political takes as well. And this perception that men are hated and society only values women, that very much comes out of like sort of Tate world. So I mean, largely I think that accounts for the difference more than anything else. And this is also the first time where that difference has been big enough to where it kind of cancels out the difference in generations overall, right? Where young people tend to be left and older people tend to move to the right. In this case, you can't really say specifically with young men or older boys like teenagers that difference isn't canceled out by the generations. Like, I think at this point, yeah, we are having that. The question is it temporary? You know, when they go to college and they find out that negging women doesn't get them laid instantaneously, you know, at one point do they start to go, okay, this shit doesn't work, I'm gonna have to start, thinking. And we're already starting to see in the polling some indication that after about age 25, that sort of thinking wears off.
Thank you so much, friend. Tyler, love to hear what you have to say.
All right, so I got a couple different things that I think are multiple factors that bring into this. And the first one I want to bring up about young men, I kind of feel like this doesn't have anything to do with the rest of my points, so I want to separate it, is we see in young men when they hit puberty, however you want to say it, they're full of piss and vinegar, they start smelling themselves, they get this iconoclastic anti-status quo worldview. 10 years ago, it was kids drawing swastikas or whatever the kids do. Punk rock,
What?
all those stupid things. You know,
Where
like,
was that thing?
Yeah, we all did that.
Yeah, we all did
like,
swastikas.
thinking dumb things, vandalize, whatever. Just dumb shit kids do when they're acting out to try to say like fuck society. You know, and that's kind of a little bit of what I see here is the Democrats' views are the culture, and they're just bucking back against what they're told because they're young men. So I think that is a factor in it. But what I really want to go to is the 2008 Obama Intersectional Coalition. And I'm not going to say like Gibbs did, it was done with love or hate. I'm going to say it was a pure political calculation on the part of the Democratic Party. That Democratic coalition was based of intersectional groups that excluded basically white men. And I don't mean to say it in like a negative way, but that's kind of just how it panned out. It was just like this everyone else banded together and they overwhelmingly
Excluded in a positive way.
Yeah, and ran over the normal vote. Yeah, thank you. That's what I was trying to say. So disparate impact is kind of where I go with this. Trump signed an EO on disparate impact, and I feel like this really sums it up. When you look at like what Thomas Sowell says about disparate impact, the root of it is essentially like bigotry in the gaps, racism in the gaps, sexism in the gaps. When you look at a disparity, you look at that disparity without any evidence, you conclude that there was some sort of discrimination that was there that led for less women to be hired or led for less different diverse groups to be hired. And what Thomas Sowell says is that is an inverse of how our justice system works because it puts the burden of defense onto the person being accused of bigotry, and they have to prove they're not a bigot, essentially, based on this theory. So Trump basically slapped it down, said he's no longer going to be using it in terms of like how his administration legislates, and it's probably going to go up to the SCOTUS. But what we see of the impacts of this is like, look at the specific parts of CRT. I'm not going to go into the whole giant fucking theory. Just specific parts that come out of Ibram X. Kendi's book, How to Be an Anti-Racist, where he talks about forming a panel to get rid of racist laws. And when he says our racist laws are ones that show disparate impact. When you start to look at women and minority groups, you start to see for women that you have all sorts of different issues where women are suffering from disparate impact. And you see like pushes to get more women in college, more women in STEM, more women. And it's not like it's bad things. It's not like you're discriminating against white men. They're just the only group being left out of this push to get people in college. And we've talked about it, the crisis of young men. We talked about it last year. Shiwan had made a video how less young men are going to college, less young men are getting married, less young men are getting education, less young men are working. Like they're less motivated in society to succeed. And really all I think that is government and these facilities just kind of forgot to push them up with everybody else. And that's kind of where the scorn comes from. So like if you look at it, why can't I go and sue the NBA for disparate income? And it's because my race, my gender, sex, however you want to define that, and my religion are not considered oppressed groups classically inside of the United States. So there's a dint of racialist or gender collectivism behind disparate impact. And it kind of fits in with the whole anti-DEI movement we're seeing today in essence as well. And I have more examples I could list off. I was probably just going to save them for when we got into it. But like Title IX reforms by Obama, where we saw hundreds of men turn around and sue colleges because they were kicked out of college based off of unverified rumors. And a lot of them ended up being false or not provable. And these young men were wronged in a legal way. So they were allowed to turn around and sue. So I see a lot of downsides for this. I see the problem arising when we start saying this is a zero-sum game. Anyone that knows how America's economy works is we create more opportunities. There's enough pie for everybody. And if there isn't, we keep making more. That's how our investment system works. That's how our job system works. We always are trying to have more jobs than people. So there's no zero-sum game. But as soon as we start putting it like that, then everybody gets into their racial groups. Everyone starts identifying, or their racial or their gender groups, and starts identifying with their immutable characteristics. And this one group that feels scorned, left behind, and not mentioned by the Democrats, obviously they're going to go to the other side. And obviously you can turn this around in just a couple of years, and the Democrats, in my opinion, already have started. They've already dropped a lot of that messaging. I'd say toxic masculinity, and though there are some good points for the more nuanced arguments, most people that make the toxic masculinity argument do it in a way that offends men. It is what it is. And there are some really smart people that can make the nuanced argument without doing that, but generally you get your layman fucking normie that's going to come out there and it's just going to piss people off. And that type of group manifestation, I don't think the Democrats should leave it behind. It is powerful. A lot of good comes out of it. I'm not anti-identity politics like right-wingers are until it comes to their identity. But when you play identity politics, you have to make sure that you don't leave identity groups behind. And that's what happened. And it's easily fixable.
Thank you so much, Tyler. Tyler, reminiscing on, allowing us to reminisce on our halcyon teenage years, when we joined the Hitler Youth.
The swastika years.
Yeah, the swastika years.
Shit, like iconoclastic shit. That's all.
I feel like we should.
Communist hasn't done a little bit of Nazism once in a while.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I feel like we should investigate Tyler's past. I feel like we'll find some interesting
You'd
things.
be shocked. I was inner city youth that dropped out of high school to sell drugs.
Oh, seriously?
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, well, I'm glad you turned your life around. Like, seriously, like, genuinely. But shout out to you. Let's go to our friend Ali, right? Tell us about all the days you spent drawing swastikas on various buildings.
Well,
believe it or not, the Muslim wasn't drawing swastikas growing up. So
Really?
it was, it's
Never
a
expected that.
mind-blowing thing. So with this divide, this is something I've talked about for a while, and interestingly enough, I was kind of arguing about it today on Twitter. So the gender abolition thing came up, right? You had women were oppressed, there were gay people oppressed. We had the whole movement towards a little bit of we had a progressive movement. Unfortunately, the gender abolition shit kind of doesn't really appeal or benefit men too much outside of that patriarchy now doesn't have to affect you as an individual. But most guys are kind of they didn't believe it affected them to begin with. So the left doesn't offer young men much of anything, right? It offers a lot to women. Right, empowerment, go get a job, go do your work, sexual liberation, so on and so forth. None of these things benefit the majority of men, right? And especially guys who are kind of pandering on the left. It feels like they're kind of getting cucked out, right? They're doing the fake feminism, they're doing the whole spiel. So what happens is, in my opinion, the average guy just kind of wants he wants. What do I think determines their confidence? It's money and how if they can talk to women or not. That's kind of what I think really most guys break down to is can I talk to women? Can I get a girlfriend? Can I talk and can I make some money? And the left doesn't offer any way for men to do that. So you look at the right and they have all these role models, right? I think men also need role models. You have all these role models. You do have Andrew Tate, who maybe not be the best role model, but hey, he has something tangible to offer. He's telling me at the end of the day, if I work hard, if I get some money, I'll be able to get some girls. You'll be fine. You'll be able to afford a house. You'll be able to afford a car. You'll be able to afford these basic things that men want. And on the left, there aren't too many role models, right? You have Destiny, you have Dean Withers, and the squad from the young kids, and then you have Hassan Piker. And honestly, Hassan is the best representative for what a person on the left, quote unquote, should be. Whether or not you disagree with all the things, he's athletic, he's successful, he supports progressive values to an extent, right? He may not be just a vote blue no matter who type person, right? But at the same time, he does represent a bunch of left values. And so even if you take the good ones and leave out the terrorist sympathy or whatever it may be that you dislike from the person, he is a relatively good representative. He's a good role model because men do need a good-looking, money-making, athletic build person that can debate intelligently and support left values without making it look so pathetic and pussy. And that's the issue is there's a lot of pathetic pussy shit on the left. And we need to get away from that in order to kind of bring the young men back.
Sorry, Aiko, did you go?
Yeah, he went.
Okay.
He brought up Andrew Tate.
Hassan's the best example for the left. The right is set for the future.
Why? I think why.
So hold on a second.
I don't get what Hassan hate.
I'm going to go to a. I'm gonna say some things. One, I feel like a lot of the interest didn't actually address like the problem that I put forward. About like women and like what the Conservative Party has to address women. I think the closest is is Admiral Gibbs. I think.
Oh,
like
well, yeah,
we're gonna breathe them. But yeah. So we talked about
antidepressants.
I can tell you what the right has to offer
For
women.
men, so they don't commit suicide.
I can tell you what the right
Sure.
has to offer women.
We can argue
I can
about
just
that.
get in real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
So I mean, once again, it's so women in work, right? The whole girl boss thing. I don't believe anybody wants to go to work. Like obviously we want to have passions, we have jobs, we went to school, people like do things, you have to make money, so on. But I don't think they want to go to work. And given like the most opportune world, I think women would love to actually be at home, have hobbies, and like have it be a single income household, right? Be running the opportunity so they don't have to physically go to work and they can raise a family, so on and so forth. I think the right, technically, with the way that they try to engage with young men, with the role models that they provide, they offer this tangible like goal or like a set path to kind of potentially doing this. And so like it does offer, I think, women the opportunity to potentially find like a mate or a partner where they can have like a part-time job instead of having to have a full-time job. Maybe necessarily not be a girl boss, but be the like incorporate family into their lives. I think a lot of people generally want family in their lives, and I think it's really, really hard when both people are making money and being business driven is like the like primary function in both people in the relationship. I think it's really difficult. I think you have to have at least one person. It can be the man if you want, but it just generally doesn't work that way, where like family is the driving factor.
Okay. So I'll say a few things and jump into it. One, the mental health thing. I'll need some proof for that lactoid. It's a weird like claim about like they have more mental health issues. I don't know how we even judge that. Like it's strange because the metrics on that, like what even counts as a mental health problem? Is anxiety a mental health issue, right?
Yeah, like anxiety disorder.
If it's actual disorder rather than just being anxious.
Yeah, like an anxiety disorder. Women not only have a higher rate of anxiety disorders, they report like a generally higher like baseline anxiety level than men do. Like they're just more anxious people.
Well, that part I believe, but like in terms of like
it's irrational women,
like
bro.
The diversity of mental health issues. Okay, I'm just gonna leave that alone.
One last thing. One last thing. By the way, a big part of that is hormonal. If you give women testosterone, their anxiety levels drop.
Oh,
okay, fair. And they get hairy. But all right, so you take the good with the bad. And I had some quibbles with what Tyler was saying previously, but like the thing is, like I feel like we haven't really been like addressing like the issue. Except maybe what Lactoid said, right? Like yes, women become more conservative when they marry their husbands, right? And then we
don't know. We don't know what it could be. What it could be is that conservative women may just be, and I think this is true, more primed to get married in the first place, while like less conservative women are probably more primed to be single for a more longer period of their lives.
Or they just learn. Here's another thing: like they just learn that their life is miserable without somebody, and then they decide, oh, since I'm codependent with my BPD, I'm going to marry a man, and suddenly, oh wow, life is great now they don't have to work, and they become conservative. I'm not saying that's happening, but it's definitely.
Well, that's considering that the conservative guy makes enough money to where she can quit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So okay. All right. So multiple. Okay. I'm trying to arrange my thoughts here. I have yet to. I'll get a second. First thing, right? Is that when I really want to address, and it wasn't addressed. I looked into the numbers. To the paper, like the attached. Sorry, what's going on with your camera, Ali? What's going on here? What's happening?
I have no idea. My internet just kind of crashed, so I'm gonna restart my computer and come back in.
Okay, all right, no problem. So I looked into the numbers and I didn't see it. Maybe if I missed it, then I do apologize. But when I looked into like the like past the article and into like the paper provided link to the article of the study, it was simply broken down by ages, right? And nothing more. At least I don't remember. What I didn't find was races, because that matters a lot. Because Republicans always win white women in general. Like they just win white women. The divide here, it annoys me every time this comes up in these articles, right? And in these talk shows and everything, is that this divide is still largely along racial lines. Like black women, almost entirely, lean left, right? Or at least in their voting patterns, right? In their social habits, they can be more conservative. But at least in their voting patterns, they lean left. White women, there is a cohort that more matches what Lactate was talking about in terms of these unmarried women, right? But they don't have the same attachment to the left that you see generationally among black individuals, and that constantly skews these polls. And so we have these discussions, but we don't acknowledge the actual elephant in the room. Hey, along racial lines, this means something. If you take black people out of it completely, then we're looking at a different story altogether. So there's that. But I feel like keeping that in mind and then trying to address this issue, what does the Republican Party have to offer? Well, keeping race in mind, nothing to black people. Nothing to black people. Nothing to black women. Nothing. Right? So there's no movement there. So we'll have to put that as that large voting base, which is the reason why the Democrats can never win, right? We got to actually move that aside. Okay. So then it's down to white women, right? Well, I mean, there's all the other racial minorities there, but I'm not going to speak for them. But I will speak for white women. Yes. But like, what will we do for what can they offer them? Well, I thought it was interesting what Ali said before he had to leave about family, right? In the idea of working and who wants to work. I think a lot of women do like. I think this maybe to Lacto's point as well. Do you like the idea of the domesticated life, right? More than is currently acknowledged within our youth culture, right? And with the mainstream. The mainstream likes to pretend that all women want it all, right? The working life, the kids, and the time to enjoy themselves, right? But a lot of women dream of having that domesticated life, and there's nothing certainly wrong with that. So Republican Party pushes that. They simply push. They definitely push that agenda, but in terms of what they're actually offering to achieve that agenda, that I don't see. And I love to my conservative friends if they can maybe enlighten me with their thoughts on this. But I don't see, like they'll say, hey, you should be married, right? And marriage offers these benefits, and in fact will sweeten the pot, right? That's in terms of for marriage benefits and to have more children. We were talking about that previously, right? Last week. Talking about maybe government incentives that the Trump administration is talking about to encourage people to get married, right? We'll sweeten the pot there. But in general, to have that domesticated life, right, that would require a single income. The male should be able to do that on a single income. There's not enough rich men, right? There's not enough lactoids around for all women, unfortunately, right? So
yeah, I'm sure they lament it as much as I do.
I really are, right? So there's not enough to go around, and so that's locked out. Most women are locked out of that one or the other. Even if you think it is by nature, by their natural, the natural order of things, is that women should live a domesticated lifestyle. That's what they all want to. They literally don't have the ability economically. The math doesn't work out.
Well,
So
Prime,
currently.
even if that's not the main thing, right? So like let's look at that, right? So let's just say the because of the economy, everybody has to work, right? Women and men. Okay. So let's look at this. There's something that the conservative side is still offering. They're still offering family. They're still offering children. They're still offering a future. They're offering community. They're offering these things. Whenever you look at these women's only groups, and I see this time and time again, women turn on each other all the time. They're very catty. It's not the same as like I mean they'll tell you this. They'll tell you this. They're very catty. They turn on each other. They're frenemies. It's not the same thing that's offered by like a church.
A lot of drama.
A lot of drama. Like a church, for example,
Around
provides a sense of
Gibbs?
community.
No way.
Sure. I mean, listen. I'm not. Listen. I'm not even going to pretend that I'm advocating the PaleoCon. Like, let's have a Christian right majority thing. But even from like my standpoint, right, I see this all the time. There's Hispanic girls here in San Antonio, for example, they lean left on most issues, right? Suddenly they get in a relationship, and the man can do no wrong. And why is that? It's because they want the companionship. That there is something ingrained in American women, and that they want to be happy and married, whether that's even if they're not straight women, right? Like I see right now, I know friends, they're sitting here, oh, my significant other, put him on this pedestal, I get to do XYZ, yada yada, and it's crazy because then they turn around and then they'll cheat on him. Right? And you just see this repeatedly over and over. And the answer is that these women can't be pleased, while men are very simple. And it really comes down to that. Like, that's the problem.
Okay. So I appreciate that, Gibbs. Right? I do. Right? See, Gibbs, like one thing in case audience you don't know, Gibbs gets bitches. Right? Gibbs is surrounded by ladies. That's not a problem.
He probably has one right there, like right now.
That's neither
right?
here nor there.
Just out of frame. Seriously, that's probably
just out of frame. Yeah,
just out of frame. Like no joke.
The house has got to be clean sometimes, you know.
Gibbs. Oh my God. Gibbs has it like that. So I'm gonna shout out to him. And so what Gibbs is saying is that like he has a lot of time to observe women, and he sees the bickering, and the backstabbing, the backbiting, right? And that's crazy. And so his refuge, his break from that, right? Where he comes to relax, to get away from all that, he comes to the reverie, right? Where there's certainly no bickering and backbiting going on here. No arguing, no drama. Hey, Gibbs, that reminds me. You sent me a message last week, right? You sent me a message after stream about our friend Connor who was here.
Well,
hey, could you remind us what was in that? Oh, okay,
yeah, I can absolutely.
My friend Connor. Yeah, what was in that message?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, just to clarify, he is a goddamn clan member or one in training. That's what I think about Connor. Fuck that bitch. I hope he rots in hell with all the racists. He reminds me of every racist that I met growing up that thought I was one of them because I was blue eyes and white looking, and then they said something racist and I punched him in the mouth. Like that. That's the kind of person he reminds me of. Is a shitty racist clan member. If I wasn't clear about that last week, or when I posted him in the Nazi uniform meme, or when I posted him being his mask off and me with him being a cake. So yeah, just to be clarified. So as far as drama goes, no, I don't have any drama. I just think he's a goddamn clan member, and fuck that bitch. I'm gonna call him out every time I can. So good. As far as women in them, yeah, I'm also not pretending to be Connor's friend. Like women I know who will sit there and pretend to be your friend, and then another woman comes up to you and they'll sabotage your opportunity with them. Or hey, you sit here with the women and you go and see them sabotage each other's friends. Oh, I like Bobby. Oh, okay, that'd be terrible if I fucking made out with Bobby in front of you because I got drunk and I want to be the baddest bitch in the room. It'd be terrible if that happened. But I see this all the time from women versus they're very catty. They'll pretend they're your friend and then they'll throw you under the bus. I see it all the time. But men, we don't do that. I call a spade, just like I'm calling Connor a white supremacist because he's a piece of shit. But moving on. Go ahead, Pine.
So once again, as always,
if I wasn't clear,
the reverie, right? The boys' place. The spot of no drama, right?
Boys
where
being
we come
boys.
to relax, right? Where it's just harmony and fraternity. Thank you. Let's go to Corey.
Well, I do want to address something that actually Ali brought up in his opening statement. Welcome back. Hopefully everything resolved.
Yep.
Where so I understand the point. I think about the lack of male role models on the left. But okay, what I would say is I think there's a dynamic interplay between whatever person and the role models that they have of like people seem to just assume that we just randomly select role models, and that saying that there's no good role models, therefore you just get the bad ones. You're influenced by that. To me, that's analogous to like saying that there's no healthy food in the grocery store, as in you are a reflection of the choices that you make. And to that point, okay, Gibbs, okay, is saying something about women, okay, and how all of these bickering and drama that he observes about the women around him. I think, as far as I know, okay, and I could be wrong, there's a selection bias going around Gibbs in terms of the types of women that he chooses, especially if I remember correctly. And
this is a good point.
He explicitly states that he enjoys mentally ill women.
Well, hold on.
Okay,
To
surprise.
date, not to hang out
Crazy
with.
Latino women.
Hold on. Just to be clear, that's my dating preference. That's not my hanging out with a preference.
No surprise, okay, that yes, based off of Gibbs's narrow world view, okay, when he has the horse blinders on, all he sees is mentally ill women because that's what he selects for.
Hold on.
So he thinks that all women are mentally ill and they just bicker.
This is fake news. First of all, that's just my preferred type. I see this from women of all sorts. You listen. In fact, it's
mentally
actually
ill Latinos.
Hold on.
Mentally ill white women. Mentally ill black women.
In fact, the fact that I'm able to self-assess myself to realize what my preferred preference is actually goes to show my mental growth and maturity, because I know what appeals to me, but I can respect and see all women for all the lying, duplicitous piece of shit that they are to each other.
Corey, but like, okay, so like, yeah, but look at the but to your point, look at the role models that are being selected on the left, right? And obviously, I'm gonna cater to like the social media streamer space right now. The type of people that it is like Destiny, Dean Withers. Like I said, that's why I said the best representative would be Hassan in terms of like, at least for like masculine, like a masculine youth, it would be Hassan, right?
Well, and my politics are more in more not perfectly aligned, but in his direction. But I would never advocate anybody for watching Hassan. Okay, to me, like I don't think he's a good source of anything. But like I can, and that's why it's like I can understand. Who
would you refer people to?
Well, it depends on what they want. Okay, if they're looking for someone, I guess, pretty.
I want a masculine progressive like representative that's like relatively cool.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. It's like if you just want aesthetics, then sure, Hassan, okay, is the
aesthetic matters a lot. I know you don't like aesthetic, and I know you have a problem with aesthetic, and I'm not trying to focus too much, but it does matter, unfortunately, right? So ideally, yes, like I would agree with you, aesthetics wouldn't matter, but aesthetics come into a big play, especially when we're talking about like role models, especially when we're talking about like celebrities and idolship, essentially. Right? So like it does matter.
I think it's a bad thing. You should not worship any celebrities.
But like I have to work in the realm of reality, not ideals. So like unfortunately right now the best would be Hassan, and once again, with all his faults that people seem to see, I'm saying in terms of like what a young man on the left has to look forward to, it has to look up to, has to aspire to. I'm sorry, Destiny, Dean Withers, this Kravaush, these aren't the people that like young men want to aspire to be, right? That's why you have the like huge rise like against like the alternative to them was like the Andrew Tates and the Sneekos and the whole the fresh and fit red pill manosphere. It's like these guys came up like, once again, we may disagree with like how they interact, but at the end of the day, they're big, they're they're fit, they make a lot of money, they talk to a lot of women. That's kind of what a guy wants to be, and it's just like they're espousing misogynistic Republican values, right? The alternative, the only person that can kind of compete with that is going to be Hassan right now. In terms of like in the politisphere, it's going to be Hassan just because he matches the aesthetic, but he at least has the left values.
So can I jump in real quick? Because I think you guys are really being too Twitch, Twitter, online centric here. Keep in mind that LeBron James is left wing. And LeBron James is one of the best sports athletes America has ever seen in the history of sport.
No one.
Oh, you're talking about Captain Flop? He's the epitome of a pussy.
They absolutely do.
He flops every time he's breathed on. That is the epitome of a pussy.
I'm just saying,
but like no one looks to LeBron for his politics.
Jay-Z goes on stage and campaigns with Democrats. They have Hollywood on their side. They have sports on their side.
These aren't political role models.
And they are, though. They're all political figures. They're all going out, opening up for Bernie Sanders, opening up for Hillary Clinton, going out to all these campaign events.
I mean, Snoop Dogg opened for Trump. He's not a political pundit for the right, you know. But go ahead, you want to get Lack?
Yeah, wasn't it? I just want to say, like, your idea of role models here it's kind of narrow. Where like LeBron is out there making political statements
because we're talking about politics. So I'm going to talk about the political sphere, right?
Yeah.
In terms of like politicians, it's going to be AOC. It's going to be AOC and Bernie right now that are like but they're not role models. These are politicians. Like everyone's a role model with some celebrity at that rate, you know.
Like, there's a lot of people in the Democratic Party that are well known. Raskin, very well known.
I don't know him.
Raskin, I'm not sure if anyone considers him a role model in the same way.
That's what I'm saying.
I know
like,
Raskin.
I
like Raskin, but like I don't know people.
I'm going to the common like denominator, like person who just like barely goes by politics, right? Like the people they're going to know are the political streamers, are the internet people, are the influencers.
Let's go to
Hollywood.
Lactoid.
You're going to, of course, be able to find specific individuals that are going to be like good role models or like impressive role models for any political ideology. Really, you're going to be able to like dig down and find somebody who's like, oh, that person, you know, there's a picture of them kissing a baby and you know, they're ripped and they're rich and all that stuff. But like there are when we're talking about like in terms of aggregate and in terms of scale, right? There's just some correlations that I think are relevant here. So I'm going to list out some of the correlations and I'm going to explain why it matters. Right. And so, you know, conservative right-wing beliefs and opposition to redistribution are correlated with physical attractiveness. The more physically attractive you are, the more likely it is that you are a right-wing conservative who is opposed to redistribution. And if you're tall, you're more likely to be right-wing and opposed to redistribution. If you are physically strong, you're more likely to be right-wing and opposed to redistribution. If you're more mentally stable, you're more likely to be right-wing and opposed to redistribution. If you have a higher income, if you have a higher cognitive capacity, right? Like when you start looking at all of these like factors, and you know, the meme thing I would say is that, you know, hey, look, like you know, being conservative increases your chances of being you know, tall, fit, and handsome. But in reality, I'm skeptical that that's the actual relation. What I think it is that people who tend to hold kind of like a societal power, right? People who are taller, more attractive, more physically fit, etc., are more apt to try to protect that social power and that social status. And so they're going to oppose movements that advocate for redistribution and advocate for sort of like the, for lack of a better term, right, the lesser, right, the person who doesn't meet those kind of like socially advantageous metrics. And so I think that there is sort of a natural trend of like the type of people who you would want as a role model because they embody impressive characteristics are naturally going to skew kind of right wing or conservative in their beliefs, generally speaking. Like, and not just in terms of like a celebrity way, but I'm talking about like locally too. Like the friend groups that you have, the people that you meet, the local community leaders, right? The people who tend to be more impressive are just statistically going to skew to be more right wing. And so when Ali, you're talking about there being like a kind of a crisis of like, you know, the left wingers not having that many people, you know, you can look at Hassan, and I agree, Hassan, in terms of like the physical like profile, he's an attractive like muscular dude. So he absolutely like bucks the trend when you look at plenty of other people in that space, right? And like Vosh, but I think it's really, you know, so yeah, you can look at that person, but I think he's going to be forever be sort of like
tainted,
an outlier.
Tainted.
Hold on,
he's going to be an outlier to the rule as opposed to the right wing, you know, media sphere. I mean, look, they're all fucking ripped, right? It's the comment.
Like, but you're missing a really bad thing about Vosh, right? That you're not factoring in, right? Is Vosh himself might be like attractive and might be swole and might be whatever, right? But like he kind of comes off to most people as the coolest loser, right? Because like, what does he surround himself with? He surrounds himself with an Oompa Loompa, a skinny little nerdy dude dressing in a cop's uniform, and then they do TikTok dances that are 4 years old, and they're fighting with one of the ugliest, nerdiest, creepiest dudes I've ever seen. I didn't even know he was a thing until they started screaming at each other, and it's like, oh wow, y'all's option is pick one jacked loser that hangs out with a bunch of other losers that screams at this one loser, or we can pick this guy who looks like the Crypt Keeper, and he's our guy, or we could pick Vosh, or and who's fucking horses. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, those are not winners when you compare them to, hey, what color is my Bugatti?
Okay, all right. One thing. How did this fucking happen? I swear to God.
Your internet too?
No.
A super chat.
It happens. I remember when I said, like, hey, the moment I don't check, that's when I think literally at that moment, someone sent in a super chat and I didn't check it. Okay. Alexander Wynn. Thank you for the super chat.
It's a question about Elon Musk, I hope. I really hope.
Okay.
It is Elon, is it?
$20 from Alexander Wynn says, I think a world without Elon.
Oh no.
Okay. I
called it. I called it.
Would have been a worse one. Forget the electric car issue. He helped expose some pretty severe issues in our country that would never have been brought into the light of day. So he has, it's a kind of look on Elon.
Yep.
Alexander, there's no way you're still watching. But Alexander, that was 40 minutes ago. Sorry. I disagree with you, Alexander. I disagree. I'll disagree into the wind because I don't think you're still watching. But thank you. So you said I think Elon would have been a worse one. The world without Elon, because electric car, he helped expose some pretty severe issues in our country. I wish you were still around to tell us what these issues were. Unless you're talking
government
about
bloat, fraud and waste. Yeah.
The literal fucking failures.
Can we not?
Yeah, we can't. We're not gonna do it. I'm sorry, Alexander.
Yeah. Alexander
is there.
Order of magnitude of what he said he would cut.
I thank you. Or like an order of magnitude, he's missed his goals for cutting. But thank you, Alexander, who actually is in chat. I'm sorry. Thank you for the $20 super chat. You're like one of our biggest super chatters, so thank you for that. I do appreciate you. I don't want you to feel like I don't appreciate you. And Sean, thank you for gifting a membership as well. Who is one of our biggest contributors there on YouTube. Shout out to Sean. But yeah, I disagree with you, Alexander. You'd like to have a and Sir Barbles also disagrees. Alexander, if you'd like to have a separate conversation, we discuss that. I'd love to. After this, I've done enough. But thank you so much, Alexander, for the $20 super chat. Okay, but back to this, guys. First, did someone? Oh, thank you for the people who are jumped in. I never said. Okay, so thank you for people who are joining following the channel. I haven't done so yet. Hit the follow button, but we got some first time chatters here. My issue is that you immediately retreated from the topic. Right, so now we're talking about male influencers.
I don't think that right has an issue with women. I think that the women were always going to lean more progressive.
Women have an issue with the right.
Yeah, it's more egalitarian.
The screeching harpies have an issue with the right, not the women we care about.
It's more towards their equity. It makes sense that women are going to lean towards more left space. It provides them a safe space for them to they're more supported, right? Like it makes sense. But like it's the issue isn't that like the issue is that more men are leaving the left, right? Women going to the right is going to happen if they get married to more Republican leaning guys. It's just going to happen. They end up
the winners,
kind of swaying with the politics.
Well, I mean, your options are that
they probably do a little bit.
Your options are the conservative who makes money, is like more athletic, taller, and better, and wants kids, or the beta that doesn't have a job, lives off the government, soy as fuck, and says he's a feminist and won't choke you in the sack. Yeah, I got to tell you, I wonder which one they're going to pick you.
That is more of the issue.
I need to address this. I need based off of exit polling. Okay, when looking at 200,000 above, who voted for who? How did that skew? As in the share of voters who made an income, family income of 200,000 above, did they vote more Democrat or Republican? Can you answer that? Yes. Okay. So what is about not making money, Gibbs? When on average, when it comes to voting habits, when you get 200,000 or more, they vote Democrat.
Right. And what
So
is the
who's
lowest?
broke?
What is the
Who's
lowest?
broke?
Yeah, sure. What is the lowest income portion vote generally?
That would well, it depends on how you want to bracket it, but I think in like the 50 to 30,000 range, that's largely Republican.
Really interesting. Yeah, that's not true. It's definitely going to be
can
you're saying
you back that up, please?
minorities
Can you
in
back
like
that
in
up?
certain
Can you back
areas.
that up with
Yeah, I mean,
data?
I'm sure if I went and looked
Well,
for it, I
wait,
could
wait,
find
wait,
that they.
do you think that's true? Do you think what he's saying is true? That
Well, I mean, we don't even let me finish what I was saying, but sure, go ahead. I mean, yeah.
I don't know. I know that right now we're in a weird space where with the rise of populism, we're in a weird space where there are some genuinely left-wing streaks and redistribution streaks that are occurring within the Republican Party. And I think that probably explains some level of the appeal to what generally has not been a base that the Republican Party has appealed to, right? Lower income people, which is absolutely true. I mean, you go back to Reagan, look at the college and income split when you look at the Reagan votes. Overwhelmingly, people who are more educated were voting Republican during that era. Now it is like there's lower income demographics are voting Republican more often now.
We're going through a party shift.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right. But I would say those 200,000, those Democrats that are voting Democrat that are making over 200,000, those I don't think that they are. I don't think that they are economically left wing.
Yes, exactly.
In the way that I'm talking about, right?
Yeah,
they are they probably oppose Trump for other reasons.
For social reasons.
They're socially left.
Yeah, but again, sorry. I'm actually going to I wanted to talk about this issue, right? And it seems like you guys immediately retreated from this, what women want. To say that there is no problem. Clearly, there is a problem. Of
Women
course
don't
there's a
want to be
problem,
married and be at home. They don't, so they're going to lean more left. So the right can't really offer much to women.
Ali, stop trying to shut down the conversation. So, there is, yes, that is an issue among women. That's an issue set, right? So, what I'm saying is, if the Republicans want to win back this coalition, or let's say we can even reframe it, what is so attractive about the other side for that cohort of women? And again, we have to define this cohort of women because otherwise it's going to get lost in the sauce. We're talking about white women. Black women are going to vote overwhelmingly Democrat, right?
Black people are.
Black people. But black men, there's a bit of
there's not that much of a difference. I posted the graph. It's almost 100% line, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There's only a bit of. That's why I'm saying a bit of divide, not much, but yeah, right. Black people, of course, vote Democrat, and so white women. There is this interesting split. There's always this push every time. I've seen enough elections, right? I'm sure you guys have been around for enough elections where you hear on the Democratic side how this time we're going to win women, right? We're going to win women, and by that they really mean white women, but they actually usually don't say white women. They actually were a bit more explicit this time with Kamala Harris. They're way more explicit about hey, we are going to make a turnaround with the white women demographic. Oh well, it's too so sad. But why? So yeah, we can reframe it. If it's easier for you guys, we can reframe this as to what is so attractive about the Democratic Party for that specific segment being unmarried, childless, white women, right? And what changes? Yeah.
Can I jump in on this? I want to jump in.
Go ahead, Jeff.
You guys
go ahead.
I'll answer your question first. I'll get back to your other question and get an opportunity to answer. So what is being given by Democrats to women is options. You can go and be a stay-at-home mom. You can go and get an abortion. You can do whatever you want. And we're not only going to back you, we're going to help you get into college. We're going to help you get into STEM. We're going to help you get into all these fields and such like that. On top of that, we're going to emphasize how go against certain gun laws. Red flag laws are specifically there to protect women. Certain Title IX changes are specifically there to protect women. So there's emphasis, not overemphasis, of protecting women. Yeah, abortion is another one. It just gives women more options where I'm not saying it's all the right wing, but a lot of the right wing is hey, just go home and be a family woman, or don't, your career is kind of important in your 30s, but that's it, there's more options, more backing for women in the Democratic Party. That's what goes back to my original point. If you're going to do this intersexual coalition, you have to pander to all the groups. You can't just ignore the largest one because they're lower propensity voters.
Well, I think there's a way that Republicans can appeal to women. Yeah, this is a really easy one, actually, is they could go and say women are a protected class. Why is it that Democrats want to promote other people's rights at the expense of yours? And then go point to like trans people in sports or like look at the trans
that's the issue. That is the issue Republicans are trying to pull. Yeah.
And I think they are doing that. Yeah. And like, but the other thing I think
women protected class anyway.
Sure, but hold on. So like, what I'm saying is, okay. They can go from the cultural aspect, like say we're doing this at the expense of women. Like women are like in danger in bathrooms. Now we're putting people that are quote unquote men in there. You know, oh now men are in this sport when you're supposed to be separate because there is a mixed league. Women can go into the men's league if you want to. There's examples of this. The other thing I think though is that you're not really like looking at Prime. And I kind of said this in my opening. Is the Republican Party is doing that, but the other thing they're doing is you're seeing the rise of like all these paleocons, all these people like, oh well we should have lots of kids. Right. And you were like, oh, all these Republicans, the Christian right, they want to have lots of kids and they want to produce. And what if you're a single childless woman and you're going to end up alone? Like eventually you're just going to be bred out. I hate to sound callous, but that is something the Republicans are planning down the line. Like you're seeing families like we're going to raise these kids right. We're going to raise them to this shit's insanity and we're just going to outbreed them. And I mean, you act like shaking your head, but that's absolutely appealing to a lot of people.
At least that's the claim. At least that's the claim.
That's appealing to a lot of people. The last thing is like Hispanic women switch to conservatives quite often because of their Catholic backgrounds, and they also want to have kids. So the biggest demographic moving in is starting to turn more conservative. So
we'll go to Aiko because then talk to them about them.
Yeah, I just want to say this is a claim that's been made for centuries. Like I remember people telling me that by the 21st century there won't be liberals anymore because liberals aren't having kids and conservatives are, right? And specifically, a lot of times this was like my conservative Catholic friends who were making this claim for me. And the thing that they kept like ignoring is the fact that they were having more babies. They've always been having more babies. Why doesn't that result in
the
a conservative world?
It's education brainwashing system.
You might be Catholic and have a lot more babies, right? But then half your babies become liberals. Like that's just
that's why they're pushing for school choice now, and like the conservatives are wising up to the game, which is hey, they let us have our kids, then they brainwash them in these liberal hellhole schools, and guess what? Now they come out, we don't even recognize our kids. So now what are they doing?
I think there is something to this, right? Generally speaking, I would agree that like the kids of conservative parents are more likely to turn out to be conservative later on. But what Gibbs is saying is, you know, the childless liberals have learned, right? They're playing the game. They realize, well, like much like I think it's literally a bird, the cuckbird, I think, something like that. Like literally, like we're not having our own kids. Let's raise somebody else's kids, right? Let's mold somebody else's kids into our plans, into our designs. And that's there absolutely is an element of that in public schools.
You mean like Joseph did?
Joseph,
yeah,
Joseph. You know,
so
Mary's husband,
father, Jesus' father,
Jesus.
How does this relate to public education?
Talking about raising a kid that's not your own. That's something that you were talking about.
God's kid. Yeah.
That's part of Christian values right there. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, lactoid.
That was nothing to do with the education brainwashing.
Anti-Christian behavior.
No.
So we're talking. Let's go to Ali.
That has nothing to do with the education brainwashing.
We're talking about like black women. The black women vote is going to be 100% like overwhelmingly Democrat. You're not really going to change it too much. All right, fair. The white woman vote is probably going to be more liberal too, right? It's what you're seeing in like the minority. Well, I mean, it's maybe
white single woman,
white single woman, right? Yeah, but that's because they're not conservative at all, and then the right only demonizes them. Let's be fair, right? You are demonized if you're a single woman in your 30s. You are demonized, right? You're not in a family. You're just a girl boss. You hit the wall, whatever it may be, whatever the red pill talking points are. You are seen as like lesser than a woman that's married at like 25. But what you saw like and so like I think what you're seeing is that like. Because you're saying like the Republican Party should try to reach out to this base. They don't need to, in this whole fact that like one, they have the younger men that are kind of going more conservative, and now you're having a lot of minority groups, Hispanic and like Arab and like Indian minority groups in America. They are more or less, they want to be conservative. We've talked about this before. They would normally vote conservative if the Conservative Party wasn't deemed to be like racist and so on and so forth. And we saw right now with this year that when push comes to shove, if like if you realize, oh, both parties don't care about my individual group's interest, then you're just going to vote with your wallet. And that's why you had the like rise of Trump. You have the Latino community. A lot of Latino men voted for Trump. A lot of Latino women voted with their husbands. The Arab community. A lot of Arab men voted for Trump. A lot of Arab women are going to vote with their husbands. The right reaching out to the to like single women would them be like them kind of backing down on their sexist views, which they're not necessarily going to because they believe in gender roles. So they would have to back down on their gendered views. They would have to accept a more like gender neutral stance, and then therefore garner like the attention of like single white women or liberal women. And I don't know if they need to do that, considering the influx of voters they're having. But like if they did, like that's the way they would do it.
Well, when a man wins the world's biggest woman pageant, I mean, yeah, you're doing it at the expense of women. I hate to break it to you. It's pretty easy selling, boy.
Okay, so I want to address these things. So, all right, lots of things. First of all, like you guys are interpreting that statistic about unmarried women like wrong, right? Yes, there's a shift, but there's plenty of liberal mothers, right? White liberal mothers, they exist, right? White married liberal mothers. There's plenty of them. They exist.
Well, I said white women, and then
I met ones that were divorced.
I wasn't trying to argue the meta. I wasn't trying to argue the meta. I was just.
I wasn't talking to you, but I wasn't even addressing you there.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, so there is, let's not pretend that the moment they get married, they become like conservative. Like that's some sort of fait accompli, right? Like to be fancy
instantly
French,
overnight.
Right? I like to be fancy sometimes. But that obviously that's not the case, right? So like we can push back that. And then I love the fact that I said that, yeah, they've been saying this for a long time. We'll breed them out, right? We're gonna have more babies, and yeah, but then your kids never understand the lie that is conservatism, and then they move on. Yeah, so don't worry.
But the left controls the education
We'll
system.
get new recruits. Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't care. But we'll get new recruits. Yeah, because facts. Facts tend to have a liberal skew, right? Like reality has a liberal skew, and so
Also,
again, we're going to get more converts.
Can I just add also like this idea that we're like changing education? The only way you're going to change education is to pay teachers more, because conservatives they won't teach unless they're getting paid. Whereas the liberals will happily take a pay cut in order to do a job they love. Like that's a big difference. So if you want to pay teachers $100,000 a year, then you might get a change in the ideology.
Private school teachers are probably more. You wouldn't have to do that. Teachers are probably more.
You wouldn't have to do that.
Hold up. Tom Brady took a pay cut to take Randy Moss on his team.
Would private school teachers lean more conservative, you think, than like
no,
public
they
school?
don't. In fact, no. The prep schools in my area, like one way in which I know that I can judge a lot of these schools is that I work with them on a regular basis. Every single weekend at speech and debate tournaments, and the prep schools are the ones with the most progressive speech and debate programs, as well as everything that they learn, like in school in their regular classes. That's the way they market themselves. People they don't. Yeah, there's some like charter schools that can lean conservative sometimes, but they have a heck of a time finding teachers because they don't pay any more than a public school does. In fact, they pay less. It's because they're trying to make a profit, and that's squeezing their profit margins. The fact is, the kids lean liberal, maybe in part because teachers lean liberal, but you're not going to change that unless you create an industry that can attract conservatives to want to go work for them.
No, not necessarily. You can also change it by being more strict in the lesson plans that are allowed, on banning conversation or certain curriculums from being taught to children. This is exactly what they did in Florida to great success, and we should be doing that over the whole country, right? Yeah. You shouldn't be able to brainwash children into a left-wing ideology, even if you are left-wing.
Factoid strikes again.
I don't know that public education paid for through tax dollars, like controlling the curriculum, that's like has anything to do with free speech.
Well, you're controlling the person's individual speech, right? Like people are going to have conversations when they're at work.
They're a public worker.
I can tell you this.
We control cops so they can say when they're on the job. You start
throwing a conservative curriculum at them, they will find reasons to rebel against it. Which, by the way, is
Anyway,
not
then-
what
then you
boys are
discipline
doing
them.
now.
Yeah,
A
then you
lot of
discipline
teenage boys are rejecting what they consider to be liberal curriculum that they think is being crammed down their throat. So, yeah, sure, doing it the other way isn't gonna. I think you're way overestimating the influence of that
Rebellion.
curriculum over those kids.
Well,
Now, the
no,
influence of teachers over those
there's
kids
no way to
might be a
stop
different story. But again, you would have to hire. You would have to.
I do think that you could mitigate some of the impact of having the bias, because I agree, the bias teachers ultimately, I don't think you're really ever going to be able to overcome that, because you're not going to be able to pay teachers $100,000 or more for elementary school. It's just not going to happen. So my goal is really to mitigate that influence, because I think if you mitigate that influence as much as possible, that gives as much room, as like Gibbs was saying, as possible to let the conservatism of the parents bleed through into their children unabated by the propaganda that's otherwise within these public education.
Yeah,
And raise your
facts.
kids
And the public, by the way, the propaganda that also involves, relevant to the topic here, this girl boss shit and this shit about how men are evil, right? This is exactly the kind of thing that needs to be prevented.
Unabated. Yeah, like we wouldn't want facts, right, to interfere with these kids becoming conservative. But that's okay. Trans in bathrooms. Trans in bathrooms is something that Gibbs brought up, I think. And that's not offering women anything. It's not offering women anything.
He said in sports. He said if you tackle like women as a protected class and through sports,
Well,
and
he
you
said
say, hey,
bathrooms. He did
Well,
say bathrooms.
Because there, yeah,
Okay, I
because
don't remember.
there is a safety issue.
Bathrooms is one of them, yeah.
Yes, there's a
He
safety
said
issue there,
bathrooms.
because we've been told there's never any issues, and then we see issues where people take advantage
you're
of
gonna
the situation.
don't die on this
No,
hill.
no, no, wait,
no,
this
hold
is actually a winning. No, Gibbs is right. This is actually
it is.
one of the
There
is
few
a
winning.
safety
This is
issue,
a
and
winning
that is
issue for
when
conservatives.
like,
80-20.
So, like,
kids
sociologic-
go to
Like, let me give you an
the
example.
bathroom, they get picked on.
So
in
if
the-
I
in
go,
the
so there's
That's the
there's
safety
clubs
issue.
here in San Antonio, right? Well, some of them have shared bathrooms, and one of them recently had to shut down because a man pretending to be this was like pretending to be a woman came in there and sexually assaulted somebody, right? This is a problem, right? There's this shared bathrooms, this kind of thing, and right. So like when you say, oh, it's not a thing, it does happen. Right, and so you have hold on. You have a women group that's a protected class, and now you're saying this really, really small 0.01% of the population or whatever deserves more rights than you to your safety. Yeah, I think it sells to some people.
Yeah, hold on.
And in sports.
Here's the thing, right? Even if you were to imply that all trans women
Nobody's
were in
saying that.
danger,
Nobody's saying that.
I know you're not. I know you're not. You didn't say that. But if you were to apply that all trans women were in danger, the threat would be minuscule, right? And it still wouldn't affect women's lives. This is not an offer to women writ large, right? To say that, hey, we're going to regulate trans bodies. You know, trans women who have been in your bathrooms for decades, right? For decades upon decades and decades before we even talked about it, and somehow it worked out. But now, today, we're going to regulate this issue. Okay, right? But still, even in this world where all of trans women are some sort of issue, this is not yet an offer. You don't build a lasting political coalition on this, because what do? You pass the laws, right? Because there's already doing that. They're passing the trans bathroom laws. So mission accomplished. They're banning trans women in sports. Well, mission accomplished. This is not a foundation for coalition that has any sort of future, right? Yeah, sure. You just expand the police state a little bit. That's something very easy for us to do. I'm sorry, you're going to say.
Well, I just wanted to add, just because it's super relevant to what's being said right now. There are women who are in danger because of these, because of this situation, but it's not because they're being attacked by trans people. It's because when women go into a woman's bathroom and somebody, usually a man, decides that they're not feminine looking enough, then they get accosted by these men who want to gender check them. And invariably, it's a cis woman who's being accused of being a trans person when this happens. It happens over and over and over again. You can see videos of this stuff on YouTube all the time. There are lots of reports on this as well.
Tyler's warming up.
The number of people being attacked, by a trans person who's in those bathrooms is far, far smaller by comparison.
So there's that.
It's cis men who are doing this to cis women.
Well, hold on. We can be gender equal here, right? Equal opportunity in our insults, because white woman Nancy Grace, Not Nancy
Yeah,
Grace.
yeah.
Nancy. What's her
Nancy
last
Mace.
name? Nancy Mace. Thank you. I get them confused all
Yeah,
the time.
that's right.
Thanks so
She
much.
did that to you.
That's racist of you.
It is, and I enjoy it. Nancy Mace.
Every woman named Nancy, they're all the same.
She did exactly this. Her and was it Kelly Bobert? I think they tag team on this one, if I remember correctly.
Lauren Boebert?
Where-
I'm not getting tag teamed by Bobert.
yeah, but oh my god,
You said Kelly Bobert.
Was it Kelly Bobert?
Lauren
Bobert.
Lauren Bobert.
Hey, Bobert.
Kelly
I mean,
is a very white.
Do all
sounding
of us look the same to you? What the
Yes,
fuck?
You all
I said
have
it
the
before.
same- you all
I'll
have the
say it
same
again.
names.
You all do. All of you.
Some of the same fucking names, all of you.
So,
6 names spread across the land.
Isn't Muhammad the most common name in the world?
Yeah, Tyler, I see your hand. I'll go to you. But in any case, yes, there was an individual woman who goes into the congressional bathroom, and I think Bobert's the one who spots her, if I'm remembering correctly. I could be wrong, but I believe Bobert is the one who spots her, calls her out, cries out to the hallway, letting you know Amanda just went to the bathroom, right? Because she thinks it's the new trans woman who's been elected to Congress, who's been banned specifically from doing this, and then she goes gets her butt buddy Nancy Mace. And they go in to confront this woman, like, oh, sorry, yeah, you're a cis woman. Apologies for all of this. Yeah, literally exactly that. The exact meme that Aiko's talking about happened in the halls of Congress by some of the most bigoted individuals that we have there. So the real crusaders on this topic, right? Fucked up in exactly the way that Aiko described.
I think this is faulty. The actual like not only do you compare like the risk of it happening, you have to compare like the actual harm, right? So what gives I think women are probably gonna be more afraid, honestly, of like being sexually assaulted as opposed to like somebody questioned my gender as I was going to the bathroom.
So
how are you going to prove your gender without being like it?
Yeah,
actually proving it would require some level of assault. Like there's just
but I don't think that's going to happen. Like I think what's going to happen
is mild assault.
They're going to aggressively say, "I am a cisgendered woman, right? I was born a woman. Fuck you," and then it's going to lead to some kind of spat, and then nothing's going to happen, right? As opposed to I think what the real concern is. Yeah, the cops are going to be called, and they're going to come, and they're going to check the fucking ID, and they're going to check the ID. And let's say that they live in an area
for someone
where the
wanting to
ID
go
has
to a
show their
bathroom, that's a big
biological-
deal. That's an assault. If I'm trying to go to the bathroom and it takes me 45 minutes to an hour and a half because someone wants to call the cops and I have to have my ID checked to go to the bathroom, that's fucking. What are you talking about?
I think this is I can't even as this specific instance. 45 minutes and the cops are called and have to deal with everything. First of all, has this even happened? And second of all, how even if it does happen, how common is going to happen? And also, and third of all,
how common is the assault going to happen otherwise? What about the other assault?
Lulu,
yeah, I mean, if we care about how common it is,
sexual assault generally.
It's a dying hill. This is a dying hill.
Care about how common it is.
Guys. Sexual assault generally is like something that's very feared amongst women. Even if like there in specific instances the rate's not nearly as high as what we tend to perceive them to be, the perception is that like they are incredibly like most sexual assault is with somebody it's not a stranger. However, a lot of women will tell you they're deeply, deeply uncomfortable when they're walking home alone at night and a guy is walking behind them. That is like nightmare scenario. The likelihood of something bad happening is exceedingly low, but that is nightmare scenario, and they will react. Like the perception of this absolutely matters. And so what Gibbs is saying is like women are afraid of this instance. Like they don't like this idea. And we haven't even talked about the sports thing yet. These, I think, are somewhat winning issues for Republicans, and this is what they're pushing to try to show their commitment.
Better argument, I think.
But it isn't a winning issue, right? Because like Republicans have been pushing this for years already.
Well, Trump's message that them one was the most effective.
Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute, listen, and then you understand what I'm saying, right? Because we're talking about the split that's happening now. Yes, Trump won. He won overall. But what we're talking about is winning this specific cohort, right? Like, what do we offer to this group that the Republicans, right? I mean, the loser Republicans. What do they offer?
Yes, right.
What do they offer this specific cohort, right? Why does this divide exist? Why is this divide expanding, right? So yes, overall, they have won. I don't think they won on the backs of trans individuals. In fact, we have polls after the fact, showing that trans people weren't the top priority of voters, right? Not even close. So that was, even then, it wasn't a winning message. It was just a message, but not a winning message. So I repeat that this isn't how you build a coalition, right? It's how you scaremonger, certainly, right? And works, right? That can only work for so long. But what is it that must be offered? And I maintain that the Republican Party offers literally nothing. But we'll go to Tyler and go from
literally nothing. Just
okay,
not a
so
lot.
I kind of hear your argument.
Thank
What
you.
you're saying
Thank
is
you.
this specific issue itself is not something you'd build a coalition for women upon. And you're definitely right there. I think that this one issue is part of a larger issue in whole. So I want to address it first, and then I'll kind of link it back to that. So, going to some of the questions that were asked here, how do we know if somebody goes into a bathroom with a dinosaur costume on, if they're a boy or a girl, without taking off the costume and checking out their junk? You don't. There's going to be people that slip through the cracks. There's going to be people that go under the radar. But the fact that if you want to use the bathroom and if you have to go that bad, that you're going to fucking go into the bathroom that the state law says you can't, then maybe you don't have to go to the fucking bathroom that bad. This is an 80-20 issue. I've been linking polling, especially the most reputable poller in the United States, New York Times, Ipsos, says 79 to 18%. People do not want transgender women in women's sports, women's bathrooms, women's locker rooms. This is a women's protection issue that is extremely popular. The number one ad that moved people was the They Them ad run by Trump in 2024. And if we want to talk about how extremely rare the actual bad cases are, 1 in 4 million kids dies from a crazy school shooter. Not like a gang activity or anything like that. Under the age of 14, it's 1 in 4 million kids dies a year from a crazy school shooter. That's extremely rare. Do we not care about that? 0 of Trump's foreign policy have resulted in a world war. Is it unreasonable to assume that in the future one of his policies could lead to a world war?
How many American presidents have triggered a world war?
Not many, but if you're worried about Trump, it could be legitimate that his actions on the forward stage could cause a foreign conflict, and I've heard it from reputable sources over and over. The fact that something is extremely rare does not diminish the fact. Well, I wouldn't say that.
That wasn't a world war.
No. It doesn't. Just so something is rare doesn't diminish the fact that it's something good. And again, I keep hearing this, conservatives are obsessed about this, doubling down on this, sticking to this. If it's not a big deal, if it's something that's so minuscule that conservatives shouldn't pay attention to and should just ignore it, why don't we just revert it back to the previous standard that everyone wants? Nobody is buying the gender theory. Nobody actually believes that you're doing anything besides cosmetic. It bears out in all of the polling data. And now almost every medical apparatus in the UK and the US is also starting to lean toward this as well. The era of gender theory is dead, and it's a poison pill for Democrats. They are never going to win unless they drop this. And I want them to win, so drop this.
Wait, why do you want? Whoa, what the fuck was that last part? What do you mean you want them to win? What the fuck is that?
He's a Democrat.
He's a lefty, but we've converted. We're trying to convert him lactoid slowly.
Pull back just for a quick second. Alexander Wynn, only 10 minutes, 11 minutes ago.
Hey.
I had to wait for our friend Tyler to finish talking. But like 11 minutes ago, they sent another $20. God damn it, that's really kind of you, right? The message was really small, so it didn't have to be $20.
Good for him.
It costs more the longer the messages, but it was really small. But still, another $20 from Alexander Wynn. Thank you. It says Lacto TV. So we need more government control over our educational curriculum. Are you sure that's what you want? So I'll let you answer that, Lactoid. And there's stuff I still want to address afterwards, but go ahead.
Yeah, public schools, that is the government. That is the government curriculum. Currently, the entire curriculum is government controlled. I'm simply advocating for changing what the government allows in the schools. Yeah.
Okay.
That's not increasing or decreasing the level of government control over public schools, just to be clear.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You're just adjusting the balance, the knobs, right?
Adjusting the knobs, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. But again, thank you, Alexander Wynn, for $40 altogether. That's really, really kind of you. I really appreciate the kind support to the community. But the other thing that I wanted to get through, there was a few things I wanted to touch from previously. You guys were saying all kinds of great things I wanted to react to. And I forget who said this now. I forget if it was Tyler or Ali. I forget who. But someone was talking about the traditional gender roles. And that actually, I think this
was me.
Sure.
Promotion of
yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say promotion of like traditional gender roles comes on the right, and with those like is a kind of an appeal to women in terms of like, hey, like you can win, like focus on family, and then the left kind of is more focused on like gender abolition, which would appeal to more like liberal people, and it's gonna factor, and it's gonna be more supportive towards women. It's not gonna appeal to men.
So, what traditional gender roles?
No, like gender abolition,
Oh, gender abolition. Okay.
like getting away from like gender roles.
Okay, so I don't. The Democrats have never pushed for gender abolition. Well, let's get rid of that. Okay, let's completely discharge this idea that you guys, a few of you have said previously. That's the thing that you find on Twitter, right? People arguing on Twitter talking about gender abolition. People arguing within Twitch poll talking about gender abolition, right? Well, we've talked about it here on this channel, but that's not a thing that's ever been part of the Democratic party platform, right? So end that, please.
Well, if it's progressives are associated with the left, then that's going to be associated with so like the they them campaign, right? That's why the they them campaign was like, we're for you, Kamala's for they them, and so it's like there is this like kind of getting away. It's not so much gender abolition, maybe like directly, but it is like the gender theory that Tyler was talking about.
It will be an attack line, certainly, right? You can always pin these things on your opponent, and that's fair, right? Like it always be an attack line, but in the end, you can't control what like everyone in your coalition does, right? The same is true for Republicans. I mean, like they have a lot of white nationalists who vote for Republicans. Like that's back white nationalists almost exclusively vote Republican. But that doesn't mean we can just tar all Republicans.
Connor's a good example of the otherwise being true, but go ahead.
Didn't Richard Spencer like literally campaign for Kamala or something?
Yeah, yeah. And what's his name? What's his name?
Richard Spencer seems to have reversed himself in general. Like that's my understanding, but I don't know. I don't want to.
The rights. So the Republican Party's like association with like AIPAC and like Israel has been putting off a lot of like ultra right wing like white supremacists.
And so they have come to the. Oh God! Right. Okay, that's interesting. Oh my God, this is so interesting. So many reasons. I'd like to discuss that later on. Holy crap! But the
KKK was always racist. And they were always the Democrats. So I mean, let's just make that clear.
Okay.
There was no party switch. All they did was switch it from actual slavery to welfare slavery, and now they're using illegal immigrants for slavery.
Political theory, Gibbs.
I appreciate
facts.
you, Gibbs.
These are facts.
Gibbs, I love you for who you are. All right, that's right. That's my response to Gibbs here. But anyway, the traditional general.
Bless your heart.
This goes. Bless your heart. That's exactly what I meant to say. Thank you. The thing I want to address about traditional generals, and lots of people brought it up, like one way or other, either directly or maybe a bit more obliquely, right? Lactoid basically like rejecting this idea of like the girl boss, right?
Causing fertility rates to drop,
and causing fertility. Okay, I don't.
Wait.
I just
I didn't mean to disrupt your train of thought. Go ahead.
As education of women increases, fertility increases.
Wait, as education of women increases, fertility increases?
Level, women with PhDs have more children than women with bachelor's degrees.
No, hold on. The overall education level of women in a society, like that's... by the way, I don't even think that's right.
Look it up. Okay. I might be wrong, but look it up in terms of ads. I'm not talking about just the bachelor level. Go to master's.
A lot of time to study when you're at home.
I don't need to cut off. I'm getting tired here.
Okay,
do you have any rebuttal for me? From what I said, go for it. Otherwise, I'll just dip out of your guys' mind.
Okay. Well, two things. One, before I forget, Sir Bobbles on YouTube says bodybuilder Cody Hammond. Hammond? Is that your last name? Is trans man. Cody Hammond is a trans man, which one of you is going to tell him to get in the women bathroom.
He's like Blake, Blake, whatever should go to the men's room type situation. They're picking the most like the best fitting person, right? The most masculine looking trans person. Say, oh yeah, tell them to go to the girls' room. It's like,
oh no, what's he gonna do? Beat my ass? Oh God. We'll be the
What are
first
you
to
gonna
let my ass
do?
beat.
I'll fucking call the cops, dog. I'm an adult. I don't fight
Well,
anymore.
no. Well, your guys' argument is that like women. Wait, your guys' argument is that women should feel protected in the bathroom. If you have an extremely masculine-looking trans man, right, and they're like buff, they look like just a burly dude, and then you tell them to go to the girls' room because you want women to feel safe. It's like that doesn't really work out to your. It's not a good argument.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why it's a bad argument.
It is a bad argument all around. I mean, like, just imagine I have long hair. I identify as a woman now, and I just walk in there and I start being like, "Hey, y'all, how y'all doing?" And start pissing in the sink.
Yeah, but like that's
but
not
I'm
what
a woman.
happens.
I mean, it does
though.
happen.
Pissing in the sink.
Like, you
I
know,
shower in the girls' locker room at the gym. So.
So Tyler, well, thank you, Sir Bobbles, for that. Yeah, it is ridiculous. That like these people who want to pretend that they are for women's safety, right? They want women to feel comfortable, right? Even if from perceived threats, right? That we can acknowledge that some threats aren't real threats, but even from perceived threats, and so. On that thinking, hey, let's tell a body built right individual, masculine individual, to go use a girl's bathroom with their massive beard. I'm sure the women will feel safe, right? And then you can tell them, well, you only perceived a threat there, right? And so it's not a problem. This person also weighs like 100 more pounds than you, and if wanted to do violence towards you, could very easily do it. You're only perceiving danger, right? So thank you for that brilliant super chat. To Tyler, I guess quickly I would say I don't know. You had pushback on the gender roles thing, right? In terms of okay. So hopefully I'm addressing you directly here, but
Mine was about polling data and it being a loser issue with voters is all.
Okay, yeah, you're polling down. All right, so I'll address this really quick and then we'll see you later then. I think that the message needs to be attuned, right? One, again, there's no gender abolition, right? And I don't think you necessarily said that. But like, there's no gender abolition being pushed. That's not a thing. In the Democratic Party. And Kamala Harris didn't mention trans people. She made a point of not mentioning trans women, period, right? Trying to avoid the topic altogether. It still lost her, right? Yeah, I would say that as always, and this is kind of the focus that I've been trying to get to, is that as always, the best thing to offer are material benefits, right? Fulfilling people's material needs. And once you do that, they are less likely to be propagandized, being motivated by hate, by these culture wars, right, or the left or the right. Is that when they feel economically fulfilled, right? When they feel they have a future ahead of them. The Republican Party has not offered that. They just haven't, right? And to those young women in general, they haven't offered these things. They haven't offered like certainly haven't offered higher wages to the men who would end up they would end up marrying and relying on, right? That's not a thing, right? And they're not even discussing that to be a thing. They're pretending that, like, if we bring that manufacturing jobs, that'll happen. But remember, the only reason those manufacturing jobs were allowed for a one income household was because there were union jobs as well, right? That's the reason that happened. Otherwise, those plant owners would have kept them dangerous and low-paying jobs. So that's a thing. And then beyond that, you're saying, well, this identitarian politics, it pulls low, but like it pulls low because, especially for a Democratic Party that has abandoned any other type of messaging. If all they have to say is that we're going to defend trans individuals, why, that's a laudable goal. In the end, people are going to say, like, what affects my pocketbook? And then when we do these polls, and I'm sure I know, Tyler, you look at a lot of polls, right? What always trends at the top? The economy. On all demographics, the economy trends at the top. So what are you doing to address that? If you happen to be presiding over inflation, right, an inflationary period, well, then you have to have an answer for that. Kamala Harris didn't have an answer for that, right? Because of Joe Biden. She didn't have an answer for that. And so she lost. And now we have Donald Trump. And so that'll always be the case. But like, it doesn't say that Republicans are doing a good job on this messaging. right? Because I think that's part of the inverse of this is that Democrats are doing a bad job, and so Republicans must be doing a good job. I don't think they are. I think just like with Admiral Gibbs here, they're saying, we'll keep trans people out of the bathrooms and in sports, and it's good for scaring individuals for a little bit, right? It's good for them to react and to maybe like show up at a PTA meeting, but this coalition falls apart very quickly because there's nothing there.
I agree with a lot of what you said. And the last point I'll leave before I leave is running for politics is also often like running from zombies. You don't have to be the fastest, you just not have to be the slowest. And picking an issue that is 80-20 is like shooting yourself in the foot right before you run from zombies. So, other than that, always have fun. This is my favorite panel of the week, and some of the favorite people I've met online so far. So, gentlemen.
Hey,
take care. Be well.
Thank you for being here, Tyler. Have a good one.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, does anyone want to respond to? I said lots of things, but like intervals especially. Anyone want to respond to that?
I mean, I think it's a multifactorial problem, right? And I think somebody might have been you, probably can't remember who, brought up that this isn't just about where everyone's opinion is on the matter, but also how they prioritize that opinion. So if you really want to look at what the trans issue, like how it translates into popularity, the numbers were basically the same in 2022. And that was the year when the Republican Party made trans issues their number one issue. The numbers 1 and 2 issues for Republicans in this last election were inflation and immigration. But in 2022, their number one issue was this trans thing because they perceived, because of what happened in Virginia, that this was a winning ticket for them. And it turned out not to be good. And it was a bit of a head scratcher for them for a while because it is true that in the polls, I won't say it's 80-20, but I think in the polls, like transphobic positions are popular, more popular than
what
not.
What happened in 2022? Hold on.
When you ask them, like where that rates in terms of how important they think it is for their vote, it goes way down. It's nowhere near as big as the economic issues.
What else happened in 2022, ICAO, that what may have got people to go vote? Was it maybe the Supreme Court case?
Yes, this was my point at the time.
Yeah, so
this was my point at the time.
So,
Democrats were smart. Democrats were smart by focusing on an issue that they knew people agreed with them and was a high priority for them. And Republicans said, you know what? We're going to bet that they care more about this trans stuff than they do about the abortion thing.
I think Republicans have learned, though. I don't think it's a losing issue just because abortion is an even bigger.
Well, the thing to learn is
for the left.
The thing to learn at the time was make inflation number one because people give a shit about it now. Although now Republicans are saying inflation doesn't matter, but. Back then, saying inflation does matter was the winning argument for them, but this trans stuff was not, and 2022 proved that.
Well, hold on. Can you agree though that just because one issue weighed heavier doesn't mean the other issue is not a heavy weight itself, right? So, like abortion clearly was a bigger issue than the trans stuff, right?
But if you have a limited amount of money to spend in a particular area,
they chose wrong.
I'm not arguing that.
Yeah,
or you can put it in a trans ad. What are you going to do?
Listen, I'm not arguing that they chose wrong. They chose right or wrong there, right? I'm just saying that the abortion one was a bigger one than the trans one. However, the trans one still holds weight, right? And so when I look at it today, what's really interesting, I don't know about that, but when it comes to even today, like I have some trans friends, and it's interesting to me because when I've spoken to them, several of them, and some of these are pretty left-leaning individuals. One of them is not, and they've all echoed a similar sentiment, which is that because the Dems hyper-focused on this as an issue, they actually set their movement back. And it's because, hey, we weren't the ones advocating for a lot of this shit. We didn't want this, but they decided to let, Crusaders on board.
2024 there, because in 2024 the Democrats were running from the issue. It was the Republicans who were hyper-focused.
But here's the issue: the why is that because the Crusaders on the left for this issue had gotten the bar so far to the left on this issue that it was easy pickings come now time, and then the conservatives were able to go, hey, XYZ, y'all were saying this year. Hey, y'all, come Kamala wanted illegal alien transgender surgeries, and everybody goes, "That's crazy, Trump. Not a real thing." Then we look it up; it is a real thing, and it's like,
Well, so you
okay.
just proved my point.
Hold on, right? Because because the Crusaders on the left had already made this part of their agenda previously, and then they never backed down, right? And so then, hold on. I get that abortion at the time was the hot button issue. I'm not arguing that it wasn't. But what I'm saying though is now, when you factor in all these other things, that's a big weight. And when you're sitting here going, and even members of the transgender community are going, we don't like how y'all put this magnifying glass on us. It's hurting our actual movement.
Yeah, but do you understand?
It's
you
really a
just pulled
poison
them out
pill.
daily there. Like, you first said that Democrats were hyper-focusing on this issue, which was wrong.
They were.
But then later on, when you came back to it, you said the left was hyper-focusing on this issue. And
Which
that's
is
the problem.
interchangeable
is
at this
the
point.
left and the Democrats were arguing with each other, right?
Right.
The Democrats were saying,
But
shut up.
this is a difference
We want
without
to talk about...
distinction.
We want to talk about abortion. We don't want to shift the focus right now to that. And the left was angry at Democrats for not wanting to focus on.
I think what Gibbs' point is, I think this is where perhaps in 2024 the Democrats weren't like they were running away from the issue. They weren't talking about the issue, but they couldn't make any concessions on the issue, because doing so would lose them a tremendous amount of their base.
Facts.
So like when Kamala was confronted with that statement of like, are you going to pay for the sex change operations for illegal immigrants? That was something that they ignored, tactfully ignored. But I said this at the time.
Yeah, but nobody voted on that.
She could not come out and say no, though. She couldn't come out and say, "Oh, of course we're not doing that." Because she couldn't come out. You're saying she couldn't have to, but the reason why she couldn't is because there is a
I agree.
danger of alienating. There's a massive amount of risk.
I'm not disagreeing with that. Like,
because this is a very loud community, right? Very
I'm not
loud
disagreeing with that because there was more risk to her in doing that than in ignoring the issue. But the accusation wasn't that Democrats ignored the issue. The accusation was that they were hyper-focused on it, and they weren't.
No, hold on.
The left
Hold on.
them.
But this is the thing you're doing right now, ICAL, right? Is like, so are you telling me at some point in fairly recent history, in the last like 10 years, that the left didn't have like a crusade basically to push these sorts of issues?
The left did, yes.
Okay,
but
the
guess
left
what?
and the left make up a large portion of the Dems, don't they?
DNC, right? Who was outside protesting and who was inside voting? It was the left that was outside protesting.
Who did Biden put on his cabinet? He put like what's his person name in charge of the Department of Health? I can't remember the name, but that person looked like a crazy person. And then they had another guy go and steal somebody's luggage, and they were a higher up, and they were also. And these are crusaders. Hold on, these are crusaders. And so it was clear that within the Biden administration,
steal someone's luggage. What are you talking about?
I'll find the thing. But it's
the trans and non-binary people. One of them turned out to be like a petty criminal.
Petty criminal. It was some crazy story, right? And it was a higher up in the thing. I'll find the story for you after I'm done here. Real quick.
Okay.
But like,
it was the bold one.
But the point that I'm making here is it's clear that even if it wasn't forcibly in the front for the Biden administration and the left as a whole, it was still there, and they were still tangentially supporting it, and they couldn't back off like Lactoid said. So yeah, they had this push in the last 10 years. They never moved back that position. And so, yeah, okay, maybe they weren't hyper-focusing on it anymore because it wasn't strategic, but the Republicans could sit here and go, look, they actually want this position. They haven't backed off it. They said it 5 years ago. Look how many times they said it, and they can't say no. It's clearly something they want.
And that wasn't why people voted the way they did.
It absolutely
if
is
you
a
look at
portion
the priorities of the voters and why they voted the way they did, those aren't on the list.
I think it added a vibe. I think it added a vibe for
votes.
sure. I just want to say one more thing before I move entirely off the topic. Corey, slight concession. You're right that between women who have bachelors have a 1.3 fertility rate. Women with PhDs have a 1.5. That being almost entirely driven by women with PhDs in education and health. Fair enough, but women with just a high school degree, 2.8. Which is basically the fertility rate of women with bachelor's degrees and PhDs combined.
Wait. Who do you think is more likely to be the girl boss? Okay, the high school woman or the PhD MD person?
Right. Well, that's part of what I'm saying.
The want to be girl boss.
The high school chick. That sounds bad. the woman who's graduated from high school, she's gonna have a
Lots of things
much
you
higher
said sound bad. So like,
she's gonna
just-
have a much higher fertility rate than the PhD one, right? Significantly
Yeah,
higher.
but you still see again
Less
fertility
girl boss.
increasing. As in,
Yeah,
No,
more
no,
likely to be a handmaid.
It's super high, and then it goes super down, and then there's like a little nudge up.
yeah, exactly. So, but either way, your trend still doesn't hold. If your argument overall, the crux of your argument is like the girl boss lowest fertility rate, at least that's how I overall understand it. That doesn't seem to hold true by the actual raw data.
No, I disagree. I think the women who are have bachelor's degrees, I think these are like the most girl bossy mentalities, honestly, right? These PhDs in health, they have their fucking professor job, and then they like retire at 50 and go have a bunch. By the way, it's also true. The fertility rate for those PhD holders is almost entirely like late pregnancies. Like the extra fertility is made up by like very late. Yes, and so.
So Anne's the girl boss, yes, and so like
there's more issues with like late pregnancy too. So,
but potentially, yeah.
Lactoid.
I posted those articles for you, by the way, Brian.
Oh, okay. I'll take a look. Thank you. It was the bald one. Yeah, I remember there was
a bald one. Yeah,
that girl, and then Rachel Levine. I couldn't think of the name, so I just posted one to say to her health secretary or whatever.
My understanding, the Rachel one only really got flack because of like the whole like trans thing, but the other.
Well, that's my point, Lactoid. Is so maybe he wasn't out here going, yeah, but he definitely was like, we're tangentially supporting it. It's almost like when in Texas, the Texas like independence movement, like is somehow gets money from Greg Abbott or somebody. I'm not saying he might support that, but it does seem like he's hedging his bets with the boys, kind of thing. Like you like same thing, right? Like I mean, it's the exact same kind of thing.
Lactoid. I wanted you because I believe in you, friend. Right? I believe in you. I want you to make the best case for me, right? So like it's a point that I've been harping on this entire time. And so and maybe I'm missing it, right? I'm a lefty, right? I'm not in conservative spaces. I don't consume your news. Maybe I'm missing the part of the platform. But I think you would agree. Maybe I'm wrong, but I believe that like you would say that a significant part of Republican messaging, especially when we're talking about Republican outreach to younger demographics, has included a push for like traditional gender roles, right? Like we see like Charlie Kirk, he went and did that like whole women's conference, and in fact we had a few conservative stars show up there and talking about the importance of women and becoming mothers and all that. Okay, so my question is, what do Republicans provide to facilitate that dream? Maybe I'm missing that.
Facilitate the
perception that they're selling. They don't facilitate shit. It's a perception that they sell.
Hold on. It depends, I guess, what you mean by facilitate. So here's the argument. The argument is that what Republicans want to remove the incentives that are in place that encourage people to not do that. That's the mentality. Mentality is the welfare state encourages single motherhood. Degenerate cultural values increase single motherhood, and all this leads to like negatives. And so if we remove those politically, we organize and we remove those things, and we orient like the incentives to be more pro-family, then that's just naturally what's going to happen.
Lactoid wants to say systemic single motherhood. He wants to say systemic single motherhood.
Well, right. They're opposed to systemic single motherhood, right? And so, if you're looking for like what facilitate in the sense of like, do Republicans promise some kind of like payout or money in exchange for getting married or in exchange for like having a stable family unit? No, they don't. The strategy appears to be more about combating the incentives and the structures in place that simply lead to the alternative, right? That lead to single motherhood, broken families, et cetera.
Aren't they pushing for the like motherhood stimulus, like $5,000? I know in like Dearborn,
that's in conversation.
In Dearborn, they're doing it. There's a $4,500 push. I mean, that plus another $5,000 from the federal government is $10,000 to have a baby is pretty decent.
Another thing they're doing, and this might seem weird and might not resonate, but it definitely does resonate with a lot of suburban mothers, is there are some Republican pushes that absolutely do resonate with suburban mothers, such as school choice, such as not mandating vaccinations, such as, stuff like that, giving parents more control over their children's health care, et cetera, like making sure that kids, certain subjects aren't taught to their kids in school. Like there are mothers, especially suburban, like conservative mothers, where that is that kind of cohesive family unit is incredibly important to them.
I guess the thing, but that doesn't actually. I don't think that addresses like creating and maintaining that family. You might disagree with that one.
Maintaining.
Before we jump into that, like let's Corey.
So just I guess to maybe add on to Prime's point, if Republicans or conservatives want to promote, let's say, family and also children, wouldn't they also want to encourage education? As in, doesn't divorce rate go down as bachelors, masters, and PhDs? You see a bump in fertility and divorce. Isn't that exactly what you want?
Marriage rates go down.
Fertility?
Don't they?
No. Well, no. The number of divorces goes down.
Sure. Yeah. I'm guessing the conservatives would like push for the kind of values that would lead people to get married and have kids, right? Another great preventer of divorces, religiosity. That is 100% true. Like the more conservative Christian like families have much lower divorce rates compared to the more progressive
and more
left-wing
kids.
families. And those conservative Christians have more kids. So their mentality is, okay, what we want is the kind of like conservative Christian kind of like steady marriage, as opposed, and you could be right that like, lower education has a much higher divorce rate, but I'm guessing that's probably including the subset demographic, which is like the sort of not super like stable religious households that have very low education, that probably have like fucking 8 divorces. Yeah, they have like and economically deprived that have like fucking 8 divorces, right? Because I mean, we've all met people like that, where they're just cycling through divorces.
Yeah, but hold on. It's not. That's not one. There's plenty of religiosity among. In fact, religiosity. If I haven't looked into this, but I believe religiosity decreases as education increases.
It's probably true.
And so, like the people, the underclass, which I would be one of them. I can show you my tax returns. Will confirm this. Like among that cohort, there's lots of God-fearing individuals. So I don't know if that would be the linchpin in it.
Well, because that's not just one cohort, right? There's multiple cohorts within that cohort.
Fair enough. But I'm just saying that, like, I think a much stronger causal relationship would be being economically deprived, right? Money being a huge stressor on any relationship, romantic or otherwise. So that. So when I talk about facilitation, what I meant, of course, is like economic facilitation, what to do there, right? And then your response is that, what Republicans want to do is remove
negative incentives,
governmental benefits that they perceive to be a detriment to forming a stable family unit. I think I think this was kind of retreads the ground that we did last week, where we discussed like making women more economically precarious. Because if the goal is simply, if the measure of success here is simply marriage rates and divorce rates, all that tells you is that these people have stuck together, right? It doesn't tell you anything about the quality of the family, right? The quality of life of the children who are created, right? Certainly not the happiness of the individuals involved. Is that we've made these people economically precarious, and the structure that people go for refuge, right, happens to be marriage, and that's where they retreated to, right? And that is the way that they had chosen to survive, right? Like holding on to a life raft, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, because I'm or otherwise I'll drown, sure, right? But before I had like a cruise ship, but you took that away from me. So, I like when I say like when Republicans offer nothing, right? Like literally, what they offer is like we'll take away things, and put you in a more precarious situation so that you have to rely, right? A woman just simply has to start to settle very quickly, right? Because now she doesn't have the economic prospects, she doesn't have the things to maybe even the schooling prospects, right? For more extreme Republicans, I know you're not pushing that. But like they have less ability to take care of themselves, and so the answer must be that I have to find a man, and I guess this guy will be good enough, right? I guess Lactoid will be good enough. But
I mean, I think the phrase, like, the framing's the framing's different, right? Like, the way conservatives see it is they want the incentives to be in place that, like, they don't want an incentive existing that would encourage single motherhood. They want the incentive existing that would compel parents to be together and to raise a child together and have a considerable amount of say over that child and how that child is raised and the religion that child is brought up in. And this is how the conservatives see the family unit. And you might say, well, that, that's taking away to some degree a choice of a woman. And for a lot of women, obviously by the single woman statistics, right, this is off-putting to a lot of them. But, like, I mean, the reality is, like, single motherhood is really bad for kids. And if you encourage that, it leads to negative outcomes for kids.
Well,
and if you set it up to compel parents to be together, like, they might not like it for the time being, but that kid's going to be better off.
It depends, right? If there's like abuse in that relationship, and the reason why they're sticking together is because, I have to get this kid to 18, right? I got to get them outside the household, and it's best for the child. So I'll grin and bear it. No, actually, might not be better off for it. That's the thing that we never take into account at all, right? Like I said, this doesn't talk about the quality of that family unit. So. And take that into correlation. But beyond that, the other thing I was going to say was, the other thing I was going to say is, I forget. I'll let you go. Hopefully, I can remember.
I think the issue is that, like, to your point, the left seems to offer, like, fiscal tangible, like, things for women to, like, succeed, versus, like, the right is kind of hitting more of, like, an ideological thing. They're like, hey, we want to shift the perspective, we want to shift the culture of the people so that they are more reliant, so that they are more family driven. And in being family driven, hopefully it'll equate to, like, men working more, making more money, so that there are there is that, so that the incentives come from the family rather than from the government. Right? Because right now it feels like the incentives on the left come from, like, the government. It comes from, like, food stamps. It comes from, like, trying to get more women into college so that they're working, rather than trying to get women to focus on, like, going into families, and maybe, like, focusing on healthy, like, family and relationship building, rather than focus on, like, individualism and, like, getting away from this. So, like, I do think that's the problem, is, like, the right sees any governmental incentive as a negative impact towards, like, an ideological build up. They're trying to have people be more individually inclined.
Well, can I say one more thing into that? It would make sense why conservatives would see it that way, because they have a higher fertility rate and a higher marriage rate. And so their perspective is, look, this works for us. And obviously what you guys are doing does not work for you.
Well, okay, so I push back against that, but that's another conversation in and of itself. But two things. One, well, three things, because Ali said something about what Democrats are offering. Something Democrats are offering, well, sort of offering, but what progressives, let's say progressive, because Democrats are failures, progressives are offering is paid family leave. That's what we've been pushing, right? Because we realize, because we're the true pro-family individuals here, right? Is that it's important within the early stages of a woman giving birth, that family, the mother and the father, should be home with the child, should be able to bond with their kid, and need that time to prepare, to and get everything together to set that kid up for a good life, right? And the woman just needs to obviously recover from the medical trauma that she just suffered, right? That is a left view. I'm curious. I haven't seen it, and maybe there is more support on the right for this than I'm giving them credit for. But I haven't seen much of it, right? Because that clashes with the rights of employers to work their people to the bone. And so, like, yes, we'll tell mothers, oh, you gave birth, be back here in 3 days if you're lucky, right? Maybe be back here the next day after you gave birth. So the true pro-family wing of the political spectrum, obviously progressives, it always has been.
Yeah.
And obviously because we've been pushing for higher incomes, right? So that when you have that kid, you can take care of that child, right? So conservatives say, once you have that kid, you're on your own, obviously. Why would I care? Now it's your responsibility. I pressured you and I pressured you and I pressured you, right, to have this baby. I said, like, you can't abort the baby. That's impossible. You can't do that. That would be against God or whatever the fuck is in my head, right? I take away your medical options. I don't provide you better economic options. And once you're born, you're like, well, if you don't actually succeed with this child, well, you're an economic parasite. And in fact, some people within this panel would say, well, then it proves that maybe you shouldn't have had a kid in an oxymoronic fashion, that you shouldn't have had this kid in the first place, right? Like, well, we wanted you to have the kids because we want birth rates, but then if you're not economically successful, maybe you shouldn't have kids at all. And so all these are simultaneous message pushed by conservatives, and it shows that they actually, again, offer literally nothing. So part of, and the last thing I was trying to get to is
Do you think
that
those are mutually exclusive
conservative women
points, Prime?
Conservative women. I just want to get this last point out, and then I can.
Go
Conservative
ahead.
women also like have single parent households, right? Or single mother households. That's the thing that happens among them. Let's not pretend that this is exclusively a liberal thing. We can understand that. I hope we can. I hope we don't pretend otherwise. And then single income homes is like the goal, right? Because like Lactoid, you'd say the messaging from conservatives has been that it's better if women stay home with a child, right? Like you get a man, you marry them, a good Christian man, you marry that individual, he goes to work, being the provider, which is what men's supposed to be, right? To show generals, they're supposed to provide, but the woman's supposed to stay home, and it's simply best for the child, because we don't like girl bosses. We don't like girl bosses. We like the opposite of that, and it's best for the child that the woman is there providing for that. But again, what have they provided to make single income homes a possibility? So I'll throw that to Lactoid. After that, Admiral Gibbs can ask me this question.
I mean, I don't really have any other answer for you other than what I said, right? Like the conservative perspective. You're saying, how does it help? Like, there's this perspective, I think, that like especially left wingers have, which is that like we need to do something, and by something means giving money to some particular person. That's how we solve the problem. We got to give money. Give money, then that's how you fix an issue. When I think with the conservative viewpoint here is not actually like to give money and then you solve the problem. It is, we have a complex problem here where birth rates are low, and birth rates are especially low in demographics like high income people that we want to be having more children. So what do we have to do to reorient society to, I guess, alleviate some of this issues? Well, what were some of the factors that like led to dramatically increasing single motherhood rates? The development of welfare throughout the 60s, 70s, and 80s, right? That is something that is credited with an explosion of single motherhood, because it made single mothers no longer economically reliant on their husbands.
The question I asked, I asked about single income homes. That's the thing. So I'm saying you have a two-parent household within that paradigm, a two-parent household, but conservatives have been pushing, hopefully you don't disagree, that a single income home is best. Man provides, women stay at homes and nurture.
Yeah,
what
ideally.
have Republicans provided so that dream can happen?
Yeah, arguably you would want the people who are having most kids to be the people where you can have a single income household like function well. And their argument will, we got to expand economic opportunity to give like families, specifically single income households, like a greater chance of flourishing and a greater chance of occurring, because you have higher incomes, right? Lower inflation, etc.
Yeah, how would they do that?
The shit they talk about with the economy, right? Lowering, removing environmental regulations, lowering tax rates, increasing GDP, increasing businesses. And I agree, this presidency has been a little bit different because the whole tariff thing, right?
A little bit.
Backfire pretty significantly. But the goal, like I'm talking about just the general conservative goal, which is like you cause the economy to boom by getting rid of all these liberal nonsense constraints that they put on the economy, and then the wages increase and business increases and GDP increases and everything gets good, and then you have an environment in which families can thrive off of one parent, a single income household, and they're able to provide for a family. And that family and the incentives set up to create that family are going to be thus that you do have to jump inside this economy and participate if you want to be able to provide for your family. And of course, the mother is not going to be able to do this because she's busy taking care of the kid, which is naturally going to make her economically dependent on her husband. And when mothers are economically dependent on their husbands, you have a higher chance of the family staying together as a cohesive unit, as opposed to what, again, the argument is currently. And throughout the expansion of welfare,
no other choice.
You saw a rise in single motherhood. Well, I think there's an argument that like when you used other people's money and gave it to people for not working, this did incentivize large groups of people to no longer make the, I guess, selfless decision to raise their kid in a cohesive family unit and instead separate off. There's obviously some percentage of that where there's genuine abuse, like as Prime you were saying, that I think that you can make perhaps exceptions for. But I think the vast majority of these divorces are not accounted for by domestic abuse. I think the vast majority of it has to do with, it's hard to be in a relationship with them sometimes. And a lot of women probably just like, fuck, I don't want to be with this fucking guy anymore.
Also,
we got a kid or two.
It's economic.
So, I don't understand how.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
You
would divorce because of economic pressures?
Yes,
a lot of people do.
The incentives.
Yeah.
But if you remove welfare, now the economic incentive is not to divorce.
No.
Even still,
it might be more so because now they got
there's no way that's true.
Now they have to pay alimony and maintain their standard of living for these women under the current laws. That's what's going to happen.
The issue, Lactoid,
economically, right? So there's multiple things here, though. That you want one, like the wages of men are falling, right? Lots of men aren't keeping up with women, and so that in itself is a pressure because men, again, because the conservatives keep pushing this idea that you have to make more than your wife or you're somehow a failure. Again,
you don't go to school though. No school.
Well, these wages are dropping because of competition with women, right?
Well, and overseas.
Got to get women out of the workplace is going to be the argument.
If women. Yes, if you remove women, this is literally like the argument. Like when you have illegal immigrants,
that's a Christian nationalist argument. Yeah.
When you have immigrants come in, that drives the wages down. That's the whole.
You're talking about immigrants?
Because I'm not talking about immigrants. I'm using this as an example. So supply and demand, right? If women stop being in the workplace, now all the jobs that need to get done are going to be reserved for the men. And if that happens, they're going to be able to command much higher wages because there's fewer of them. Supply and demand, right?
Fewer workers. That's going to be the argument. But that's going to be the thing. Unless you make that push on the Republican side, you're never going to be able to convince. You're not going to have a convincing enough argument for people to like, hey, if the average American's making $50,000 a year, how is that person supposed to raise a family and have the and have like the woman stay at home? To like Icow's point, like we can't pay teachers more. So like let's just say male teachers were making like $80,000, $100,000 a year. Well, they'd probably be able to have like a wife that had like a part-time job and they could coast and they would live. But like right now, the issue is that like there's ideals being sold. There's ideal, like it's a non-tangible ideal being sold to like on the right, which is, hey, if you're more conservative, you can maintain a family, like so on. So you can do it yourself. But it's not feasible, right? Which is why a lot of people lean left, because economically, the right doesn't offer anything but, hey, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. This is how you should live your life, but we're not going to assist you in any way, shape, or form, because if we assist you, then it's socialism, and we'll die before we're socialists. So like you kind of do have like a cyclical argument for a guy, like
two things
here.
I wouldn't call it cyclical. I was just saying it's non-economic.
2 super chats. Alexander went. I see because Gibbs.
I agree that it's more cultural.
So I'm gonna go straight to Gibbs afterwards. But 2 super chats from Alexander went $10. Thank you, Alexander. What kind of income do conservatives think men need to provide for a family of 5? I'm actually curious about that. Well, hopefully we can get our friends to answer that. Yeah. And then another super chat from Sir Bobbles, $5, says, you guys need to stop talking about a 1950s lifestyle in a billionaire today society. The number one divorce issue is finance issues / differences. Exactly. Yep. I mean, that's exactly what I've been trying to address. But that's what conservatives have been pushing. Like they've been pushing this entire time. They're continuing to push this
Nuclear
in a
family.
society where more and more money has been backing up to the top, where the billionaire class has grown in their wealth, and that share of the pie has shrunk for everyone else. That's my response. I'll let our conservatives respond. But Alexander Wynn says, what kind of income do conservatives think men need to provide for a family of 5? So Gibbs,
Yeah, I'll start with that. I mean, it depends. I mean, on your standard of living and what state you live in. I think in Texas, if you had like 55K or 50K, you could easily support a family of 5. I think that's pretty standard. In fact, I feel like I see people all the time doing that. That's not really that much. But the California, if I live in LA, 55K probably ain't gonna cut it. I mean, I know we don't have to go into why that is, but sure. I think it just depends on your standard of living, where you're at, and
for a family of 5.
some other.
What about on average though?
Hold on.
On
Yeah,
average.
I mean, it depends though. Like, I mean, like if I'm living in Mississippi, where the median income is even lower than like in Texas, right? I'm sure that it would be a lower number. I don't know. I'm gonna guess like 55K, 60K nationwide is a fair
Without government
average.
assistance?
Yeah, without government assistance, it's gonna be a fair guess, I would think, for that. But here's the thing, and I do this as well on the right, where I lump in everybody on the one side's argument into one thing. I just call you all leftists. I know it's fun to do, but Prime is doing something here when you're saying the right is pushing all these things. And I'm definitely not falling in the camp of like the paleocons. I'm not an Andrew Wilson. I'm not sitting here arguing for the Christian
You're not
right.
socially conservative.
Yeah, sure. Right. So, however, that being said, I do think it's a little bit unfair whenever you say these things and you think they're mutually exclusive, for example, right? So you argued earlier, okay, men want one thing, and then you said, oh, well, we don't like girl boss. Well, I think there's like a different, like a variety. We'll come back to girl boss. But then you brought up the women making more than men. Well, I don't know that that's necessarily true. I mean, for a certain segment of conservatives, I would say that's absolutely true, right? However, I think that when we talk about like the girl boss, and I talked about participation trophies, which I didn't forget about. I've been meaning to get back to this earlier. According to Google AI, participation trophy generation typically refers to millennials and Gen Z who were raised during a time when participation trophies were widely given, even to children who didn't win. So now, this practice has been criticized by some as potentially leading to a lack of competitive drive. I think when we say girl boss, what we're saying is women that have taken on masculine characteristics and men that have taken on, for lack of a better term, soy beta characteristics. And I think that there is some to be said for the women who are now kind of in a masculine like hunting mode, and they seem dissatisfied with a large selection of men, right? And then men on the right are like sitting here promoting I don't know, people like Andrew Tate, who are these hyper players and these other things. I think that leads to some of the girl boss resentment. And you see a lot of men that are just disgruntled and they don't want to deal with any of it, right? And I think that's part of the shift that we haven't really talked about is this younger generation. They've seen how bad it was for the millennials. They've seen how bad it is for Gen Z. And now they want to return to a simpler lifestyle where men feel valued, right? I don't think it's necessarily this Christian lifestyle per se, although I think it is some, I tell that, but I think there's this something that can be given. You can embolden and empower women to work, right, and be educated, but also want them to have families and be part of the family and value the men in their lives. These aren't mutually exclusive. However, it seems like you've framed it as where, oh, all these men are just going to reject, oh, you have a job rejected, when most of the time it's like, well, what kind of job? Oh, you're an OnlyFans model. I'm going to reject your sexual liberation money. No,
most people aren't OnlyFans.
Sure, no, I'm not saying they are.
Too many are, though.
I'm not saying they are, but I'm saying that there's a difference
Not
between.
enough,
But hold on,
in my
if I'm a woman and I go and tell a guy I'm a doctor, is that man going to be intimidated? Maybe, right? But if a girl comes to me and says, "Oh, I'm a doctor," I'm like, "Oh, that's awesome, right? Cool, good for you." As opposed to, "Oh, somebody comes up, oh, well, how do you make your money?"
More
Well,
likely to be
hold on,
intimidated? A conservative man or a liberal
hold
man?
on, or if somebody comes up to me and says, "Hey, I'm an OnlyFans model and I make 6 times what you make," is the doctor make 6 times more than I make? I don't care.
No.
I don't do whatever. But if the other one's like, "Oh, I'm a hoochie mama and I'm making all my money off my sexuality," yeah, I can see why some people aren't going to be satisfied with that. And I think there is this dividing line that you're saying there's not, but there is, because men, I think on the right, even like people like me or somewhat socially liberal or like whatever, but financially conservative, are going to go, yeah, I don't have a problem with a woman being a doctor, especially if she wants kids and family. Oh, these people shouldn't be having kids. Well, guess what? They should wait till they have a partner, because guess what? Men are better in home. Children are better in homes with both parents, right? These aren't mutually exclusive ideas. Waiting to have kids till you're financially able to, and having a lot of them, as opposed to, yeah, let's just have kids with no repercussions and then live off the government.
If they're ever financially able to, right? Because even for people within the millennial generation, especially, less for Gen Z because they just haven't gotten there yet. But for millennials, certainly, a very unstable generation because of the last financial crisis they were in, right? That's going to be repeated for the generation Gen Z today with the tariffs. But let's move past that. But yeah, they went and they were economically unstable, and many of them to this day don't feel like they were ready because yes, they were economically deprived. If they are ever in that situation, then yes, I would agree that maybe they should consider having children. But that's part of the thing, having policies that make these people economically stable so that they will make that choice. Lots of them.
If you're incentivizing them to live off the government, that's not going to make them economically stable.
The choice not to have cars, right? Not to be eternal renters, rather than making those big financial jumps, because they still feel after all these years that financially unstable. So like that's that issue. And then the other thing, yeah, I'm gonna ignore your OnlyFans epidemic, right? This epidemic.
I mean, are you saying there's not?
Or all over the place. Yeah,
they are. I love OnlyFans girls. Don't get me wrong, but like,
I wouldn't say Gibbs. I wouldn't say that OnlyFans doesn't exist. No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so then you're saying that do they have a prominent position on social media and whatnot?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Hold on. If you're saying that, is it a problem that they discuss on Twitter? Yes, it's a problem, just like gender abolition is on Twitter. Yeah, it's the same problem.
I go out to lunch and I can see an OnlyFans model out there eating a steak. I mean, what's your point?
Of course you would. Of course you, Gibbs.
Because I live in the real world.
You're a degenerate, right? Of course you've seen everywhere. Like I can tell you, all the others, right? All the other men here haven't going out and like running into OnlyFans models everywhere they go, right?
Yeah, because they stay home because they don't want to have to deal with these bitches.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, okay. Any which way. Moving past that, talking about the heart of the issue you brought up in terms of the doctor, right? Like, oh well, your doctor earns more. I agree that you shouldn't feel intimidated. I agree with you there, right? Like, if your wife happens to be successful, right, or your future prospective wife happens to be successful, that's a great thing, right? Make that money for me, mama. I love it, right? But I ask you again. I ask you, who is more likely to be intimidated by this, right? A liberal who is more likely to be about the girl bosses, about buy into the tenets of feminism, or a conservative? Which one would be more intimidating?
It's going to be the liberal because they're a beta. They don't know how to be.
Okay, whatever.
They don't know how to be around anybody that's never accomplished anything.
Thank you. Okay,
that's the answer. They're like, oh my god, a girl's talking to me.
Not the answer. You know that. You know that's something.
Hold on. You're saying that if I take a super Christian conservative man and we're at a bar and a doctor walks up, you think that's going to intimidate him? No, he's going to be like, ha, woman doctor, ha, versus like a liberal lefty that's a soy beta dude, and so a woman doctor, he's going to be like, oh my god, that's mommy.
More, and they've been told, especially within their conservative upbringing, that the man has to be the provider. But in this case, the woman is the provider, and that breaks my conservative beta male brain, right? Oh my god, the woman has the pants in the family. I want to wear the pants. Am I wearing the skirt now? Is that what that means?
I don't think anybody's saying that. Nobody's saying that.
But that literally happens all the time. Happens all the time.
They're like, damn, I'd love it if my wife took care of me. That's what they say. It happens all the time.
You pretend, you're pretending that isn't the case, right? Mm-hmm. That conservative men aren't concerned about having economic primacy. But the thing that is the real problem are only OnlyFans girls that you just trip over all the time. They go, yeah, I mean, it's the problem that you pick though, right? And so when you go out to a restaurant, we should look into all the OnlyFans girls. I've had subscriptions in the past.
Well, that's crazy.
I've looked into other OnlyFans girls. I've looked into the problem,
celebrity jihad,
and I found it very pleasurable. But moving on, Lactoid.
I was in probably some of those videos. It's okay, but that's not the point I'm making. Like, listen, you're like glossing over like the idea that like these people don't have social influence, and they're sitting here pushing forward even on the women that
I
are
know
like
the
this.
epidemic of OnlyFans girls.
No, hold on. Listen, you can't tell me like that when I go
Like
out.
vaccine injuries, right?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Just hear me out. Like I know that y'all think that like I can just go out and all I'm going to talk to is degenerate bitches. Sometimes I talk to women that aren't. I know it's surprising, but like it's crazy to me that you can see like like I hate to like sound like the broken record here for the tape people, but I guess I will bring this point up. There is a point where women tend to overvalue themselves. They're like, oh, I went to a bar and it was all 10s, and I'm like, every woman looked like me in a dress. That's not a 10, fam. And so they're over sitting here going, oh, I don't want to talk to this dude because he looked like a loser. I'm like, the dude pulled up in a brand new Porsche. He's like, and he's got a house. They're like, well, he's not making $200K. And I hear this from women, and they're not the only OnlyFans models. And you can't just sit here and go, oh, well, these women haven't been taught like to overvalue themselves, etc., etc. That is a problem. And some of that, hold on, some of them, hold on,
exactly.
No,
That's what Lacto is saying.
that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying though is that some of this is due to people like OnlyFans girls who have inflated their worth on these websites in that way.
Wait,
and hold on. Yes, it's somewhat the men's fault for buying into that. I know that. It's absolutely the men's fault, and we should not encourage the simps. However, the reason why any of this exists is because this participation trophy mentality where we made everybody a fucking loser. When everybody's special, nobody's special. It's exactly why. Yeah, it is exactly
That's
that.
why they became OnlyFans girls.
Nobody wants to
I
feel
never
like
got
they
one.
don't-
That's why I never
Yeah, they
subscribed
never
to
learned how to
OnlyFans
win.
girl.
They never learned how to win.
That's why you never created an OnlyFans.
I
Right?
mean-
No, you're missing the point. There you go.
I mean,
right?
or we're asked to be in one. I don't know. That's what I'm
The
saying.
participation trophy to OnlyFans pipeline. Why is no one ever talking about
We should
this?
be.
Obviously.
We should be.
Okay. Lactoid.
So I do have to leave, but I'm going to answer the question and I guess elaborate a little bit on it. The question is, what income do you think you would need to raise a family of five children? First of all, big family, right? You should, a responsible person is only going to have this many kids, or really any kids, but especially this many kids, if they are financially well off, if they've otherwise, use protection. But I would think that it's going to sound wild, but I think Gibbs' range of 50,000 is not actually that far off. I think you could do it probably for 50, 60,000. I think a lot of you who don't live in the middle of the country have an idea about how things are cost compared to on the edges of the country. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, you can get away with like a pretty low income, and yeah, are you going to be able to afford all the toy? Are you going to be able to afford a brand new motorcycle?
You have to live in the middle of Missouri.
Probably not. Yeah, you're probably not going to be able to afford like a bunch of toys or like a bunch of luxuries. But you can raise. My estimate, at least, is that you could raise.
But you will also say in those areas, you should, as an employer, be the responsible thing to pay people less because standard of living was less, right?
Well, no, you pay people what you contract to pay them.
No, but like, you would say that like rather than raising wages, there, you'd say that'd be unnecessary because those places have a lower standard of living, right?
Or like, lower price of living.
But basically, what I'm saying, let me try to reinterpret this, is that you will be less likely to find those jobs with those incomes, right? Like me being on the East Coast, yes, a $60,000 type of job is a job that I can more readily find. Less so in the middle of the country because it has a lower standard of living, and you would say that should be the case, right? Because the market dictates that.
I mean, that could be the case. I don't like to use the word "should" because I'm not like that implies that there is like some kind of intended order to this.
Yeah.
But like I would agree that there's probably going to be a lot of businesses that are going to say like, okay, we're going to put out jobs that are going to pay a certain amount that like really you couldn't get away with paying like in a very expensive area. Like what would be the point of accepting a job that pays $10 an hour in the middle of San Francisco, right? You're just not going to make nearly enough money to you're going to get much less, I guess, attention for that than perhaps in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, Kansas. That being said, and I could be wrong on this, but this is just based on my last evaluation. of prevailing attorney rates, it is true that attorneys get paid more on the coastal regions, but the ratio is not actually favorable. So the ratio in terms of like how much you get paid compared to cost of living. Like the ratio is actually a bit better in the more rural areas in the Midwest. But I could be wrong.
Okay, all right. Lactoid is determining a move, maybe. From what, Virginia to Boston? I don't know. But all right, fair enough. Why don't we leave it there? Let's we can give Lactoid the last word on that. I do appreciate you all. You guys have been fantastic. Interesting conversation. It's like if only I calculated the cost of OnlyFans girls, right? Like they didn't come to my equation, and so that's what I was missing, and that's why I'm glad I have Gibbs here. So shout out to my friend Gibbs. He can always find my blind spots, and my blind spots are boobs. I
love
it
boobs.
takes a lot of my vision.
Before you end, and I hate to do this at the very end, but I actually have a question, not for Gibbs because I know what Gibbs is going to say, but for the left-leaning people on this panel. And this isn't for me, okay? Because I'm a fucking stud. But it's just a sincere question.
Yeah.
With the gender gap, especially among the young dating cohort, so lopsided, being combined with this partisan polarization of a lot of women saying, "I will never date a Trump voter. I will never date a right winger."
Yeah,
right?
Good for them. Yeah.
You're saying good for them, but I mean, for a right wing young man, what would you tell them? How would you ease their fears of never getting any? How would you ease their fears of having difficulty finding somebody to be with when there is this incredible polarization? Is your answer
politics?
Just like you deserve it? Get better politics?
No, not that they deserve it. I went to actually, before I go, let's get other people to go first. You can actually integrate to your outro. So let's go to Corey. Yeah.
You can find me on Twitch, Corey Comedy 4, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. Substack, it's Corey Campbell. What I would say is just like with anything, if you're rejected, just like in any context, if I'm rejected for a job, if I'm rejected for whatever college admissions, you should probably reflect on that as okay, who am I as a person? Am I actually having the qualities that would attract something that I want, or do I have the qualities and skills to get the job that I want? If I don't, maybe I should look at myself. Just like if you're being rejected by every woman that you encounter that you pursue, that might be a reflection on you.
Okay. Let's go, Aiko.
I don't, I don't know what advice I would give except to say that, yeah, I agree with what Corey said, but also there are opportunities in this world for you to engage with people that you don't agree with, and sometimes those relationships work out. Look at Mary Matlin and James Carville. It can happen. I mean, maybe not if you're absolutely the opposite sort of paradigm as
it didn't work out with Kellyanne Conway though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That was a weird relationship, and her husband's probably gay, but it's fine. Right?
Yeah, sure. But I think it's an opportunity to sort of understand why different people hold different views. You guys know I'm a speech and debate coach, and one of the things I tell the kids all the time is that the reason you have to take the position that's the opposite of what you believe sometimes in tournaments, you're affirmative half the time, you're negative half the time, is that you're trying to understand why people believe things that you might not believe. Doesn't mean you have to change your mind. It doesn't mean you have to adopt different positions. But if you can develop some empathy towards those other positions, it increases your chances of establishing some sort of common ground.
Thank you for that. And our friend Ali.
Yeah. I'd say focus on being a more well-rounded person. Politics, MAGA can't be your whole life. Trump, we shouldn't idolize politicians, right? This is a president. We vote for him. They serve a term. They leave. That's all it is. So what I'd recommend for most men, but if we want to do Republican men or MAGA men who are kind of afraid of meeting women, is that one, there are Republican women, there are right-leaning women, so like obviously, but the way that you find people is that you can't live in solitude. So I always recommend like a job, a goal, a dream, and a hobby, right? You have a job that funds like your existence, a goal to like, you know, something to aspire to. You have a dream that you chase so that like, you know, you're not just fucking miserable at home. And then you have a hobby, because when you have hobbies, right, you'll meet other people who are also indulging in those same hobbies. And like, that's probably the best place to meet like a partner or a friend or whatever it may be, is that you need to be like, you need to go outside. You can't live on Twitter and just be like, I am MAGA, right? That like MAGA cannot be your personality.
Tell that to MAGA.
I mean, I'm just saying, if you want my advice, that would be my advice: is become more well-rounded. Go outside.
I am writing this down: a job, a goal, a dream,
and a hobby.
Okay, interesting. I like that a lot. Yeah, shout out to you. Okay, so then I'll answer your question, Lactoid. So there are lots of things here. One, I think this is usually not as big of an issue as people think it is, because most people aren't political, right? Most people aren't political. They don't care about politics. They don't know anything about politics, right? And I think that's why a lot of those women turn conservative, because men tend to have stronger opinions on these things, right? And because those women who are non-political get in there, like they just like listen to their husbands. All right, well, if you have this strong opinion, I guess I'll adopt your strong opinion, right? If I don't know anything about it, then I'll do that. The same could be true for a man, right? If a man is not political, he marries a very political woman, he's probably going to adopt a lot of her politics, right? That's just how that works. So usually it's not going to be that a big of an issue. For most women, it's like whatever, right? And then from there, I would say yes, there's plenty of conservative women to meet. But then let's say for whatever reason, they're running into women, they're rejecting them specifically because of their Trump affiliation, or their conservative affiliation. Well, what is it that you are wearing on your sleeve that women find repulsive, right? Like, let's examine that, right? I guess it was kind of what Corey said. Let's like actually examine what am I believing, or what am I putting out there to the world that they think that I believe? Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't actually buy into the whole Trump platform. That is convincing these women that I would be a bad partner. Let's figure out what that is and find out. Am I tied to this, right? Am I actually tied to denying women their access to healthcare? Is that a thing that I'm going to die on the hill on? If it is, then it is what it is, right? If that's that important to you, well, then you'll have to accept less pussy. It is what it is, right? But if it's not, well, then you should jettison that. And you should make that clear to others. Like, what is this party providing me, right? Like, why am I in the, like, there's got to be also like a value match, right? So you're these other women that you're approaching have a different set of values, but you want to be with them any which way, and that's okay, right? But like, do those values match yours, right? What are the things that are actually priorities to you? And if they are mismatched, then that's the end of it. But if they're not, if you realize that, well, this toxic brand that I'm associated myself with, that's MAGA, right? Completely disgusting brand. That like, it is repulsive, yes, to women. What, like, is this me? Do I want to be that? Right? Is being partnered with these amazing liberal women, the best kind of women, if that's important to me, well, then I've got to reassess and find the things that actually matter. And if they happen to truly align with MAGA, well, then it is what it is. But if not, then change. Okay, well, Corey, you want to say something?
Yeah. Also, well, yeah. To add on to that, okay, because like Gibbs brought up earlier, like men like to compete, and I think you probably would probably echo that sentiment, Lactoid. And like, so then, if a man is complaining that they, can't get a girlfriend, then like, well, you're just admitting that you can't compete, okay? And well, then you should just compete harder. Shouldn't that be the answer to every right-wing person? You just got to compete, as opposed to just give up and then just complain and whine, as opposed to like point and the finger gets pointed at the lefties that they whine. Maybe you should stop whining as a right-wing person and just compete.
Sorry, 1 second. Alexander, wait, hold on. gave another $10. I checked it just a moment ago, but okay, whatever. Thank you. He says, hold up, Gibbs. $55,000 a year for a single income family. That's $3,800 after tax per month. You pay $600 for health insurance through your employer at a minimum. You can't be that divorced from reality. I think Gibbs can absolutely be that divorced from reality. But go ahead.
Well, I don't know where he lives, but holy fuck, $600 for health insurance. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's
wild.
lot.
That's wild. That means you must be a product of wherever you're living.
For a family of 5?
I mean,
yeah,
I mean, in Texas, I don't know. It's pretty cheap down here. I mean, and also you can always just go to Dr. Mexicana, like in one of the strip centers, and they'll fucking take care of you real cheap. So, like, if you think I'm joking, I'm 100% not. And and so. And I do want to answer Lactoid's question here, and Corey's question as well, Corey's thing. Yeah, I would say that they need to learn to compete. I would say that's the problem. The problem is, though, the left is sitting here saying they shouldn't compete. Let's just give them everything through welfare programs. Next, we're going to say you have,
women?
We should just start doing communist sex drives for the next. I mean, the next thing I'm waiting for y'all to start pushing. We're going to just have breeding farms, I guess. I don't fucking know. But I will say this. I'm just sitting here hearing this. One, I would say when you're concerned about what other women, if women think they won't date you, listen, women will date you no matter if they think you're a huge piece of shit. So I would say make sure you're always wearing the hat, especially during sex, especially if they don't like those policies, and they're probably going to get off harder. And
mentally ill women. Mentally ill women.
Sure. And secondly, I mean, back to the competition thing. Yeah, the problem is, they're not competing, and what they're doing is because the left is like come down to the education system and it infiltrated it. You're like, oh, everything's toxic masculinity. So they're just taking themselves out. They're just choosing not to play the game. And I think that's a problem for both of them because you have the women on the one side with standards to the moon and then on the other side who are just like, fuck all them whores. I mean, I don't think that there's going to be a solution anytime soon with the current path that's going unless, they're bred out or something, or we have a radical change in the education system.
Like Alexander Wynn says in feature messages, is like, no, like for a family, single person insurance is cheap, family insurance is not at all, right? And not having a family, I guess you wouldn't have experience of that. But it can be quite expensive. So a family of 5 is what they asked previously. $600 makes a lot of sense for insurance. And that doesn't, so that's insurance right there, right? And then there's either rent or mortgage, then there's food. Like, I don't know, like, where you guys are getting this for a family of 5.
There's like a birthday every now and then, a pop tire.
I mean, the average family
radiator
insurance
goes
cost,
bad.
Hold on, the average family insurance cost plan here in Texas, for example, is $610. So that means there's a shitload that are below than that. Like, I mean,
but is it good
also
insurance?
Above because we're talking about 3 kids.
Sure, yeah. I mean, if I'm making a shitload of money and I can afford to buy them a better insurance plan, I absolutely will. But if you're saying the average cost, whatever, and then you say 610's crazy, well, 610's the average. That means there's a lot that are on the lower side.
Well, 610's the average for a family of what? What's a?
Yeah,
I mean, I put family of 5. I don't know. I put family 5, and this is what the AI told me. So. I don't know.
Okay, well, anyway, in any case, 600. Then they were accurate. That 600 is something you can expect to pay. So
but when your standard of living is like $35K overall in Texas, like it's for like a median standard of living or 41,000, and you're making 55, you got money to spend, and you probably
55 before taxes. After taxes, you're not making 55 grand, right?
After
you're probably
taxes,
close to...
and you're going to have your benefits, right? If you're doing this like y'all are saying. So yeah, I mean, you're still the rest of it's just fun money
and the benefits that you want people to have. Oh, okay.
Well, hold on. We also want to cut the taxes, though.
We want to cut the taxes one, and then you're already having the benefits. If you're working 55K, you probably have health insurance through your company, right? So so now I'm making 38K after my benefits are already taken out and my taxes. Oh, and my standard of living is like 35 before, like including those. Oh, cool.
Yes, now $3,000 for the year to like.
No. That's 35K including those expenses, right? So you've taken out massive chunks already. So you really have like 12K left over just for blowout money. Like, hey, if you want to store cocaine,
money.
Yeah, if we want to store cocaine with hookers, that sounds like we got a lot of blowout money.
No, you could do it, but there's no.
You could do a Vegas trip once a year.
You just got a bare minimum.
Yeah, Vegas trip once a
Do
year.
you guys want? My question
is
all
like, going to diapers.
My question is like, do you like? Would you not judge your country if that's how people like had to live? Like, yes, you can do it, right? But like, if the average American is living like that, like, is that not like?
I judge the average American
Bad,
needing my tax dollars
right?
to live. That's what I judge.
So,
this is.
Alexander Wynn says that $600 is from the Obamacare marketplace, right?
Wow.
Which is pretty funny to them. Which I'm expecting that's probably where it's actually from. But but I don't know. We'll see. But what you want to say, Lactoid, and we can.
Well, yeah. Well, the last thing I wanted to say, I guess, addressing the incel conservative question. There's obviously, I think, a couple things have been said that I think are right, but I agree that there is an element of competition. That's fine, and I also agree that the idea that you're entitled to anybody's anything just by virtue of you existing, I think, is antithetical to common decency and libertarianism. Obviously, you're not entitled to anything from anybody else unless they consensually give it to you. But I can also understand to some extent the frustration of having to deal with a tough market, and not saying that you shouldn't have to try in the market. And obviously, those are the cards you've been dealt, and grow up and get out there and go into the market. But at the same token, if you're somebody who is like, well, fuck, dating's hard enough already, and now half of women hate me just because of my political beliefs. Like imagine trying to go into a job field and then half of the employers will not hire you because of your political beliefs. It'll make it harder. It'll just make it harder for you to get a job. And I can understand somebody in that position saying, well, fuck this. I'm not going to support any policy that these employers that discriminate against me support. I want to oppose that. I want to shift society. And so this stops happening. That you stop having these people hate
my time.
And these people who hate me having power over me. That's sort of, I guess, spiteful frustration that I think a lot of the same kind of groups that Andrew Tate appeals to, I think, is a large demographic of those people. I can understand that to some extent.
I can understand.
But these guys are usually disenfranchised, right? And the issue is I've seen I have friends that have kind of fallen down this where it's yeah, maybe they fumbled in life. They don't have the best job right now, and they're looking around the world. They feel like they're being judged. They feel like they're being demonized for not being this pinnacle of man. And yeah, they do see it's difficult. But at the end of the day, man, it's I think the issue is that these people are spiraling and they're kind of just sitting in that emotion. And kind of to my point, I don't feel like they have they don't have any they don't have a full life. Right, these people probably have a job, come home, and they spend their days online. They spend they're playing video games, they're on Discord, they're on the internet, whatever it may be. But I feel like if you had friends, if you were going out, if you're enjoying hobbies, if you were kind of enriching your life, you wouldn't feel this pessimistic, because if you're surrounding yourself, if you're getting out there, you're gonna realize that you're only seeing this hate. You see it online. My Twitter feed or my TikTok feed or whatever, it's fucking all Israel, Palestine, hate this. At one point it was all red pill shit.
And it's curated that content though for yourself.
It's anti me, right? It's antithetical to me. Sure it was, but even before then it was all a bunch of red pill shit. If I just believed that that's what life was, then yeah, I'd be pretty depressed and pretty shut down. At the end of the day, if you get online and real life are two different things, you need to get out there. And I think people have a lack of hobbies and a lack of passions. And that's kind of what's leading them to just focus on ideologies.
So I got to get these out. Thank you again. Sorry for Sir Bobbles. Another $2 super chat says, there is no budget for mortgage, just rent only. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. There's no budget for mortgage, just rent only.
Let's say they can't put away for a
budget. Did they say
rent? That would be my guess.
Did they say was the health insurance for a family of five $600 a month for the family?
Well, the AI said $610. Google AI says $610.
Alexander Wynn and another super chat, $20. Thank you for the 80 altogether. And Sir Bob was thinking for $12.
This guy could afford to raise a trip like a family of five.
Yeah, apparently. Again, Alexander Wynn, thank you so much for the support. But it says For a family of four in Texas, this is their next super chat. For a family of four in Texas, a full coverage health insurance plan can easily exceed $1,500 per month before any marketplace subsidies are applied. Sorry, I'm arguing through chat. No, I mean, if you're going to argue through super chat, then that's the best thing, the best way to argue.
I'm arguing through money.
Yeah,
I'll be right
that.
I mean, also though, with subsidies, some can be as low as $33. So,
but you would be you're against those subsidies.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm also against Obamacare in general. So, I don't really like the marketplace either.
So they can't be,
Yeah.
Oh, you
and
because you don't want them to be $33.
And someone said,
I don't want the marketplace to exist at all.
Healthcare through your work, right? Because in some places you don't even have healthcare through your place of work. So then you have to go out in the marketplace by itself. If you don't have the Obamacare marketplace, then it's going to be more expensive. Oh well, I mean, conservatives might argue differently. But it was more expensive previously. So I mean, it was what it was. And so it's highly expensive. So you have $1,500 per month. I don't know. I don't know what the going market rate in Texas is. So I'll have to take their word for it. I don't personally know. But that sounds about right to me. $1,500 in Texas.
Well, you got to understand that those cheap rates that you get if you work for a corporation, that's also government subsidied. All Obamacare does is take the subsidies that the federal government has been giving to corporations since the 50s. This is an Eisenhower program, and takes it and says, okay, if you don't work for a corporation, you get the same subsidies. That's what those are. So if you're proud about how people can get good insurance rates through their corporations in America, you can. That's because of government subsidies.
Well, arguably, it's because we have the subsidies.
Are you just holding your laptop?
Hold on.
Yeah,
hold on. But the reverse would be true. If we got rid of those subsidies, we'd have the free open market, the free market, and then the private market. The market can compete for the individual level at the same level they're competing with the companies, right? Like that's the problem. Is that
it's not going to be $33 a month though. Let's $33 a month. We got to throw that away.
We get the general, bro.
I agree. No. I agree though. Obviously, we get without taxes, and then you'd have the full 55 instead of. I mean, the taxed amount was like I have it up here, like it was like 40, 46 or 47 or something. Maybe 43, I forget. But basically, I did some napkin math and rolling with $600 a month, and then also what the average rent is in the Midwest. I mean, per year, I mean, you're left with $20,000.
That's a lot of money,
and that's again. I know it's going to be more than that, because there's other stuff on top of that. There's going to be heating expenses, etc. But you're not going to have room for luxury, but I think it's doable.
I don't know what the average rate.
And that's after rent. So according to my napkin math, after rent, a year's worth of rent and a year's worth of health insurance for a family of 5, you still have $20,000 left over on a $55,000 income.
Lynn says so $55,000 with government assistance. Make them say it, please. $55,000 with government assistance. Oh yeah, so you're saying that
is that $600 with government assistance?
Yeah, I think that's what they're implying here. That $1,500 is according to them. I don't know these numbers, but $1,500 would be for an average of 5, a full family coverage, and then with the subsidies, then it's $600. So. I believe that's.
But I think with subsidy, Gibbs is saying with subsidies, you can get down to $33.
Yeah, you get way lower. I mean, that's the issue here is that overall
for a family of 5, you get way lower.
I mean, I'm just reading what Google AI is saying.
Wait. With certain subsidies, you can get Medicaid and stuff. You can get real low.
I mean, I think it's subsidies in general, though. I would say the free market is the problem.
The Conservative Party doesn't
want those subsidies.
Yes, but we also don't want the taxes that drops at 55,000 down to 43,000, right?
Exactly.
Having the whole 55,000 that frees up a lot more money to buy.
Yeah, they'd be able to go. They'd be able to spend that $7,000 on insurance.
Well, or check this out. Check this out, though. We talked about that 20,000 that was left over from here's what you can do. You can start putting your money in I don't know, stocks that pay dividends monthly or quarterly. And after 5 years of doing this, you're gonna start having a nice little chunk of change each quarter, each month, right, coming in, depending on how you set it up. That's something to look into, right? There's all sorts of stuff you can look into, and then eventually turn this into more way more money. It's called a long con, but everybody wants the get rich quick plan and just a handout from the government. That's the bigger
Alexander says no 33 for a single person. Again, I don't know any of these numbers, but that's what they're saying. No $33 for a single person. Way more than 7. I don't know what that means. Way more than 7. But yeah, it seems to me that like it would like one like you don't. Like the exact type of people who would be using those subsidies that would let's just say you could get it down to $33 for a family of 5, right? With full coverage, full healthcare coverage is a certain thing, right? There's insurance, right? Because we have this horrible system of private insurance. So there's insurance, but what does it cover? Right? Does it cover everything you need? What if you have a sick child? That escalates things. So full coverage is a different thing.
Well, here's something
let's just say you get $33 for full coverage, even if that's the case, right? Like the type of family that would need that level of assistance is the type of family that Lactoid would say shouldn't have had the kid in the first place.
Well, this is interesting, right? So I don't know where we're getting the $600 number, right? I got that from the AI, but I'm looking at I looked at ChatGPT now, right? I'm looking for some other sources, but according to Value Penguin,
different AI,
yeah, and Disability Benefits 101 is the place it's sourcing these from. It says the average person in the U.S. pays about $477 per month for Marketplace, to like $492, like I guess for the family 5, right? And then it kind of goes on to say that it goes on to say, okay, $200 a month is because it's quite affordable for individuals, right? I don't know why it goes into this, but then it says in California for a family of 5, you're looking at $513 to $656. Okay, let's just say that is true, right? California is $656. California's on the higher standard of living. If you're looking at like Texas or like Mississippi or another southern state, your standard of living is going to be way lower, and thus your insurance can be lower. So, like, I'm thinking what's happening is you're having some people in Texas that have like extremely expensive insurance that pay like $25K is what it looks like for families, right? And that's because they're paying for some wild plan. And then on the other far end, you have an offsetting thing. So, I mean, I don't know if this actually proves any of what he's saying or not based off like the wide range of costs here.
So multiple things then. So there are people who are. So Alexander Wynn says food, gas, repairs on your home, repairs on your car, replacements for things that break, clothing, car insurance, renter's insurance, medication, doctor's visits, still pay copay out of pocket. You might have to pay copay as well. Right? These are all the things they're talking about. Another person within Twitch chat, shout out to Twitch chat there, says that according to the Lending Tree, again, I haven't looked at these numbers, so don't yell at me, okay? It says Lending Tree says it costs $30,000 for one child, according to them. And they asked me to ask you, how much do you think a box of diapers costs?
Like how big of a box? I mean, it depends on the.
And they have a Lending Tree link. I'm going to post this.
I'll buy them secondhand.
You guys can take a look at it.
I don't know, like $15, $20, depending. Like that's what fucking
$15.
Walgreens has them at right here. I got a box of Huggies for $9.94. I got a box of Pampers for $28.92. So I mean, like, and then we have a generic brand. It says premium baby diapers for $5.66 for a box of.
Okay, I gotta bounce, guys.
So I don't know. Like, I think it varies.
All right. Well, thank you, Lactoid. I really appreciate you, friend. We'll argue on this for a little bit more, but like, have a good one, friend. Yeah.
Take care, Lactoid. Be well.
Peace.
You're wrong about everything. Bye.
Of course.
True.
Of course. But yeah, so I don't actually, I don't know how much is. Look, I'll search. Right.
I think anywhere from $7 to $32 is what I see. Oh, $40 for one of them. So yeah, $7 to $40.
Box of diapers costs. Yeah, guys, what do you guys are seeing for box diapers? The cost of a box of disposable diapers typically range between $15 to $50, depending on brand and size. And average price is around 20 cents to 30 cents per diaper. Name brand options. An average baby may use about 1,500 to 2,000 in disposable diapers before being potty trained. So yeah, 1,500 to 2,000 per kid. You don't necessarily have all 5 kids at once, but that's just another expense to having a child. That's just what an AI told me. I don't know, so someone else can argue that, but yeah. Anyone?
I'm just getting handkerchiefs for the babies from now on.
Like yeah, it's like how many diapers does a box hold? How many boxes are you actually buying in the first like 2 years without buying clothes, without buying baby food, without potentially buying baby formula, without like once again any unexpected like issue that happens to arise. Your baby gets sick, you get sick, you can't work for a week. Like there are so many like unexpected you pop a tire, right? Like your car breaks down, right? That puts you out for 2 weeks at a certain point because or it's like $1,000 to fix. Like most people don't have $500 if like their engine blows, if something like a radiator goes off in your car, a battery goes out in your car. It's like a $200 fix at a certain point, right? You gotta know how to take your battery out. You gotta take it, go do it puts you out, especially if like a family is limited to like one car, which a single income family of 5 probably only has one car, right? They probably don't have the luxury of having 2 cars. Right, there's a lot of like complications that come up with living literally paycheck to paycheck, bare minimum. Like, yes, can you do it? Is it doable? Like, yes, but like, I mean, I don't know if you're expecting the average person to like just live like that, and I don't know when they're not going to. That's why we have these government subsidies.
The whole point of
you would have to have those.
Though, is that like conservatives are talking about how like their paradigm for families is better because it provides better outcomes. But if you put these, if people raising these type of families are in such tight economic crunches, right? Well, then the standard of living for those kids is going to be much lower, right? Like it simply is what it is. Like instead of providing,
we're also talking about like what Actoid Brothers said, is simultaneously give them tax breaks. Like Trump just proposed, what was it? Everybody under 200K paying no taxes, right? So it's like, okay, we want to get rid of the subsidies. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's gonna raise the prices for this thing. Maybe we'll just sit and see how the market plays out. Might not. Other things might happen. But let's just say it does raise prices some. We're betting that if we take away this and people have more money in their pocket, it's going to offset it to a higher margin than the prices raise. If the prices go up by like $50, but you get to keep like, I don't know, $1,000 more, like, yeah, that's going to be a big difference, right? Like in your day-to-day life. Wouldn't you agree, Ollie? If you keep $1,000 more and prices only go up by $50, like, I think that, like, you know, you're going to be quite a bit happy about that.
That's what's told. But that's the issue. The issue,
and that would imply that the government is making no money from tariffs.
Yeah.
Right.
Wait, what? How does that have to do anything with what we're talking about?
Because if prices aren't going up, then you're not the government. Whatever the government is collecting in tariffs is going to be reflected in the price. So if it's not reflected in the price, that implies that people aren't buying very many imported goods. In which case, you're not getting.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I'm talking about if we're like saying insurance, for example. Like if they said, hey, we're not going to give these subsidies to fucking any more of these companies. We're not going to do the like Obama Marketplace, right? And then, okay, at the same time, everybody under 200K is going to get all their taxes back. They're not going to have to pay. We're saying we wager insurance prices aren't going to skyrocket to the point that the money you get back from your taxes is totally offset by that. In fact, we're arguing that you're going to have money left over and more so instead of having to pay for these silly programs and having to have people to live off the teat of all the hardworking Americans. It's going to incentivize people to work because now that they're not getting a handout all the time. That's not
If you're at the 200,000 mark, then you're probably benefiting from that level, right? If you're at the $30,000 mark, you're probably not.
I think the when I say that the Republicans don't offer much, right? Like, I mean that, like, I don't believe them where they, I don't think they believe. I don't believe them when they say like taking away subsidies will somehow make stronger families. I just don't believe that, like, at all. It doesn't make sense to me in the slightest, right? Like, all that means is that we put people more economically desperate situations. So we force them to stay together because they have very little other options. If they don't want to be their families to be in complete economic despair, right? Like we put them in precarious situations. And this is the only option. And then like problem solved. No, doesn't solve the problem. Doesn't solve the problem. Right? You're just creating other problems. If the problem is simply like keep marriage rates up, keep divorce rates down, then I guess yes, it solves that problem, right? By making people more desperate, and so they cling to the family unit as their only chance to survive. But if we want anything more than that, just surviving in this world, if we want to thrive, then yeah, it makes sense that we can redistribute wealth, right? Productivity in this country down to the people that Republicans pretend that they give a fuck about, right? They care the most about being the children. But usually, of course, as always with Republicans, the thing they care about most is simply their culture wars, right? Well, for the minds of kids, so they can become conservative drones in the future, right? So we'll argue on the battlefield of school choice. We'll argue on the battlefield of college, right, and DEI and whatever, and the transgenders. We'll do all that, but when they ask for, hey, I need help to raise this kid who I didn't have an option in giving birth to, right? Well, no, it's on you, right? It's certainly not my responsibility. And so if you live in poverty, if you're literally on the streets, that's your fault. Hopefully a charity can help you or something. I don't know, but get out of my way. Yeah, I'll never buy the Republican brand. It has nothing to offer.
The issue is that there is, like, unfortunately, like, the reason these government subsidies exist is because we need them, right? It's like, it doesn't work out that, like, you just leave people to their own vices because the rich want to get richer. They're not going to pass down it's the trickle down economics thing, right? It's like, yeah, if we just let the rich get richer, they'll pass the wealth down. Well, if we don't tax everyone, right? Well, then insurance companies will obviously have cheaper prices because the competition is just going to be available, right? If we don't have minimum wage, then obviously companies are going to be forced to pay people more because now they have to compete. And it's like, that's not generally the case. Like, the promise is told that, like, hey, like, the Republican promise is like, you guys act like you want community, but not communism, right? You want to build, they act like you want to build this large, strong community, when at the end of the day, it's really like really individual. Where just like progressives tend to lean more towards community. They lean towards community programs, subsidies, however it may be, to actually help certain structures, which is why, which is why I guess typically if you want to like argue it, that like less successful people would be on like the Democrat side, like. But sure, like at the end of the day, the average American makes about $50,000 a year. They're not able to deal with a simple like problem in their car. So it's like, yeah, just telling them that like, if you get married and stay together, like life will be better if you just follow a conservative life. There's nothing there other than ideology. Like ideology isn't enough.
I would agree. So I'll leave it there. Unless, well, sorry, I'll give Gibbs the last word.
Gibbs, yeah, that's a response.
Oh, I mean, I would say that, yeah, I mean, sucks to suck. I hear this argument a lot, like, oh, we don't want to leave people left behind. But like in reality, you know, y'all are sitting here making the argument, and I hate to do the like libertarian thing, but I guess I'll do it for my libertarian friends that aren't here today. But like, I'm not a libertarian, right? I'm not gonna sit here and say I don't want any government. I like some government. I don't want. I think there are some things the government should be used for. However, whenever y'all are sitting here going, hey, I should put a gun to Gibbs' head to take his money to go pay for some lazy piece of shit that doesn't want to work to live off of, then yeah, I have a fucking problem with that. I think that there's a large contingent of Americans that also have a problem with that. And then when I sit here, oh, well, you can't live off these things unless XYZ the government, and I'm like, okay, well, that sounds good. Except let's examine it. I look at it and it's, oh, we're going to give all these programs, we're going to tax this group more in order to, you know, have subsidies on business to where they get an unfair advantage. Oh, so we have to put Obamacare in. So like, it looks like it's convoluted shit due to overregulation. And that's the real reason the prices are high. And maybe if we weren't taxing people so goddamn much, and maybe we weren't overcomplicating something simple, then maybe we could get these things out at a reasonable price and people could be able to spend the money. So yeah, I am a little bit less empathetic. But then your community point that you made there in closing here, yeah, I guess the difference is community sounds well and good when it's at somebody else's expense versus what conservatives are giving is community based off people that are actually there. Yeah, we're not going to take care of the meth head. We're going to hold them accountable. That's part of being a community. Guess what? If everybody treats the meth head like shit, then guess what? Maybe he'll stop getting money from the handouts, won't be able to buy meth. He'll have to come to Jesus moment and maybe get cleaned up. Instead, what y'all want to do is give the guy methadone at a free needle center and have my taxpayer dollars pay for it, and then give this guy a disability check because he's seeing the voices. Oh no, well maybe if he had stopped doing fucking meth, he wouldn't be seeing the voices. And I think common sense shit like that is appealing to a lot of people, and y'all want to dismiss it, but that's why y'all lost. So that's all I have to say on that issue.
So I think it's a great way to end things. The Democrats are the pro meth party, right? I think
100%.
that sums everything up. Honestly,
All the voices.
all the voices. We're all
To be
fan of
fair,
all the
Gibbs is
voices.
pretty
yeah.
pro meth too.
Hey,
you know.
listen, yeah, legal meth though. Get a prescription.
We are going to raid a woman.
Wait, can I say one more
because-
thing before you go?
It takes them 10 minutes to find a raid out, anyways.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I had already found it, but go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to respond because I know the participation trophy came back in, and I know I went back to 1922, but I got to apologize to Gibbs. Here's a quote. For praise which is bestowed without regard to deserts is not only idle but pernicious, and only the worthy should be praised. That is Cicero complaining about the participation trophy kids in 1st century BC. But if you want to go 300 years before that, there's Aristotle who complains about the kids of his day. Honor should be the reward of virtue and should be reserved only for those who actually achieve it.
I actually think you proved my point here because we all know, as avid historians, that history is cyclical, and the fact that Aristotle saw this as a problem, Cicero saw it as a problem,
Yeah.
it illustrates that it continues to be a problem every time leftists get control in their governments and they push these agendas. It's an age-old problem as old as time. You're right.
It is, yes.
Okay.
So only the Gen Zers, right?
Well, in this case,
I,
what I refer to as that, yeah.
I
And the
am
millennials.
rating out to a lovely lady. I don't know who she is, but I'm gonna rate out to her, and have a good time over there. Oh, hold on. I just want to quickly say, thank you to, hopefully they're still there, Alexander Wynn and Sir Bobbles for sponsoring this stream. Thank you, Alexander Wynn and Sir Bobbles. I gotta give time for them to hear this. Thank you for Alexander Wynn and Sir Bobbles for sponsoring the stream, because we can't be here without people like you. So this is great. We usually don't get that many super chats.
I'll argue with your chat for
so
Money
really
Prime. Don't
fun.
worry. I'll
I
take all you want.
appreciate it. I can really appreciate that. So shout out to them. I hope they caught that message. We're gonna go to this woman who has. She's my type, I'd say. Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, I'd say so. And I hope you enjoy.
Caucasian?
She's Caucasian. I don't know what she is. Actually, good question. Actually, I'm not quite sure. She's
Caucasian in the
mixed.
chat, all raiders.
Okay. No. No. Caucasian question mark? No, don't do that. So raid now. Off they go.
All right.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Much appreciated.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off. I don't know how you guys manage these streams with no water and no bathroom breaks. I'm gonna explode.
Yeah, well, I get up.
Right.
I just
You
get
have
up and go do
diapers and
shit.
toss their diaper now.
That's why you get a wireless headset on, and then you can just walk around and hear what
Yeah,
they're
that's when the
saying.
diapers come in.
Yeah.
I mean, I get up and go, but but all right, guys, have a wonderful night. It was always a pleasure.
Carly, always a pleasure.
Yeah.
What makes you think I'm not sitting on a toilet right now?
Yeah, that was a good one. I was looking forward to that. When you said
you can't
that,
be sure, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks, guys.
Somebody should set up a stream like in the bathroom, all around the
And,
toilet.
yeah,
no,
that's TOS.
Yeah.
They'll like
Is it-
yeah,
well,
yeah,
we're not-
they will they'll ban you almost immediately for that. That's a no to have a bathroom.
Yeah,
stream.
but how could you tell?
I mean, it's not so much if they can tell, but if they find out and it's like you see like a toilet or something in there, it's like it's one thing. Like, it's one thing if you're like at your house and you're like walking around on your screen and you're like, oh, and you just walk in there to grab something. Yeah, they don't care. But like, what's his name was streaming at like I think it was the last Halo it was like 2 Halo World Championships, and I think they had like it was DreamHack, one of the DreamHacks, where they had Halo and like COD, and the guy put his phone in his pocket while he was like peeing, and he left it on there. But when he pulled it out at the sink, and like was just like filming the sink or whatever. And they gave him like I don't know, a 3-day ban because they're like you can't take. I think it's mainly public bathrooms and any bathroom where you're like using stuff in there, like
Yeah, I would imagine.
Public bathroom, that kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah.
'Cause the other people didn't consent, and
yeah.
Sure.
But I also think they don't
But
like.
Corey.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gibbs.
Well, I was gonna say they used to have like the streams where you could have like Clint 1717 He was real famous for like doing shit in the bathroom, like staying in the bathtub, and they would like throw flour on him for money and shit. And they like banned a lot of that behavior because they were saying it was like, I don't know, not good.
Sure. So I'm following the Canadian election here.
So I have a
Prime, are you
screen-
still around? You just turned off the camera?
Still here. I'm still here. Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. So it looks like, if I'm reading this right, Carney won as expected, but the question was, so he didn't get an outright majority, but it doesn't look like he needs Bloc Québécois either. So it might just be
actually
the left.
Based off what I'm seeing on the CBC news stream currently, it's Liberals at 165, okay, and NDP at 7. So
Okay.
165 plus 7. Okay, if that holds, that brings you to 172.
165, that's what I'm saying too. 165 plus 7 gets them there, which means they're still beholden to the NDP. So this might, if you're on the left, this might be the ideal result, because it means that Liberals can't do any shenanigans. Like they need NDP in order to get stuff passed.
Yeah. Definitely the NDP has taken hit. Not
Probably the
surprised.
best result if you're on the left. Now, if you're sort of like a moderate, if you're like kind of a Democrat type, then you would want the Liberals to have a bigger result than that. But
Y'all be good. It's been fun. I'll see y'all hopefully next week.
Hey, before you leave, Gibbs. Hey, Gibbs, just before you leave, I wanted to mention this like at the start, but we got distracted by Elon. But have you been playing Clair Obscura Expedition 33?
No, I you're like the second person to ask me this, and I looked it up online, and it's like the number one most downloaded game right now. What is this? I don't know what it is at all. Like,
yeah, it's fantastic. So it is actually a turn-based RPG, right? Mostly turn-based RPG. From this like little French, I believe it's a French company because the whole game is like French themed. But like it's fantastic. So what they've done is they've integrated like a standard turn-based system, but they've added all these like real-time elements, right? So like this apparently is similar. I've never played it before, but I'm told it's similar to how Paper Mario works, where like to attack you can like up your attacks like through QTE, and then like when the enemy is attacking, right? You can actively dodge them, right? You have to like time your dodges, you can parry your parry the attacks and all that, and it adds a lot. So you can't like just like like click XXXX through a battle. Like you actually have to pay attention, and the battles can be quite challenging. But even better than that is the story. The story is like amazing, and it's a great setup, right? So they live in this like these people live in a city. It's a fractured world, and in the distance, right across the sea, you can see a gigantic monolith, and this monolith has a number on it, and this number ticks down every year. When that number ticks down, like the people who are that age and above, like die, they disappear. So like it started out at 100, but now it's down to 33. And there's this expedition to like go to that monolith and stop this from happening. So like everyone doesn't die. So there's like a huge mystery behind it, but like it's a story centered on death and like grieving and dealing with death, like in all its different forms, and like how people react to that. So it's a fantastic story. The gameplay is great, right? And they've got like all kinds of interesting like combos and stuff, right? That you can build your character around to like come up like crazy damage. It's really cool. Yeah, I mean it's fantastic, man.
Yeah, I saw Modi brought it up last night. He's like, "Have you ever heard of this?" I was like, "No," and he's like, "Apparently it's the most downloaded game right now." So I looked it up and I was like, "Oh shit, it's crazy!" And I think I heard Wick say he was playing it, right? I think, and I hadn't heard anything about it. So you're like the second person that's brought this up. I might have to dive into it. I'm not the biggest RPG guy, but like I do like real time elements quite a bit. So and also like story. Story plot is good. I like cool universes. I'll give it a check. I'm gonna watch the trailer after this. After I get out of here.
Yeah.
And let you know. What was that other show y'all kept bringing up? I wanted to say I caught up with Daredevil. Great. It was great, very good, and I enjoyed it quite a bit. But I gotta say, I watched Andor the first 3 episodes. Holy fuck! This is the one I keep talking about with Star Wars. It's so frustrating. All right, there's a lot of political allegories, especially now with the like first season that you see like some stuff's gone down that like looked like real world like comparisons, but nobody's bitched even on the right. In fact, I think this season got like a 9.8 overall rating because they actually wrote the story good, right? And it's like a warning versus we pushed woke elements for the sake of pushing it. And I gotta say, Andor, not like outstanding, some of the best content I've seen, barring none, on TV these last 3 episodes. And then I wanted to say, what was the other show? Severance. I think that's my next on my list here. I guess that's the one y'all kept talking about, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna that one's
You like
done.
David Lynch.
It's done. It's done with the season, right? I hate like starting a show when there's like,
yeah, it's done.
Yeah. So okay, cool. I'm gonna probably start that one next. Is my plan, but all right, y'all.
And then after that, Silo. Silo's another good show.
Silo.
But yeah, I've been pushing that, but people forgot about it.
That's like a post-apocalyptic one, right?
Yep.
Did y'all ever watch that show? It only had like 2 seasons. What was it, Jericho? Y'all remember that shit?
Yes, I did see. No, I think it had only 1 season, as far as I know.
I think
right?
No. It came back.
Like an abridged season.
Fans
or
brought it back. Yeah.
And then it
Oh,
has,
really?
Yeah, it's got a second like half season, and then it's got a comic that finishes out the storyline, kind of like Stargate Universe. But it's pretty good.
I love Jericho. The first season, I was like so bummed when it didn't come out. Okay, so I gotta track down that second
Fans
season.
brought it back and made him do another season. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
It's pretty good. But okay.
All right.
I'll catch y'all next week. Hopefully, y'all be good.
Yep,
Yeah. Be well.
Sorry
Okay,
to interrupt
Corey.
you. Yeah.
I'm looking now.
Oh, you're good.
It looks like it's still at 165.
Okay. Let's see what Bodie's doing. Let's do some shenanigans.